The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network is proud to present Old Dominion Athletic Conference Baseball from Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Hello, baseball fans. Kyle Haney hanging out with you, and I'm excited that we get to spend a Sunday together watching baseball here at Fox Field. Lynchburg comes into the game at 12-6, 3-2 in ODAC play. Lynchburg has won 5 of their last 6. They are hosting the Washington and Lee Generals, 10-8 on the season, 4-4 in conference. They've lost 3 out of their last 5, but the Generals are really playing pretty good baseball right now. And it's an interesting juxtaposition, if you will, because Washington and Lee, best team ERA in the conference at 4.14 earned runs per game. They will be taking on a Lynchburg lineup that has been heating up lately. Lynchburg beat Virginia Wesleyan 19-10 on Wednesday in a road conference affair. Lynchburg in their last 6 games is averaging 13.67 runs per game. The team batting average is up to 292. In the month of March, the numbers are really good. Coming into March, Lynchburg was hitting about 220 as a team. So they're nearly at 300 now thanks to this offensive scoring outburst in the last 6 or 7 games. So that will be part of the storyline. How does the Washington and Lee defense and pitching stack up against this Lynchburg Hornets offense? And, of course, the Hornets will bring some great pitching of their own. Wesley Arrington is going to start game 1, and Washington and Lee has some hitters of their own. They can score some runs, too. So there's a lot to talk about, a lot to see and do. It's another doubleheader day here on Fox Field, and we are excited to bring it to you. National anthem coming up, then we'll run down our starting lineups, and it'll be first pitch time on LHSN.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local Parks and Rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. Your professors have a wealth of experience working in the sport industry that they share with you in the classroom setting. Get in the game by getting your MBA with a sport management concentration at the University of Lynchburg. Just you know, Hollywood, here I come. Hey, I meant, yeah.
The real Lindsay Piper's here.
Autographs there later.
A single thread is unique. Like each of us, full of purpose and potential. A strand designed to connect, strengthen, and unite. But we face different challenges and have different opportunities. By acknowledging that others may struggle in ways we do not, we can celebrate our differences, embrace each other, and fortify the ties among us. A single thread can fray, yet when it's woven with another, a bond forms. A new strength created by the fabric of the whole. Let's embrace the fabric we make together, the diversity of our threads, to reach beyond ourselves and overcome the impossible. The true power of our game comes from unifying our individual backgrounds, connecting our unique stories, enabling us to be stronger, braver, greater. We can achieve so much more when we are all as one.
What a
Welcome to the Fox James C. Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. We are set for Old Dominion Athletic Conference doubleheader action between Lynchburg and the Washington and Lee Generals. Generals coached by Ted White in his 6th season. He actually took over for Lucas Jones as the head coach at Washington and Lee. Of course, Lucas Jones is now the associate head coach here at Lynchburg. He's the former head coach and the national championship winning head coach last season. There's a look at your starting pitcher for Lynchburg. It is Wesley Arrington. Arrington on the bump this season, 2-1 with a 5.74 earned run average. Wes currently is third in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference in strikeouts. He is first in Ks looking. That tells you a little bit about his talent and his quality. Wesley Arrington, great stuff. We'll continue talking about that as long as he is on the mound. Battery mate today will be Sean Pokerock. Then we'll go around the diamond. At first base, it'll be Josh Jormond. Second base, the sophomore Ben Jones. His high school teammate at shortstop is Brandon Garcia. Gavin Collins at the hot corner. In the outfield, left to right, Logan Webster, O'Kelly McWilliams IV, and then Quinn Madden. Washington and Lee lineup looks like this. Sophomore Paul Ramsauer, the right fielder, will lead off. Jacob Jackson batting second. Drew Larson third. Cleanup man is the talented Campbell Charnecko. Andrew Thornton is batting fifth. He's a freshman from Houston, Texas. Jack Belvett is the designated hitter, batting sixth. In the 7-hole, it's Jonathan French, who has some great numbers as a first year for the Generals. Ethan Zaletta, eighth. And John Turner rounds out the batting order for Washington and Lee. 10-8 on the season, and even 4-4 in ODAC play. So they have played a few more conference games than Lynchburg, who is just 3-2 in conference so far. The most recent win for the Hornets was 19-10 on the road in Virginia Beach, beating the Marlins of Virginia Wesleyan. 3 home runs in that game for Lynchburg, 2 from Quinn Madden. Sean Pokerock had 1. Lynchburg had 16 hits as a team, and overall it was a very good road trip down there to Virginia Beach. Washington and Lee coming off a loss. They got beat by EMU on Wednesday, 13-10. So high-scoring games for both squads. Lynchburg comes out on the winning end. Washington and Lee, the losing end. We mentioned the Generals have really a quality schedule, much like Lynchburg. They lost to Shenandoah 6-8 in 11 innings. We know how good the Hornets from Winchester are. They split with Randolph-Macon last weekend. Washington and Lee won the first game 8-4, lost the second 18-4. Runner aboard via the base on balls, and now it's Jacob Jackson, the second baseman from Norfolk, Virginia, stepping in to hit with nobody out in the top of the first inning. Kyle Haney sharing a baseball Sunday with you. We're glad to have you along for the ride. We know we've got a lot of folks watching. The Wesley Arrington fan club always tunes in when the Sheriff Wes gets the ball. Pretty big lead at first by Paul Ramsauer. See if he's on the move here or not. Nobody out in the first inning. This ball swung on and lifted to center field. Deep right center field, actually. This will carry. This is down. McWilliams fields on one hop. Lynchburg might have a play at home. Ben Jones will come up. Slight bobble. Bazooka throw home is not in time, and the first run is in there on a no-out double from Jacob Jackson. Got a good swing off, and the ball just continued to carry. I'll be honest, baseball fans, it feels like the ball is carrying at Fox Field quite a bit more this season. And I've got nothing scientific at all to back that up. That's purely anecdotal. It just seems like in years past, especially early in the season, in the months of February and March, you got really no carry from the ball, and extra base hits were down. It was hard to get the ball airborne and launch it. This season, not seeing that as much. It does seem like the ball is flying quite a bit at Fox Field. We do have some wind today. It was a chilly start. Get you a weather check here officially as Drew Larson, the first baseman, batting now with a runner on second and nobody out. 1 run already in for the Generals. We'll see how Wesley Arrington can stabilize and minimize here against a very talented Washington and Lee squad. The Generals do lead the league in earned run average at 4.14. Their offensive numbers are pretty good, though, too. 303 as a team, slugging at 455 as a team. They get that from 45 doubles, 5 triples, and 13 homers. There's a strikeout looking for the first out of the game. That'll add to Wesley Arrington's league-leading total in that stat. K is looking. Wesley Arrington is the best in the conference statistically in that stat. 0-0 count to Campbell Charnecko, junior from Clifton. Talented player. He's a catcher. He's got a brother on the team that is a pitcher. Charnecko actually high school teammates with Lynchburg third baseman Gavin Collins. And he is really a proven player in our league. Uh-oh, that was a fastball that got away from Wesley Arrington. That's a hit by pitch. And 3 of the first 4 have reached here for Washington and Lee to begin the top of the first inning. Charnecko, I believe, is just fine. It will bring up Andrew Thornton, a freshman from Houston, Texas. One of 2 freshmen in the starting lineup for Washington and Lee. Hits with 1 out and runners on first and second. Spin move from Arrington. He'll just give it the token throw in there to second base that Ben Jones will go down slightly to receive. And we'll be set for the first pitch of the at-bat here in just a moment. Well, of course, unless Arrington decides to pick off again. Arrington set. He will deal. Breaking ball across for strike 1. Currently, the weather conditions, I'm getting 43 with an 8-mile-an-hour wind. Humidity at 38%. We had some rain in Central Virginia yesterday morning, and this game got moved schedule-wise to today. That happened on Thursday or Friday. And you know, baseball fans, if you're watching this broadcast, you know how often that happens. Teams are so good about using those available dates either before or after the originally scheduled game. Sometimes you don't quite have that luxury in the midweek games. For example, this week, Lynchburg will be hosting Bridgewater on Tuesday, but then they got to turn around and play a conference game on Wednesday. So you wouldn't have that same kind of wiggle room if you had potentially wet weather coming in for Tuesday. But weather actually looks fine for Tuesday. Could be seeing some rain in Central Virginia on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. But anyway, enough about the weather. Let's get back to baseball. It's a 2-strike count with 1 out as Wesley Arrington is working to Andrew Thornton. Jorman, the first baseman, played behind the runner at first. There's a spike into the dirt that Sean Pokerock gobbles up. Nice job by Pokey. I think that was a fastball, and those are typically the toughest ones to block for a catcher. Obviously, those breaking balls with their spin present a certain kind of a challenge, but you just don't expect that fastball to bounce in front of the batter's box like that. That could be really difficult. Another good one there by Pokerock to gobble that up and keep it sequestered nearby. Gives a little feedback with the glove there to Wesley Arrington, and it's a full count with 1 out in the top of the first. Jack Belbit waiting on deck. Designated hitter from Baltimore, Maryland. Arrington looks at the runner. Big secondary lead out there. Hold on a sharp breaking ball, and they appeal down to first. Andrew Thornton did not go, so that is walk number 2. 4 of the first 5 have reached for Washington and Lee. That's on 2 walks, 1 hit batter, and the 1 double from Jacob Jackson. Jackson now at third base. We're going to get a mound conversation with assistant coach Michael Solbach. No activity in the Lynchburg bullpen just yet, so this would appear to be Wes's game, at least at the moment anyway. Of course, Wesley Arrington is a seasoned campaigner. He's a proven competitor. He'll figure out a way to get out of the inning, you would think, or at least as a coach, you want to give him that opportunity. Short conversation there from Michael Solbach. Maybe just a couple reminders. Wes Arrington in his career is 13-6 with a 4.60 earned run average. The K to walk ratio is elite. Always bring that up. 147 strikeouts to now 63 walks. That includes what has happened here in the first inning. The only out via the strikeout so far. There's a fastball that was close but missed, and it's a 1-0 count to Jack Belbit. junior from Baltimore, Maryland. Infield is back for Lynchburg, bar Gavin Collins at third. He is even with the grass line there in front of the base. Jorman is back at first with the left-handed swinging Jack Belbit. 2-0 count, one down here in the top of the first inning. Arrington, low again. Seen a lot of pitches low. And you can read something into that, potentially, but sometimes misses are just sort of random. It's going to be a 3-0 count. Nowhere to put Jack Belbit. Jonathan French is on deck. Belbit's got that back foot on the batter's box line towards the catcher. Very deep in the box. Getting a long look. And Wesley Arrington does have quite a bit of velocity. Usually pitches in the upper 80s. Can touch 90. 3-1 count as that one does get across. And then another fastball misses outside. Back-to-back walks. 3 free passes in the inning right now. And the second run has come across. That was Jacob Jackson, whose day has started off pretty good. He's got a double with an RBI and now also a run scored for Jacob Jackson. Bases still loaded. Charneco's at third, Thornton at second, Belbit now at first. Jorman will come in front of the bag now for Lynchburg. That was a fastball in that scrambled Jonathan French. He had to get out of the way. Ball one. Collins is still even with the bag, or perhaps even a tad tighter at third base. Outfield is medium depth, but played the opposite way on Jonathan French. Slider for a strike from Wesley Arrington will even the count at 1-1. Jonathan French is a former ODAC Player of the Week. Did that last week. That may have been 2 weeks ago for Jonathan French. I'll double check. French has been on base in every game this season. He has hits in 13 of 16. 1-2 count on Jonathan French, talented first-year center fielder for Washington and Lee. Slider again from Arrington. French lays off, and it's ball two. Ethan Zuleta is on deck. He's the shortstop. He would represent the 8th batter Washington and Lee is sent to the plate. Ground ball, left side. Garcia on the run, goes the short way over to third base. They get an out there. Looked like Gavin Collins might have taken a piece of the slide there from Andrew Thornton. No malice or ill will intended. Thornton was just going into the base hard. So it will be a 6-5 fielder's choice that scores a run. Third run of the ball game. Washington and Lee currently on top 3-0. There's 2 outs now in the top of the first inning. Runners on first and second. Slider out of the zone to Ethan Zuleta, a senior from Weddington, North Carolina. Roster construction for Washington and Lee is fascinating. They've got players from all over. Pretty cool. Looked like something off speed there from Wesley Arrington. Zuleta swung through that, and now it's a 1-1 count with 2 down. Top of the first inning. Lynchburg's batting order is similar. We'll run that down for you when the Hornets come hit in the bottom of the first. Ball 2 from the right-handed 5th-year man from Keswick, Virginia, Wesley Arrington. 2-1 record this season. He's drawn quite a few tough assignments. Think back to game 1 against East Texas Baptist. Wes was on the mound for that one. Wesley Arrington was on the mound against a top-ranked Salisbury Seagulls squad when Lynchburg beat the Seagulls down in Greensboro, North Carolina earlier this season. There's a ball that Zuleta was late on and sent it sharply over the Washington and Lee dugout. I think all the fans are okay. We do have a good crowd out there today. We're so glad you're tuning in wherever you are. Full count with 2 outs. Arrington pitches. This ball's laced into center field. McWilliams coming on. Will he try to throw home? No, he'll go to third instead. Run will score. Probably pretty smart there from McWilliams. Zuleta has to hold at first because of that. But it's a base hit. Second hit of the game for Washington and Lee. They're on top 4-0. We could be in for a high-scoring day. Lynchburg has been scoring runs lately. In their last 6 games, Lynchburg is averaging over 13 runs per game. They're hitting .363 as a team in their last 6. And if Washington and Lee keeps swinging it like this, well, Lynchburg's going to need to score runs. Ninth hitter of the inning is John Turner, sophomore left fielder from Marietta, Georgia. Back to that geography of the roster for Washington and Lee. Runners at the corners here with 2 outs, top of the first inning. 0-2 count now after Turner swings through what looked to be a Wesley Arrington slider. 0-2 count. Let's see what Arrington goes with. He has 1 strikeout. Arrington has walked 3, hit 1, given up 2 hits. Fake steal at first from Zuleta. He puts the brakes on and goes back. It's a 1-2 count on a ball that was in the other batter's box. Sean Pokerok's been busy as the battery mate here for Wesley Arrington. Away target, 1 knee down for Pokey. Here comes the pitch. Tapped foul by John Turner. Game 1 of 2. Of course, some of the ODAC schools did move their games up to Friday, so there has been some action already this weekend in ODAC play. Slider from Arrington is in the dirt for ball 3. And it's another full count with 2 outs. Runner at first will be on the move here. It is runners on first and third. Arrington comes set just above the belt buckle. Swing and miss there on a slider. And the Hornets are out of the inning, but damage done for Washington and Lee. They strike first. Generals on top 4-0 here at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. There's a look at the Lynchburg dugout. They find themselves trailing 4-0 early through just a half inning of work here at Fox Field. Lynchburg will send up Brandon Garcia to lead off, the shortstop. O'Kelly McWilliams, the fourth, follows him up. Ben Jones hitting third. Eric Hyatt is DHing in the cleanup spot. Quinn Madden, who is on a tear. Can't wait to tell you more about Quinn Madden's numbers. He bats fifth. Gavin Collins, sixth. Logan Webster in left field, batting seventh. Josh, first baseman, hits eighth. And the catcher, Sean Pokerok, rounds out the batting order for the Hornets. They will face junior Evan Blair. 6'4" from Vienna, Virginia. Evan Blair has got some solid numbers on the season thus far. 2-1 with a 3.00 earned run average. This will be start number 6 for Evan Blair. He struck out 31 and walked just 8, giving up 10 hits on the season. Just 10 hits in 27 innings of work for Evan Blair. So that is elite. 2-1 count on the leadoff man, Brandon Garcia. You can see in your camera there, Evan Blair, he's already got the long frame at 6'4", long arms, long legs, and then he kind of gives you a funky little shoulder turn up there on the mound. See if you can get a look at it here. It looks normal, and then just a shoulder tilt. Kind of gets that front shoulder up almost above his chin there. Probably helps him hide the ball a little bit, but then also mechanically could be something to help him throw strikes and or throw harder. That's the great thing about our game, isn't it? There's so many different ways to do it, so many different unique styles. There's certain things that all the good players will do, but there's so much wiggle room within that to be unique, to express yourself athletically and create your creativity, and then also figure out things that work. Sometimes you got to have a move like that just to time everything up and get you in the zone. So it could be as Evan Blair, not Paul Blair, Evan Blair, the pitcher, walks Brandon Garcia. Both leadoff guys in this game have reached via the base on balls. But it could be one of those deals for Blair that, just came up with to make himself harder to hit, but then also it could be something he developed over the years to be more consistent. Here's the speedster, O'Kelly McWilliams, who is a very good hitter as well. Brandon Garcia leading off at first. Fastball for strike one from Evan Blair. O'Kelly McWilliams is riding a 7-game hit streak. He has base hits in 10 of his last 11. Blair set, ready to deliver. Big, steep breaking ball. Looked like one of those 12-6 curve balls there. Overhand breaking ball from Evan Blair. 0-2 count pretty quickly on O'Kelly McWilliams. Garcia leads off at first. Outfield straightaway, infield double play depth for the Generals. Garcia might have been leaning a tad, but able to slide back into first base safely. Ben Jones is on deck. It's a Lynchburg team offensively that has really gotten hot in the month of March. So typical in college baseball, but great to see it happening for Lynchburg. McWilliams gets a piece of this one and sends it into left field. Couple bounces to the left fielder there who throws behind Brandon Garcia. That ball hit him on the slide back. I think he's okay. Just some pain there. The umpire is going to give Hollywood some time. That'll be the first base hit of the ball game for Lynchburg. O'Kelly McWilliams' hit streak continues. 8 in a row now for IV. O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth. Here comes Ben Jones. Ben Jones is riding a 3-game hit streak. Base hits in 6 of his last 7 for Benny Bombs. Ben Jones hitting with runners on first and second. Ordinarily in baseball, it could be a sacrifice bunt situation, but I don't think so with Ben Jones. Additionally, when you're already down 4-0, sometimes the sack bunts will go out the window for a ball club as well. Strike one on Ben Jones. Benny Bombs on the season now averages up to 263. He's on base at 488. That's thanks to a bunch of walks. 22 walks on the season for Ben Jones. That is second in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Fastball up and away from Evan Blair for ball one. Count is even at 1-1. Nobody out in the bottom of the first. Run scoring has really gone up, not just for Lynchburg, but again, for all college baseball teams. Just as the weather warms up, hitters seem to get more accustomed to facing the live pitching. And there's multiple arguments to be made in that, because sometimes when you get into conference play, you can argue that you should be facing more quality pitching. And certainly in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, there is a boatload of quality arms. Evan Blair is one of them. Wesley Arrington is one of them for Lynchburg. It's a shot at Eric Hyatt on deck. Hyatt has not played the last 2 games, just a little slight tweak. He's okay and back in the lineup today as the DH. Ben Jones will float one foul. Catch is made in foul ground by the third baseman, Andrew Thornton. Had to battle a little bit of wind and sun there to pull in a very high pop-up from Ben Jones. First out of the inning for Lynchburg, and it will bring up Eric Hyatt. Hyatt hits 271 on the season. More walks than strikeouts for Eric Hyatt. 12 base on balls to just 8 Ks. Something Lynchburg does so well as a team. 95 walks this season. 5.28 per game is what that equals out to. Last season, Lynchburg walked at a rate of 5.39 per game. So just a few percentage points off from what they were doing last year as far as taking walks. Strike one to Eric Hyatt. Garcia at second, McWilliams at first. There's one of those curve balls. This time it does not come down in the zone. And it's ball one. Quinn Madden is on deck for Lynchburg. The very dangerous Quinn Madden. Numbers lately for the transfer have been insane for Quinn Madden. Hyatt swings through what looked to be a changeup. That was nice from Evan Blair. Looks like Blair's really working with a true three-pitch mix with the big curveball, changeup, the fastball that is lively out of his right hand. He might even have a fourth pitch in there as well. That last changeup was good. Might even been a split finger the way it just disappeared downward like that. Hyatt barely gets a piece of that. And our angle from here in the press box and that camera, which is up here with us in the press box, doesn't give you the true story about what the pitches are. Sometimes they're hard to tell. And as a pitcher, that's what you want. You want the batter to not be able to figure it out either, right? You want him going back to the dugout saying, I'm not sure what that last one was. Hyatt will foul this one off in the direction of Wakefield House to our right. And we'll try a two-strike delivery again here in just a bit. There's one out. Brandon Garcia walked, got to second on O'Kelly McWilliams' single. He stands at first base, leading off of first base. Garcia running, Hyatt swinging. That's a base hit through the right side. Garcia will turn and burn around third base, and Lynchburg is on the board. 2 base hits in the inning for Lynchburg, and they're still in business here as Garcia scores another run. He's the team leader in that category. Brandon Garcia, 5th in the conference in runs scored. And here comes Quinn Madden. Quinn Madden, 2 home runs on the road against Virginia Wesleyan, gives him 6 on the season. Quinn Madden is on an 8-game hitting streak. He's got multi-hit games in 6 of those 8. He has homered in 4 of his last 6. I mean, all the numbers tell you that Quinn Madden is absolutely on fire right now. He wanted the first one and fouled it straight back. Strike one. Quinn Madden is hitting over 500 in that streak there, the last 8 games. 17 for his last 31. Even his outs are loud and long. Last time we were at Fox Field was last weekend against Roanoke. Quinn Madden was just banging the ball all around the yard. Outfielders were really making some good plays to prevent him from getting even more hits. Madden's saddled with an 0-2 count here, though. As number 29, the junior Evan Blair goes after him with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Blair checking McWilliams. IV not bouncing off just yet. There's a ball in the dirt that Charnecko did nicely to slide to. He's going to go talk to Evan Blair. Pitch might not have been what Charnecko wanted there, so perhaps some discussion. And we get a chance to pause and remind you to stay up to date with everything Lynchburg sports-wise by visiting lynchburgsports.com. Make sure you're following us on the social media destinations, I always say. Very active, and there's so much great content on there. And there's been a busy, busy sports weekend here on campus. Even with the rain yesterday, we found time to get a big track and field meet in. Equestrian was in action. Softball in action today. Golf is on the road, but in action. Spring sports, you got to love it. It's a sports fan's paradise. Fastball up from Quinn Madden. Now that evens our count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I'm always told to remind you to sign up for the email alerts and email updates if you have not done that already. Here comes a 2-2 to Quinn Madden. Swing and a miss. Struck him out, and there are 2 outs now in the bottom of the first inning. Madden's tough to strike out, by the way, so that's a really good get there from Evan Blair. Quinn Madden on the season now. Let's see, actually the first time he struck out since March 5th. I believe that encompasses that 8-game hitting streak. Here's Gavin Collins. Big breaking ball from Blair that was out of the zone for ball 1. Gavin Collins swinging it well lately. Another guy with a hit streak. 8 games in a row for Gavin Collins right now. Blair checks the runner, deals to Collins. That's over the zone for ball number 2. 2-0 count for a guy who can really hurt you in any count, but specifically hitters counts. Lynchburg, as a reminder, if you didn't know, is in the red tops there with the white pants, black helmets and hats. Washington and Lee in the road grays with the blue trim. There's a fastball that touches the lower portion of the strike zone for strike 1. 2-1 count, 2 down. Runners at first and second. Logan Webster on deck for Lynchburg. Washington and Lee sent 9 to the plate in the first, so they'll have the leadoff man back up top. Collins out front on a breaking ball, rips it hard, but foul. 2-2 count. Not a full count situation, but wouldn't be surprised to see O'Kelly McWilliams on the move trying to steal third in this spot right here. You're probably expecting some action anyway. See if he takes off. He will stay put. Swing and a miss from Gavin Collins. A big punch out from Evan Blair. Lynchburg gets on the board, but they leave 2 stranded. And we've played 1 complete here at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
We're ready for the second inning with Wesley Arrington still on the mound for Lynchburg. Washington and Lee leading 4-1 after 1 complete at Fox Field. A beautiful day to play. It is chilly, though, and we have the wind. At game time, we did the weather check. It was 43 degrees, but the real feel was 38. So that tells you something. It's definitely March. It's actually not winter time anymore. We're officially into spring, but it feels like winter time out there right now for sure. 2-1 count on the leadoff man, Paul Ramsauer, the right fielder from Atlanta. Reached on a walk, his first at bat. He'll swing at this one. It's deep into right center field again. Long run for IV, but O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th, pulls it in for the first out of the inning. Power to the opposite field gap there from Paul Ramsauer, but he is retired. Jacob Jackson got a double in his first at bat. That went to that right center gap on a ball that really looked like it was carrying nicely. It made us bring up that point about the ball really seems to be flying. Can't quite tell the wind direction from the flag. You can see the flag over the scoreboard in the right center gap there on your screen. It's hard to tell if it looks like a crosswind, really, like it's blowing from right field to left field. A lot of times that wind will blow in here at Fox Field. And that scoreboard is in the direction of the west from our perspective. So typically that would be the prevailing wind direction to go in from the right center gap towards home plate. But that can always change. It looks like it is changing today. 2-1 count Gavin Collins actually went to the dugout to get, I think, maybe some new leather. Gavin Collins might have had something break on the glove, or at least a quick repair job as he ran over to the dugout. Ground ball up the middle that made Wesley Arrington have to dance a little bit, and that's a base hit for Jacob Jackson, his second hit of the ball game. Third for the Generals as a team, and Jackson's aboard with one out. And it's the senior first baseman, Drew Larson, up to hit now. Larson struck out in his first at bat. Drew Larson enters the game. He has played in all 19 for Washington Lee. He's actually the only player on the roster that's played in every game this season. He started all 19 as well. Drew Larson enters hitting .352. 1 homer, 1 triple, 3 doubles. He's driven in 11. Drew Larson. Man on first is Jacob Jackson. For Washington and Lee, they've stolen 55 on the season. Compare that to 44 for Lynchburg. And you know, we talk about Lynchburg's running game has been pretty effective this year. O'Kelly McWilliams has 19. Brandon Garcia has 11. So you're getting the bulk of your stolen bases from those two guys, but don't leave out Ben Jones with 7. So knowing that tells you a little bit about this Washington and Lee team. They run even a little bit more, 55 of 65 this season. Arrington seems to know that game plan and is throwing over to keep Jacob Jackson a little closer to first base. Jacob Jackson personally is just 1 for 3 stolen base-wise this season. Leader is the first-year man, Jonathan French, with 15. Drew Larson fouls a ball away, and it's 2-1 count. With 1 out in the top of the second inning. Lynchburg will have 7, 8, 9 due up. Drew Larson is the 3-hole hitter for Washington and Lee. Arrington, another fast toss over to first base. And now he's set and ready to pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Jones will dive for it, but it slides under the glove. Base hit there for Drew Larson. Back-to-back singles for Washington and Lee. Now 4 in just these 2 innings. Ben Jones really had a good shot at that ball, and he was probably a little tighter to second because of the double play scenario, but just could not quite pull that one in. Not sure if it truly went under the glove or he never got there on the dive, maybe outside of the mitt. Runners on first and second now. 1 out for Campbell Charnecko, who was hit in his first at bat. Campbell Charnecko, .359 on the season. 3 homers and 3 doubles. He has driven in 20. Charnecko's got 96 hits in his career. Good smother there from Sean Pokerock, and then hopping quickly to his feet. Runner has to stay put at second base. But Pokey's been solid defensively this season, hasn't he? He's just really getting better and better with those plays, those blocks, keeping it close by. Better with the receiving, the framing. Throwing the ball better as well. What you would expect, too, from a sophomore. And Sean Pokerock, with Holden Fiedler and Riley O'Donovan doing a lot of the catching last year, didn't get a ton of reps behind the plate. He did play quite a few games last year, Sean Pokerock. But really has been outstanding this season. I think, again, showing signs of improvement right before our eyes. 1-2 count on his catching counterpart. Oh, Wesley Arrington's got the runner pick. Jackson took off, a little hesitation. Arrington will flip into third, and that's an out. So call that a pickoff, and there's 2 outs now. Last time Wesley Arrington pitched, he picked off a couple runners against Roanoke. Really holds runners well. Now, against Roanoke, those were true throw over to first pickoffs. This was a lift the leg, spin to second, and see that Jacob Jackson had already taken off. Jackson was going on the first movement there. Arrington will now try to pick another runner off. There you go. He really, a commitment to holding the runners and keeping them close. And that is what you expect from your talented fifth-year ace of the staff. Sometimes those young guys don't quite have the commitment to holding runners. Arrington does. Fastball that was just up for ball number 2. And back to Sean Pokerock throwing better. Well, when you have pitchers that give you a chance as a catcher, it's just going to help out that much more. Yeah, foul ball there on a check swing. That one got a piece of the umpire, it looked like, as well. Charnecko with a check swing and just barely got some of the metal on that. Then it ricocheted off of our umpire and then to the backstop. So it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count, 2 outs with a runner on first. And we are in the top of the 2nd inning. Washington and Lee leading 4-1. Away target from Pokerock. Arrington breaking ball. It looked like that he didn't quite catch out in front, but still effective. Charnecko had to swing the bat. And it's a foul ball. Long innings already for both squads. Long baseball. I mean, it's 12:42, and we've not even finished the top of the 2nd inning. There's a great pitch from Wesley Arrington. Dotting the outer black right there for a punch out. His 3rd K of the ball game, and it's a scoreless inning that time for Washington and Lee. Let's see if the Hornets can cut into the lead even more in the bottom of the 2nd.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something, it becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Logan Webster leading off the bottom of the 2nd inning for Lynchburg. Takes ball 1. It's still the starter, Evan Blair, for Washington and Lee. The Generals leading at the moment, 4-1. Scoreless inning there for Washington and Lee in the top of the 2nd. Thanks in large part to that crafty little pickoff play from Wesley Arrington. He pitches around back-to-back singles from Jackson and Larson. But Lynchburg able to get out of the inning with no damage this time. Logan Webster swings on one and sends it deep to center field. But a nice job by the first-year man, Jonathan French, to run it down and make the grab. That's the first out of the inning. And this brings up Josh Jorman. First baseman Josh Jorman has been coming alive. Started the season slow offensively. Jorman did start the game against Virginia Wesleyan on the mound. He is a valuable two-way player for Lynchburg. Team leading .398 batting average last year. And last year it was 12 walks to just 6 strikeouts last year for Josh Jorman. I mean, he was really seeing it. And he was a very, very tough out. Not quite having the start to the offensive campaign that he would want, but seems to be finding the footing, finding the rhythm a little bit more. Quick 0-2 count. Jorman will ground this one to the shortstop. Throwing across for the second out of the inning was Ethan Zuleta. So 2 quick ones there. I said the first inning and a half took a long time. A lot of full counts, a lot of foul balls. Had the mound visit in the first inning. And when you get 5 runs in one inning, that was 4 from the Generals, 1 from the Hornets. When you get 5 runs, well, that's going to make things take a little bit longer as well. Here's Sean Pokerock. He'll watch a 2-seamer just barely graze the zone for strike number 1. Brandon Garcia, the leadoff man, is on deck for Lynchburg. Washington and Lee will send up 5, 6, 7 in their half of the third inning. I think the wind is blowing out now, so I was wondering about the direction. And we've got windows open here in the press box. Sometimes you can feel the wind when it comes in. Strike 2 on Sean Pokerock. Count is even at 2-2 with 2 down in the bottom of the second inning. Here's the pitch. Pokerock blisters this one down the left field line. This could be rip and run time for Sean Pokerock. He is around first base. Left fielder struggled a bit to get that one clean, and it's a stand-up double for Pokey. First extra base hit of the ball game for Lynchburg, and it's a runner in scoring position now in the bottom of the second. Leadoff man Brandon Garcia steps to the plate. Hollywood hitting an even 300 on the season. He walked in his first plate appearance today. Brandon Garcia has scored 26 times for Lynchburg. He's also driven in 11. So he's okay in this situation. He will be ready for Evan Blair as well. Second time through the order for Lynchburg. Second time for Brandon Garcia anyway. Here's the first pitch. Looked to be right down Main Street for strike 1. O'Kelly McWilliams, the fourth, the center fielder, is on deck for Lynchburg. He got their first hit. 3 now after the double from Sean Pokerock, who's putting together a little hot streak of his own. Pokey homered down in Virginia Beach against the Marlins of Virginia Wesleyan on Wednesday. Another fastball for a strike. Patient approach from Brandon Garcia, but he'll now have to hit with an 0-2 count. Junior Evan Blair, 6'4", and he comes at you over the top as well. So that's a really tough arm angle to hit when you're throwing that overhand fastball. Garcia gets that one, sends it past the shortstop. A run will come in. Lynchburg now has 2, and it's a 4-2 general advantage, but the Hornets are stinging again and gathering some momentum. Brandon Garcia, 1 for 1. Sean Pokerock, great job with the 2-out double there by Pokey. And you turn the lineup over to a quality bat like Brandon Garcia. 0-2 count, no problem right there for BG. He's a threat to run as well. As mentioned, second on the team in stolen bases. Here's O'Kelly McWilliams. Oh, Garcia was bouncing. He'll have to slide back. That's something you see in the modern game with the stolen bases and the running, and that is try to get some movement before you take off. Don't run it from just a dead standstill. McWilliams will show the bunt and take strike 1. And that has often been the stolen base approach when you're at second, but now you're seeing a lot more teams and base runners doing that at first base. You see guys kind of bouncy over there, not just like a frozen statue like the old days. Garcia was a little bit more still that time. He does still have to dive back into first. Looks like Evan Blair's got a solid pickoff move of his own. Batter's hitting .257 against Evan Blair this season. It's a pretty good number from a starting pitcher. That batting average against is always a fun stat to look at. The relievers kind of have the benefit of they don't get seen as much. They're not exposed as much. Starters typically will go through the lineup multiple times, so that batting average should go up slightly. Brandon Garcia kind of threw the hands out. He didn't know what was taking so long. He was wondering if maybe it was a pitch clock violation, I think, on Evan Blair. The hitter is also a speedster, the center fielder, O'Kelly McWilliams. He's 1 for 1 so far in the game. There's a fastball that misses high. And the count is 2-1 now on IV. Blair set, delivers a breaking ball that was not close. Missed the release out of his hand. And now it's a 3-1 hitter's count for O'Kelly McWilliams. McWilliams, in addition to his speed, he does have some power. 1 double, 1 triple, 1 homer for IV. Fastball not close, and that's a walk. Second walk of the game that Evan Blair has issued. And now you've got elite speed at both bags. Garcia's at second, Ben Jones hitting, O'Kelly McWilliams at first. Ben Jones popped out to the third baseman in foul ground. His first at bat. He'll be looking to remedy that stat sheet and keep his hitting streak alive. Just a 3-game hit streak right now for Ben Jones. Check swing on a fastball that tied him up inside, and it's strike one. Ben Jones has hit safely in 6 of his last 7 ball games. 10 straight on base for Ben Jones. He takes a lot of walks, 22 on the season. That is second in conference right now. Garcia bouncing off at second base again. Fakes the steal, stays put, fastball up and in for ball 1. Eric Hyatt on deck. He is 1 for 1. Lynchburg offensively, as noted, very productive lately. Their last 6, they're hitting .363 as a team. 5-1 in that stretch. The one loss was kind of a blowout blip in the radar game to Roanoke. Pickoff attempt on Brandon Garcia, slides back head first safely again. It was a 21-8 Roanoke win. So back to the offense. I mean, Lynchburg still scores 8 in that game, which is not bad. Pitching just was not there for Lynchburg, and Roanoke got really hot swinging the bat. That was the last time we were here at Fox Field. It was weird to leave under those circumstances. Lynchburg won game number 1 against Roanoke, 8-6, and then the Maroons turned the tables big time with a 21-8 victory. Garcia running on this one. High fastball. Could be in trouble here. Throw from Charneca was good. Brandon Garcia thought he got around it. Umpire disagrees, and that's how the inning will end. So Lynchburg does get 1 across. They will leave 1 stranded. We've got ourselves a 4-2 ball game through 2 complete at Fox Field. We're ready to start the 3rd inning here at Fox Field. Tailing 2-seam fastball from Wes Arrington misses. And it's a 1-0 count on the third baseman, Andrew Thornton. Walked in his first plate appearance. Thornton hitting 5th in the batting order for the Washington and Lee Generals. Generals 10-8 on the season, 2-2 on the road. Lynchburg is 4-3 at Fox. And that's wild to say in itself because Lynchburg has been so good here at Fox Field, the fortress at Fox. Lynchburg 22-1 last season. They actually went the entire regular season undefeated at home. The one loss was in a opening round playoff matchup against Bridgewater. But Lynchburg typically doesn't lose too much here at Fox Field. And they've still got a winning record at home, obviously, at 4-3. Oh, another punch out looking for Wesley Arrington. He is statistically the best in conference at that. Leads the ODAC in strikeouts looking, and there's another one. Back-to-back backwards Ks as Andrew Thornton can only watch at what looked to be another one of those great sliders from Wesley Arrington. He's got 4 punch-outs now, and there's 1 gone in the top of the 3rd inning. Fastball up and out for ball number 1. To junior DH Jack Belbit, excuse me. Fans, we hope we've got a few Washington and Lee fans watching. With this roster and the geography, I mean, Belbit's from Baltimore, French, the on-deck man, is from Atlanta. You've got players from all over for the Generals, so hopefully we've got some Washington and Lee fans tuned in. But I know there are some General fans in attendance as well. On other than the cold weather, it's really a great day out. Barely a cloud in the sky, maybe just a few wispy clouds out there after some rain came through yesterday. 2-1 count. Arrington lifts the leg and fires. That one also misses, and now it's 3-1. French is on deck, by the way, the freshman. Lynchburg's going to have 3-4-5 due up, their half of the third. Ben Jones will be hitting again. Brandon Garcia made the final out on the bases for the Hornets. As we'll just get a check, go swing and a miss. It's another strikeout for Wesley Arrington. The Sheriff has 3 in a row now, 5 punch-outs in the game. So after a rough first inning, Wesley Arrington seems to be getting it figured out. In saying that, worth noting that Washington and Lee did get back-to-back singles in the top of the second, but Wesley Arrington has sat down the last 3 in a row via the punch-out. So I feel like Wes is figuring it out. Already up to 70 pitches, though. So that's the problem with a big inning. And those full counts and foul balls taxes your arm quite a bit. You got to throw a lot of pitches. That should have been pitch number 71 right there. It was a strike. 0-2 count on the freshman center fielder, Jonathan French. Won't be a strikeout, may not even be an out. It's a long run for Logan Webster. IV calls him off in the gap, and the center fielder, O'Kelly McWilliams, will make the grab. It's a 3-up, 3-down inning. See if the Hornets can use that to get some momentum on their side. Right now, the Generals lead 4-2.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
How about that timing for Benny Bases is what Brady Moore, the director of baseball analytics, has just called the artist formerly known as Benny Bombs. No, he's still Benny Bombs. Ben Jones has still got loads of power in there, but Benny Bases is a pretty good name because Ben Jones takes walks at a very high rate, second in conference right now with 22 walks. Got hit a few times this season as well. 4 hit by pitch. And the batting average is climbing. He's another guy that has gotten significantly better in the month of March after what was probably a slow start. I think Ben Jones would call it a slow start. His standards are probably even higher than mine. 0-2 count here on Ben Jones. Takes a off-speed pitch in the dirt. But, yeah, Ben Jones, the batting average just 263, but the on-base percentage just under 500 at 588. So that tells you a lot about the walks and hit by pitch. Oh, there's a looping line drive that will not get over the second baseman's head. Good leaping grab by Jacob Jackson there to take that out of the sky for out number 1.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 5, Eric Hyatt.
Here's Eric Hyatt, 1 for 1 on the day so far. Hyatt's another one that the batting average might not jump off the page at 271, but the on-base percentage is 420. Hyatt has been walked 12 times this season. I already mentioned he's got more walks than strikeouts, which is always great for a hitter. Hyatt has been hit 4 times as well. Breaking ball for ball one. It is a 1-1 count with one out. Quinn Madden on deck. But Eric Hyatt. Uh-oh, look out. Eric Hyatt goes hacking for one. Left fielder going back to the warning track. He will make the grab there. Good camera work from the LHSN team to show you that. Really good catch from John Turner. That is not easy to make on a day where there is a quote-unquote high sky, tough sky. And then you got some wind in there as well, and just the fact that Eric Hyatt really put a charge into that one. So it's a fly out, but a deep one. If you're Eric Hyatt, I don't think you can hate that. Speaking of high, Quinn Madden hits one through the roof, but foul. If you thought that ball from Hyatt was high, the one from Quinn Madden there was probably like 40 feet higher than that. Really hard to estimate that with the feet, but it's a good swing from Quinn Madden. But I was in the middle of saying here as we got an 0-1 count. Strike two now on Quinn Madden. If you're Eric Hyatt, I don't think you can hate that process right there at all. Put a good swing on it and just missed it. Wind might have helped knock it down slightly. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Quinn Madden will watch that one go in for ball number one. Evan Blair. Impressive on the mound. He's given up a single run in each of the first and second innings. 2 outs here, though. Quinn Madden, hard shot by the shortstop. Madden will take a turn. He might be looking for 2 here. Left fielder bobbled it. Madden is going to go. High speed, feet first slide into second. And we'll see if that's a single with an error or perhaps a double. Quinn Madden really hit that ball hard, so his tear continues. Quinn Madden, give him a 9-game hitting streak now. And since it was ruled a double, here's another great stat for you fans. Quinn Madden has extra base hits now in 7 of his last it's extra base hits in 6 of his last 7 for Quinn Madden. 6 of his last 7 games, he's had an extra base hit, and now hits in 9 straight. So Quinn Madden does use the occasional single in there, but it's a lot of doubles and homers. Pop up right side from Gavin Collins. First baseman could not navigate the fence and pull that one in. That was one that the first baseman, who in this case is Drew Larson, he got to the fence nicely, and then the spin brought that ball back even closer to the first base line, which is what they tell you is typically what will happen. Doesn't make it easy, though. Gavin Collins will get a slight reprieve here with an 0-1 count. 2 outs, runner in scoring position. Lynchburg got their run last inning with 2 outs. In that inning, it was a double from Sean Pokerok. Now it's a double from Quinn Madden. Madden is standing on second, bouncing off, getting the lead. He'll be a threat to run. You just saw that speed as he turned the single into a double. 1-1 count for Gavin Collins. Fouls that one away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the senior from Clifton, Virginia, Gavin Collins, teammates with the catcher, Campbell Charnecko for Washington and Lee. Blair is set. 1 look at Madden. Here's the pitch. Collins will fight this one off and send it towards his own dugout, and we'll try it all again with a 1-2 count, 2 down. 8-9-1 due up for the Generals in the 4th inning. This is the bottom of the 3rd. Lynchburg has scored 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd. Generals got all 4 in the top of the 1st inning. Here's the pitch. Fastball away. Now it's a 2-2 count. Pitch number 62 for Evan Blair. So his pitch count is climbing as well. Lynchburg has stranded 3, 1 in scoring position. Here comes the 2-2 delivery from Evan Blair. Kicks and fires, breaking ball. Collins is on it, lifts it to right. Right fielder shielding the sun with his glove. That was Paul Ramsauer. He'll make the grab, moving towards the right field foul line for the final out of the inning. So Lynchburg does threaten with a Quinn Madden double, but he is stranded, and our score remains 4-2 through 3 complete at Fox Field.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
We're set to begin the fourth inning at Fox Field. As the first baseman, Josh Jorman, and the third baseman, Gavin Collins, share some words with each other, and also the pitcher, Wesley Arrington. Arrington pitching into the fourth. It was a 4-run first inning for Washington and Lee, but Wes has, as expected, stabilized and minimized and gotten back on track. 5 strikeouts now for Wesley Arrington. 3 up, 3 down inning in the third for Washington and Lee. And you can just tell that balls are closer to the mitt of Sean Pokerot. Balls are more in the zone here from Wes Arrington. And as soon as I say that, of course, he misses upstairs with one. Broadcaster's mini jinx right there. Hitter is Ethan Zuleta. Shortstop is 1 for 1 off Arrington. Slider, swinging strike. And now the count is 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zuleta, this will be start number 18 for him. He's hitting .356 on the season. Oh, look out. Another tailing 2-seam fastball, and the Sheriff is getting it going. He sits another one down looking. Wes Arrington's got 6 strikeouts. Half are looking. As long as he continues to do that, we'll continue to tell you that he is the conference leader in that category. Strikeouts looking. Colin McGuire, reliever for Lynchburg, is high up in that category as well. Let me get you the actual numbers here, fans. As you can go to the conference website, odaconline.com, and check out some of these fun things. This ball fouled to the left side from John Turner. John Turner struck out in his first at bat, the left fielding sophomore from Marietta, Georgia. 1-1 count. Shows the bunt. Arrington off the mound, off the bottom of the glove, and that'll probably be a base hit, I think, on the bunt from John Turner. Arrington got off the mound nicely, and to me it was in that reaching down motion there for Wes Arrington. Just couldn't quite get that ball as it was rolling by. In hindsight, might have been a little bit better served to let it go and have the third baseman, Gavin Collins, come in and field it. But hindsight is always 20/20, or is it 50-50? No, I'm kidding. It's just, as a pitcher, instinctively, you want to go after everything. You want to get to it. It's going to be really a play that you feel like you should make, but just the way that ball was bunted firmly, it was almost like sometimes you'll use a push bunt at the second baseman. It's almost like John Turner pushed it to the shortstop. I don't think he was intentionally doing that. I think he would have preferred it go down the third base line. But if you look at the angles, the third baseman could then field that basically on a straight line coming in from his position right to first base. But again, that's easy to say in hindsight. It's harder to do it when the action is going on out there. This is the sophomore right fielder, Paul Ramsauer, 0 for 1 with a walk in this game. And I was talking about the conference stats, which are fun to look at. There's so many stats in baseball, especially when you talk about a career guy like Wesley Arrington. You got the career stats. He's been around for 5 years. You got the season stats. you got what he did in his last game, what he's done in the last month. There's an endless amount of numbers, and you really can overdo it sometimes. And there's a runner on first. Oh, that ball's fair. Right over the first base bag there by Ramsauer. Runner will go from first to third. Maybe a play at second. Nope, nothing there as Ramsauer slides in for a double. A perfectly placed double. That is using all of the field as he sends one right over the first base bag. Hit number 5 of the game. Scratch that. Hit number 6, I think, for Washington and Lee. Generals are back in business here with runners on second and third with 1 out in the top of the 4th. Wes Arrington was pitching better, but these good teams, these quality offenses like Washington and Lee, they can make you look bad in a hurry. And it is the 3rd time through the lineup for Wes Arrington as well, so that's a factor. Multiple looks, long looks at a quality pitcher will so oftentimes make those guys look just average. Wesley Arrington, back to that strikeout-looking stat. Coming into the game, he led the conference with 13 backwards Ks. So he's up to 16 there now. Colin McGuire has 10 for Lynchburg, and that is in a shorter amount of innings, just 18 2/3 innings for Colin McGuire. So that tells you how good his stuff is coming off the bench or out of the bullpen for Lynchburg. McGuire does have 1 start on the season. 2 starts. That's why it's great to have the stats in front of you, right? Strike 1 swinging. Umpire took time there. The batter asked for time. Umpire granted it. 0-1 count now. Sweeping slider, that is a ball to Jacob Jackson. Jackson is 2 for 2 with a double. Scored a run as well. He's driven in a run. Did get picked off, Jacob Jackson, but other than that, he's had a great day. Swing and miss on a nasty pitch from Wesley Arrington. Let's see how deep Wes Arrington can dig here. Sheriff's ready to work. Infield adjusts their alignment. Josh Jorman went way off the bag. Swing and a miss. Arrington's got another punch out. Big one there to get 2 outs in the inning. Strikeout number 7. Yeah, Josh Jorman, he was at least a third of the way to second base. He was at least 30 feet off the first base bag. Might have been closer to 40 feet. Here's left-handed hitting senior Drew Larson, 1 for 2. He struck out 1 time. Arrington looking in, pitching with runners at first and second. 2 outs. This would be pitching out of a jam. When you could pitch around back-to-back hits, not surrender any runs, that qualifies. One of them was a double from Paul Ramsauer. Ramsauer's at second. Right fielder. Saw him defensively make a pretty good play, and just what we saw running around the bases there, it looks like Ramsauer runs well. John Turner is at third. 2-0 count. Arrington does have a base open. At first, could be part of the pitching plan. Uh-oh, look at this swing right here from Drew Larson. High in the air. Quinn Madden going back, looking for it. It's gone. Just snuck over the 2023 National Champ sign. Drew Larson has hit a 3-run homer. 7 through the first 4 innings for Washington and Lee. And the last 3 have come from the long ball variety. Drew Larson clears the bases with a 3-run shot here in the top of the 4th. So 3 hits in the inning now. And it continues with Campbell Charnecko. 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a hit by pitch. Wind looked like it might be knocking balls down. Charnecko lasers one to center. That'll drop in front of O'Kelly McWilliams. 4 hits in the inning now. 8 total in the ball game for Washington and Lee. Let's see if head coach Travis Beasley wants to let Wesley Arrington finish this game, or finish the inning rather, or get somebody else. Seeing the walk from Coach Travis Beasley, looks like we may have ourselves a new arm. We'll pause right here. Washington and Lee add some fuel to the fire. Generals on top 7-2 in the top of the fourth inning at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Sophomore Austin Riney is on in relief of Wesley Arrington. Riney's numbers on the year so far, 4.73 earned run average. He is 1-1. This will be appearance number 9 for a guy who really has become one of the key bullpen options for Lynchburg. Riney has pitched 13 1/3 innings, struck out 10, walked 8. Really good stuff on the mound for this hard-throwing left-hander, Austin Riney. Riney is from Midlothian, and he pitched in 3 games last year for just over 1 complete inning. But this year he has been, as I said, one of the very key options and a really good option for Lynchburg. Pitched 2/3 of an inning on Wednesday against Virginia Wesleyan, so should be very fresh out there. Austin Riney on in relief of Wesley Arrington, who will get credit for 3 2/3 innings. 7 of those runs will be earned for Wes. He struck out 7, but he gave up 8 hits. And Arrington responsible for the runner at first. That is Campbell Charnecko, who hit a hard single in what ended up being Wesley Arrington's last batter. 0-2 count pretty quickly here on Andrew Thornton. The freshman has not seen Austin Riney yet, and Riney has gotten ahead quickly. 7-2 ball game now. Big damage was from Drew Larson, a 3-run home run right before Charnecko hit that single that finally chased Arrington. 1-2 count now. As Riney went away, might have been intentionally, probably was, to set up this, maybe, fouled off by Andrew Thornton. Thornton is 0 for 1 on the day so far, with a walk in his first plate appearance. Riney looks in, gets the sign, now set and ready to deliver with a 1-2 count. Got him with an off-speed pitch, and that's how the inning will end. But more damage done by the Washington and Lee Generals. They score 3 on a 3-run home run from Drew Larson. Washington and Lee on top 7-2 through 3.5 at Fox Field.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Gavin Collins will, fans, it's Logan Webster that's going to lead off the inning for Lynchburg. I beg your pardon. Logan Webster 7-hole hitter for the Hornets. He'll be facing the starter, Evan Blair, pitching into the bottom of the 4th inning for Washington and Lee. Generals now find themselves up 5. Washington and Lee was up 4-0 after the top of the 1st inning. Lynchburg did answer with 1. Hornets scored 1 more in the 2nd. Zeros for both teams in the 3rd. Then a 3 spot thanks to the 3-run home run. And that was in the top of the 4th inning. Drew Larson leaving the yard in right field. 0-2 count on Logan Webster. This ball goes in the dirt from Evan Blair. Here comes the 1-2 to Logan Webster. Webster's out in front of that slightly, but sends it in the hole. Long throw over there to first base. Webster beat that out. Throw was not on target either. That's an infield single for Logan Webster. And that'll be hit number 5 of the ball game for Lynchburg. Josh Jorman grounded out to the shortstop in his first at bat. Steps in there, came into the game hitting .261. He's driven in 4 in what is now start number 11 for Josh Jorman. That's in the order. That doesn't factor in his pitching on the mound. Jorman last season, team best .398. That included 11 multi-hit games in 29 starts. Jorman likes this one. Airborne, long run for the left fielder, but John Turner will come in to make the grab and retire Jorman for the first out of the inning. Sean Pokerock, who doubled and scored a run in his first at bat, steps in there, hitting with 1 out and a runner on first. Lynchburg back at home on Tuesday, hosting the Methodist Monarchs, coached by legendary Tom Austin. Can't wait to talk more about Tom Austin when the Monarchs get here on Tuesday. And then Lynchburg hits the road to Hampton-Sydney on Wednesday to take on the Tigers in an ODAC game, a solo ODAC game. Believe Washington and Lee is back in action Wednesday. Yes, I had this info already, fans. I beg your pardon. Yeah, Washington and Lee, they actually play Tuesday. Tuesday, March 26th. Washington and Lee will host Bridgewater for an ODAC game. They're going to play Mary Baldwin in a non-conference game on Wednesday, March 27th. So a slight adjustment from what would be the normal schedule of ODAC games on Wednesday and Saturday for the Washington and Lee Generals. Good breaking ball from Evan Blair. Better job to take it by Sean Pokerock. Nice cover there by Campbell Charnecko. Charnecko can swing the bat, but he's really solid defensively as well. Pokerock hitting with a 2-2 count. Fastball away, and now the count is full at 3-2. Webster will be a threat to run in any situation, but particularly this one as he leads off at first base. Blair set pretty quickly. Here's the pitch. Upstairs for ball 4. Sean Pokerock has reached base twice. That is the 3rd walk that Lynchburg has taken as a team. And brings up the top of the lineup again. Brandon Garcia strides in. 1 for 1 with a walk of his own. Brandon Garcia has scored a run. He was caught stealing to end the 2nd inning. Brandon Garcia hits with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Fastball for a strike. Garcia last season led the team in hits with 63. 63 hits for a freshman. Second on the team in walks and runs. Second behind Avery Neves last year. Big breaking ball for strike 2. When Blair's got that going, that's really tough to hit. It's one of those pitches that you can probably see pretty good out of his hand because it does have to start up. But you just really have a hard time timing up the break and where it's going to finish. 0-2 pitch. Garcia will foul this one off down the right field line. But that 12-6 curveball with so much depth and break can be really difficult just to figure out where it's going to end up. So that's a big challenge for a hitter. Sometimes you may not see it if it's that one that ends up in the dirt, but the one that ends up for a strike, you probably actually see that. Just don't quite know where it's going to finish. Foul ball from Brandon Garcia again. We'll try it again with an 0-2 count when runners on first and second. Webster bouncing off at second. Brandon Garcia will lay off a fastball upstairs. So, and that's the other thing that big curveball does for you. You may now get the hitter to chase your high fastball a little bit more, because he might be thinking, oh, that's that big curveball again, it's going to break. It doesn't. It stays elevated, and you've swung and missed. There's the curveball. Garcia laid off. Good patient approach right there. That's a tough take. We were just talking about how tough it is to figure out that big breaking curveball, and BG figured it out on that one anyway. 2-2 count, 1 out. Oh, that one hit him. Yeah, that clipped the front shoulder of Brandon Garcia. Looked to be a little bit painful, but Garcia will jog down to first. First hit by pitch of the game for Lynchburg. We can tell you more about those numbers. They've been hit now 42 times in 19 games played. These will be games 19 and 20. We'll be exactly halfway in the season for Lynchburg anyway, after today, fans. But Lynchburg getting hit now at 2.27 times per game. Last season, they were hit 107 times, and that equates to 1.9 per game. This year, it's slightly higher than that at the moment, 42 now through 41 complete games and what we have played in this one. Looks to just be a mound conference with the entire infield and battery of Charnecko and Evan Blair. I think Blair's been outstanding so far. He's facing an outstanding lineup, though, which includes O'Kelly McWilliams, who has not been retired yet today, a single and a walk for IV. And number 27, the grad student from Oakton, Virginia, has a chance to do some real damage here with the bases loaded and 1 out in a ball game that is a 5-run Washington and lead, but is far from over here, as we are only in the bottom of the 4th inning. And it's game 1 of a doubleheader day. So expect to see a lot more great stuff today. Could be great right here for IV. First pitch coming up from Blair. Not close, and it's ball 1. Something else to consider here for Washington and Lee and their coaching staff. Evan Blair walked Sean Pokerock and then just hit Brandon Garcia. So not what you want to see from a control perspective. That's a ball as well. Now it's a 2-0 count. Arms are getting loose in the Washington and Lee bullpen. I think I saw 2 balls flying down there, so maybe double barrel, multiple options possibly for Coach Ted White. Blair set, 2-0 count. Another one, not close, just not competitive out of the hand for Evan Blair, and it's a 3-0 count for O'Kelly McWilliams. Might be a straight take right here. Lynchburg gets a lot of green lights in these hitters counts, these plus counts, but I think right here, bases loaded, you got a guy struggling, might just be a straight take sign on. Let's see. It is a strike, and now the count moves to 3-1. So the green light might be on now for IV with the bases loaded. Ducks on the pond right here. Check swing, and that is a strike. Not really a complete check swing, more of a twitch from O'Kelly McWilliams. And it's a full count. Good job by Evan Blair to battle back. 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded with 1 out. Blair set, delivers. Another check swing, and it got him. Similar location. O'Kelly McWilliams just could not pull the trigger, and that's a strikeout and a big one for Evan Blair.
Now batting your second baseman, number 21, Ben Jones.
Still a nice chance right here, and this will be a pitching change. Ben Jones will have to get a look add a new arm. We'll figure out the new pitcher as well, as Evan Blair will exit in the bottom of the fourth with the bases loaded. Washington and Lee holding on to the 7-2 lead.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
Eric Hyatt waits on deck for Lynchburg. It'll be Ben Jones facing the new pitcher, Bob Burr. Number 25, Bob Burr, has yet to surrender an earned run this season as we get special guests in our press box. Our excellent LHSN employee worker, who shall remain nameless, has brought family into the press box. I don't think it's like a witness protection situation. Some people just prefer to remain anonymous, and that's fine. We've always said that. But anyway, back to Bob Burr, who will not be anonymous. He is pitching in a big spot here for Washington and Lee. This will be appearance number 5. Bob Burr has yet to surrender an earned run. He's only given up one other run that was unearned, struck out 8, walked 3. He'll be facing Ben Jones. Oh, by the way, here's another great stat, baseball fans. Bob Burr, the batting average against is just 120 right now. He has been elite out of the bullpen. Not a huge body of work to draw from, just 7 2/3 innings. But when Bob Burr's been out there, he has been very effective, and that's probably an understatement. 1-0 count on Ben Jones. Fastball for a strike. Yeah, I think you could tell a bit as to why Bob Burr is so effective. 3/4 arm slot. Got some velocity. Comes at you nice and quick, too. Watch his tempo. Oh, there's a breaking ball that never broke. Ben Jones had to dodge it upstairs, and it's a 2-1 count with 2 outs. The bases are loaded. Good speed at third with Logan Webster. Sean Pokerock at second. Brandon Garcia at first. Here's the 2-1 to Ben Jones. In the dirt. Good block and scramble by Campbell Charnecko, the catcher for Washington and Lee. One of the best in the biz at that. 3-1. Good hitter's count here for a guy that doesn't necessarily need a good count to be destructive and dangerous. Ben Jones ready for the 3-1 from Bob Burr. Here it is, ball 4. It's another walk and another RBI for Ben Jones. He's really good at those things. 23 on the season for Benny Bases. That was the nickname that Brady Moore, the director of baseball analytics, gave to him. Well, it's going to be a short appearance for Bob Burr. He was just a one-batter guy, and now here comes another look for Coach Ted White and Washington and Lee. Lynchburg has scored 1. Bases are still loaded for Eric Hyatt. Coming up next.
Look what you're missing.
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
It's now become an all-brother battery for Washington and Lee. It'll be Cooper Charnecko throwing to his brother, Campbell Charnecko, the catcher. Cooper enters with a 3.77 earned run average. This is appearance number 7 on the season. He's 1-1 with 1 save, and the bases are loaded for Cooper Charnecko facing Eric Hyatt. Lynchburg has scored 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. It's been big innings for Washington and Lee. 4 in the 1st, 3 in the 4th. They have 7. Lynchburg has just sort of pecked away. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, and now 1 in the 4th. Ball 1 to Eric Hyatt. Hyatt is ready with the bases loaded. That's also off the plate for ball 2. Eric Hyatt did not play the last couple games. He's in there now. Hyatt has already driven in 1 in this game. 19 RBI on the season for Eric Hyatt. Start number 17 for Hyatt in 19 games. Or is it start number 16? I'll double check for you, fans. Charnecko snaps off a breaking ball to Eric Hyatt. That's a strike. Bases are loaded here with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th inning. Game 1 of 2 today. This is game 19 of the season for Lynchburg and game 19 for Washington and Lee. There's a big, sharp breaking ball, but it was never close enough for Eric Hyatt. The count is full now at 3-2. Runners will be on the move with the bases loaded. Washington and Lee will have to throw to first on anything but the hardest batted ball directly to an infielder. Charnecko looks in. Set out away from his body. Here's the pitch to Hyatt. Check swing, but he did not go. And that is ball 4. Another run comes across. Another RBI for Eric Hyatt. You can tell Lynchburg really probably wants to swing the bat. Again, you can just sort of see that in the body language. But they're one of the best in the country at patience and plate discipline. They have taken their 5th walk of the game. 5th walk of the game. Lynchburg averages just over 5 per game. We're only in the bottom of the 4th inning. Quinn Madden with a check swing did not go. Cooper Charnecko has already gotten several check swings. Tells you something about the quality of his breaking ball. 1-0 count, though. Got to get it in the zone, or at least close enough to where the batter gets a full swing anyway. Fastball for a strike. Evens the count at 1-1. Brandon Garcia leads off at 3rd, Ben Jones at 2nd, Eric Hyatt at 1st. Bases loaded situation here for a danger man, Quinn Madden. Madden lifts this one in the air to the right side. It's going to be a long run for the right fielder and the second baseman. They're not going to get there. That will score 2. It's a single for Quinn Madden, but it has scored 2, and Lynchburg is right back in the thick of it here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Call it a bloop single for Quinn Madden, but there's no pictures on the scoreboard. It's just a base hit, and 2 more runs are in. Runners on 1st and 3rd now for Lynchburg in a 7-6 ball game. 2 runs scored on bases loaded walks. That was Jones and Hyatt that drew the walks, and then Quinn Madden flares one down the right field line for a 2 RBI single. Gavin Collins, 0 for 2 so far in the game, hitting with 2 outs and runners on 1st and 3rd. Collins was ready for the first one. Full green light. He got a great swing off, but fouled it straight back. 0-1 count for Gavin Collins, who's driven in 131 in his career. Finally a senior. Here's the pitch. Collins is driven in 132 now, and the game is tied up 7 apiece. Gavin Collins just strokes one by the third baseman. Back-to-back base hits for Lynchburg. Said this was going to be a high-scoring game when Washington and Lee put up a 4 spot in the first inning there. Just had the feeling that this was going to be a high-scoring game. Logan Webster's up. Lynchburg has batted around this inning. Webster started off the inning with a single. He can get 2 hits in 1 inning. That's always a fun little feather in the cap. Ball 1 from Cooper Charnecko, who is the 3rd pitcher that Washington and Lee has used in this inning. Evan Blair started it and started the game. Bob Burr threw to 1 batter. That was Ben Jones, walked him. The rest have been Cooper Charnecko. Logan Webster fouls 1 back. Hit number 8. Hit number 8 of the game right there from Gavin Collins. Gavin Collins has a 9-game hitting streak now. Way to go, Gavin Collins. Charnecko checks Quinn Madden. Here's the pitch, breaking ball in the dirt. Great block from brother Campbell Charnecko. No advance from the runners. And now it's a 2-1 count with 2 outs. In the bottom of the 4th inning, we find ourselves tied up at 7-7. 5-run inning so far anyway for Lynchburg. Washington and Lee had a 4 spot. They had a 4-run inning to open the game. It's a hitter's paradise out here at Fox Field, so far anyway. 2-2 count on Logan Webster. Madden leading off at second. Collins at first. Here's the pitch. Webster leans into this one, sends it to left. Run towards the line by the left fielder, John Turner, and he makes the grab. So the inning is over, but a big one for Lynchburg. They plate 5 and tie the game up 7 apiece now between the Generals and the Hornets.
Living the dream. USA, Mexico. That was so exciting.
Austin Riney still pitching for Lynchburg. Riney started. His team was down 7-2. Riney struck out Thornton to end the last inning. And now all of a sudden, Austin Riney's pitching in a tie game 7-7. Left-handed sophomore throws a breaking ball in there to a pinch hitter. This is number 17, Mike Carpenter. Mike Carpenter now in the game in what was the DH slot occupied by Jack Belbit. So this is number 17, Mike Carpenter. Carpenter on the year, 318 hitting-wise. This will be game number 8 that he has played in. Has a homer and 2 doubles. Facing the sophomore Austin Riney, who has gotten ahead pretty quickly, 0-2. Another breaking ball that was low. Carpenter reaches out and taps it back to Sean Pokerot. 1-2 is the count, nobody out. Jonathan French is on deck, or supposed to be anyway. He is in the on-deck circle for Washington and Lee. Although sometimes as a coach, you may not want to tip your hand as far as a pinch hitter, so you might actually have the starter out there warming up. But I don't think any of that's going on here. I believe Jonathan French will be the next batter up. Lynchburg might be making a change. We actually saw Joe Munitz warming up in the on-deck circle. So we'll see. Due up for Lynchburg would be Josh Jorman, then Sean Pokerock, then the top of the order with Brandon Garcia. How about that classic Lynchburg inning in the bottom of the fourth? They score 5 runs on just 3 hits. Punch out there from Austin Riney. Back-to-back Ks for Riney. He's got 2. And now Washington Lee struck out 9 times as a team. But that classic Lynchburg inning there, I say classic because they did this so much last season. They've done it so much in the last 4 or 5 years. But a big run-scoring inning with not that many hits. 5 runs on 3 hits. And part of the reason why, well, you had 3 walks in there, including 2 base-on balls with the bases loaded. Also a hit by pitch. Brandon Garcia got bopped in that inning. So you get 4 quote-unquote free base runners between the 3 walks and the hit batter to go along with 3 hits. And that's how you get to 5 runs. And once again, it's another thing that's not uncommon in college baseball at all. But Lynchburg is just one of the best at it. They take the walks at a very high rate. They get hit by pitch at a very high rate as well. 1-2 count on Jonathan French. Ooh, center fielder takes one that was very close, very close. Looked like a good hold and presentation there from Sean Pokerock. 2-2 now with 1 out. Shortstop Ethan Zuleta on deck for Washington and Lee. French is the 7-hole hitter. Great numbers this season. He is leading the team at .395 on the year, 17 hits, stolen 15 bases. He's up there in O'Kelly McWilliams territory running the bases. Full count pitch coming to French, fouls that one away. Jonathan French is a freshman from Atlanta, Georgia. ODAC Player of the Week already on his resume. He's been on base in every game. Hits in 13 of 16. He has not been on base yet today, however. Lynchburg's done a nice job figuring him out. Here's the pitch. Oh, very close there. He's going to be on base now, though, with a walk. Jonathan French takes the free pass, first one that Austin Riney has issued. Third walk that Washington and Lee has drawn as a team. Shortstop Ethan Zuleta steps in. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Just mentioned that French will be a threat to run. 15 of 17 in the stolen base department this year. Riney's got him picked. Jorman bobbled it, so this will be a stolen base, I think. Jorman knew he had to hurry because French was going on first move, and that's a term you hear a lot in baseball. That just means when the left-hander picks up that front leg, which would be a lefty's right leg in this case, that's your cue as far as when to try to steal second. And if the lefty picks, then you don't slow down. You just keep going to second and hope you can beat the throw from the first baseman. And in a sense, that's exactly what Jonathan French did, but it was partly because Jorman didn't field it cleanly. It was a sharp pickoff move from Riney to a sprinting Ben Jones, who was hustling in to cover the bag. Riney had some zip on that pickoff move. That was as hard as his fastball. Oh, count to Ethan Zuleta. Riney checks the runner. That one just misses. 1-0 count. Seems like the zone has gotten a little bit tighter here. Plate has become slightly more rounded in the 5th inning. No corners. That's where that reference comes from. Here's the pitch from Riney. That ball was just low, and it's a 2-0 count. 1 down, 9-hole hitter John Turner would be due up next for Washington and Lee. Generals are 10-8 on the season. Lynchburg 12-6. Washington and Lee already 4-4 in conference. Lynchburg is 3-2. Riney checks the runner. Tapper, right side. This could be a tough play for Ben Jones. He will field. Made it look rather easy in the end, and that is out number 2 of the inning. Will be the 9-hole hitter John Turner due up. or walking in, rather. He is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Lynchburg has 8-9-1 due up in their half of the 5th inning in what is a tie ball game, 7-7. Line drive up the middle. That'll score the run. It's tied no more. 8-7 is the lead. McWilliams cuts it off. Could have a play at second. Garcia was trying for a fast relay. Couldn't corral that and come up with the throw, and that will be a double for John Turner as he slides in safely. Hit number 9 of the game for Washington and Lee. Lynchburg has 8 hits. 9 hits for Washington and Lee. And they have left just 4 on base, 1 in scoring position. Lynchburg has 8 hits. They have their 7 runs on 8 hits. Hornets have left 6 on base and 3 in scoring position. Ball 1 from Austin Riney to the left-handed hitting right fielder, Paul Ramsauer. He is 1 for 2 with a double and a walk. Hit the double that was right over the first base bag. That came in a 3-run 4th inning. He's back up again. Going to need a lot of your scorebook and your score sheet in games like this, these high-scoring games. W&L hits .303 as a team. Lynchburg under 300, but they have been swinging it great lately, and there's a strikeout. Austin Riney had him to a 2-strike count pretty quickly, and then you got a swing and a miss. So inning is over, but one more run comes across for the Generals, and they lead 8-7 through 4.5 at Fox Field.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
How you feeling?
Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way. So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
It'll be a new pitcher for Washington and Lee. The side-arming left-hander will be number 26, Ben Sundell. He's got a 0.79 earned run average for the Generals. This will be appearance number 8. He is 1-0. Another guy with really good numbers. Just over 11 innings of work this season for Ben Sundell. He's facing a pinch hitter for Lynchburg. This will be Ryan Long. Senior steps in with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th inning. We were tied briefly, 7-7. Washington and Lee snatches the lead back. They're on top now, 8-7 after a 1-run 5th inning. Ryan Long in this spot that was originally occupied in the lineup by Josh Jorman. Jorman will finish this game 0 for 2. And left-on-left matchup might have been part of this move right here as you get the right-handed hitting Ryan Long, who has played first base quite a bit in the last couple seasons, has also played really all the infield positions when you think about Ryan Long's career. At one point, he was a shortstop for this Lynchburg team. He's been playing mainly the right side of the infield now, that being second and first. 3-1 count for Ryan Long. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Strike 2. I think the count might actually be 2-2 here for Ryan Long, senior from Virginia Beach, hitting over 300 this season. Since 7 starts, he's now played in 14 of the 19. 2-strike delivery from Sundell. Got Ryan Long swinging. That's the first out of the inning. That'll be just the 4th strikeout that Lynchburg has taken offensively. Sean Pokerock is back in there. He's 1 for 1 with a double and a walk. Pokey has scored a run as well. Yeah, Lynchburg's only struck out 4 times offensively. Compare that to 10 from Washington and Lee. But the Generals have the key stat right now. They're on top in the run department, 8-7. Lynchburg has used 2 pitchers. Washington and Lee on pitcher number 4, Ben Sundell. Pretty short appearances from Bob Burr and then also Cooper Charnecko. Burr threw to 1 batter. Charnecko faced 4. I would say they would both be candidates to maybe pitch again in game 2, but you never know. Some teams do that differently. 1-1 count here on Sean Pokerock. Strike 2. Brandon Garcia, the leadoff man, on deck in the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be plate appearance number 4 for Brandon Garcia. He's 1 for 1 with a walk and a hit by pitch. Here comes the 1-2 count delivery to Sean Pokerock. Got him looking. Tough angle there from that side-arming left-handed slot right there. That's tough for a righty because it just seems like the ball's never really going to get back to you. And left on left is going to present some problems as well. We'll see how Brandon Garcia handles this talented Ben Sundell. He's given up 11 hits in 11 2/3 innings. He was coming into the game, so technically now with those 2 outs, he's up to an even 12 innings pitched. Ben Sundell struck out 18 and walked just 3. Sometimes the stats can be misleading and overrated, and you can overstat, but that number tells you a lot right there. 18 punch-outs to just 3 walks for this talented lefty on the mound right now for Washington and Lee, Ben Sundell. And he's got an 0-2 count on Brandon Garcia. He's getting ahead and staying ahead so far. Away target from the catcher, Campbell Charnecko. Long hold from Sundell, and that ball is off the plate. Lynchburg has won 5 of their last 6. Washington and Lee has lost 3 out of 5. An 11-inning loss to Shenandoah in there in a midweek ODAC game. That one scrambled Brandon Garcia. Nearly took his 2nd hit by pitch of the game, but did get out of the way. And the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Washington and Lee last weekend split with Randolph-Macon. No getting out of the way of that one. That was just right in the middle of the back on Brandon Garcia. Back-to-back hit by pitch for Hollywood. Brandon Garcia will take a slow walk down to first base. And now it's O'Kelly McWilliams. He's 1 for 2. Single walk strikeout for IV in that order. Get a good look at the grad student from Oakton, Virginia, having a laugh with our home plate umpire there. Great personality from IV. He's one I really hope we get to interview at some point. He just shines. Got to talk to him early in the fall, back during our Hall of Fame banquet for Lynchburg Athletics, and O'Kelly McWilliams was just lighting up the room, in my opinion, endeared himself pretty quickly to everybody on campus. Very likable guy. 0-1 count as Garcia faked the steal again, but then stayed put. Sundell with the bent back leg, straight front leg. So his arm action is sort of funky, and then even how he comes set on the mound is a little bit, I don't know, maybe quirky. Already talked about how each guy has got their unique things that they do, make themselves tougher to hit. O'Kelly McWilliams. Yeah, he's a tough out. Slashing another one by the shortstop there. 2-hit day so far for O'Kelly McWilliams. And Lynchburg now with a real threat on here with runners on first and second with 2 outs. Hit number 9 of the game for Lynchburg. On the season now for O'Kelly McWilliams. That's hit number 26. Team leader in that category. 26 hits for O'Kelly McWilliams. He's aboard for Ben Jones, who got an RBI with a bases-loaded walk his last at bat. Left-on-left matchup here with Paul Sundell. Ben Jones swiping at the first one and fouls it away. Lynchburg down by 1, 8-7 ball game, bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg has never led in this game, yet anyway. We still have so much baseball to play. More guys getting loose in the Washington Lee bullpen. Same thing for Lynchburg's bullpen, actually. Garcia running. Jones will take it. High throw. Garcia slides in safely. That was close at third. O'Kelly McWilliams scampers into second as well. Double steal executed by Lynchburg. Now 2 in scoring position for Ben Jones. It's an 0-2 count, though, for Benny Bombs. I think he took that pitch to let Garcia steal it. Maybe Ben Jones just didn't like the pitch also. Maybe I shouldn't try to assume what he did there. 0-2 pitch coming from Sundell. Ball 1 high. And now it's a 1-2 count with Eric Hyatt waiting on deck for Lynchburg. Ben Jones 0 for 2. Popped out and foul ground to the third baseman, then hit a soft liner to the second baseman in his second at bat. Here comes the 1-2 delivery from Sundell. Also missed the zone, and the count is even at 2-2. Brandon Garcia playing some games with the general defense down there. Kind of faked maybe a delayed steal or a steal on the throwback to the pitcher. It can be done. It is done. You see it all the time. 2-2 coming up here to Ben Jones. Low for ball 3. Sundell got up 0-2. There's 3 straight balls now. With runners on second and third. 2 in scoring position here for the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina. Here's the pitch to Ben Jones. Foul ball. So now it's turned into a long at bat here. 6 pitches deep. Austin Riney finished the 5th inning for Lynchburg. Actually finished the 4th inning also in relief of Wes Arrington. We'll see if he goes back out for the 6th. Another full count pitch coming to Ben Jones. Long hold from Sundell. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Benny Bombs, who has turned into Benny bases. That'll be a team-leading walk number 24 on the season for Ben Jones. As he jogs down to first base, and it brings up Eric Hyatt hitting with the bases loaded. Last plate appearance, same situation. Hyatt took a bases-loaded walk. This will now be the 6th hitter that Ben Sundell has faced. The bases are loaded for Eric Hyatt. 1 for 2 with a walk. Here's the pitch. Not close for ball 1. Hyatt singled in his first at bat. So I believe Hyatt has driven in 2 today with that single and the walk. Should be up to 20 RBI on the season for Eric Hyatt. 1-0 count to the junior from Woodbridge. There's a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Washington and Lee defense pretty much straight away. Outfield is deep, especially in left. Remember, Eric Hyatt had a deep fly ball to the warning track in left earlier in this game. There's a fastball that wasn't close enough for Hyatt to offer at and also did not enter the strike zone, and it's a 2-1 count. Bases are loaded. Good speed all around the bases as well with the top three in the order for Lynchburg on. Hyatt does swing at a high fastball. Can't connect, and now it's a 2-2 count. Yeah, the good speed includes Garcia at third, McWilliams at second, Ben Jones at first. Jones would be a candidate to score from first on a double. Maybe even a long single. Hyatt will foul one away, and we'll try a 2-2 delivery again here in just a moment. Feels like tension time here, even though we're in the bottom of the fifth. This is one of those high leverage spots with the cleanup hitter in the batter's box and the bases loaded. Ben Sundell, great ERA, great numbers. It feels like it's best on best right now for these two teams. Sundell set, looks over the front shoulder. Long hold again. Garcia faking at third. Eric Hyatt line drives one into center field, but it is right at Jonathan French, who lines it up to make the grab. So Lynchburg leaves the bases loaded. They still trail 8-7 through 5 complete here at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. The second baseman, Jacob Jackson leads off. Senior from Norfolk is 2 for 3 with a double, single, struck out in his last at bat. This will be his first time facing Austin Riney, who's still out there for Lynchburg. Riney came on in relief of Wesley Arrington. Lynchburg trailing 8-7. Hornets are back in action Tuesday, hosting the Methodist Monarchs. We hope you can join us at the ballpark or, as always, on LHSN. Gavin Collins will move across the infield dirt, catch and make a throw on the run to retire Jacob Jackson. Ryan Long does stay in to play first base for Lynchburg fans. And he obviously factored into that 5-3 put out right there. Drew Larson homered in his last at bat. Larson's got a 2-hit day working. Single and a homer to go along with a strikeout. His first time up to the dish. Has not faced Riney yet, though. No problem, though, as he just smokes one into center field. One bounce to the center fielder, O'Kelly McWilliams, and that's the third hit of the day for Drew Larson. Man, Drew Larson came into the game hitting .352. He's got 28 hits on the season now. That is the team lead for Washington and Lee. He's not the average leader. In fact, here comes a crazy stat about Washington and Lee. Drew Larson has the team lead 28 hits. He's actually only 5th in batting average. He's got 4 in front of him, including this man, Campbell Charnecko, the catcher, is 1 for 2 with a strikeout, a single, and a hit by pitch. His hard base hit was what finally chased Wesley Arrington. The bases were clear after a Drew Larson 3-run home run in the 4th inning, and then Campbell Charnecko smoked a single, and that was all for Arrington, as he had to give up the baseball to Austin Riney. So this is one time through the lineup here for Riney if you're keeping track. Charnecko is the only one to not face the sophomore lefty. One out with Drew Larson at first. Larson is 4 of 5 in the stolen base department this season. It's a Washington Lee team that runs quite a bit. 55 stolen bases already through 18 games for the Generals. Compare that to Lynchburg. The Hornets have stolen 44 through 18 games. That does not count stolen bases in this game. Each team has a few. Ball 2. No, it's a 3-2 count, actually. It's a full count for Campbell Charnecko facing Austin Riney. Lynchburg has had multiple arms warming up. Don't know that that means this is the end for Riney. We'll see. The throw over to first to keep Drew Larson close by. Lynchburg did leave the bases loaded in their half of the 5th inning. Lynchburg is now left 9 on, and that is 5 in scoring position. Charnecko belts one to center, but O'Kelly McWilliams sprints back and then gets the camp set up under it for out number 2 of the inning. Looks like Riney is going to stay out there. He struck out Andrew Thornton. First batter he faced in the top of the 4th inning. We're in the top of the 6th right now. It's a 1-run lead for Washington and Lee. Drew Larson leads off at first. 10 hits for the Generals. Larson's got 3 of them. Riney will flip over again. Larson back in, standing up. Lynchburg will send 5, 6, 7 to the plate in their half of the 6th. That'll feature Quinn Madden leading off for the home team. Riney pitches. Strike 1 comes across. Andrew Thornton, freshman from Houston, Texas, hits at .286 on the season coming in to today. Riney will take another check over there. Andrew Thornton is hitless so far with 2 strikeouts and a walk. He's walked 11 times this season. 1 of 4 for Washington and Lee that has double-digit walks on the year. Riney, another throw to keep Drew Larson close. Probably a good idea. Larson, 4 of 5 stolen base this season. And with 2 outs, most teams are a little bit more likely to try to run. Breaking ball from Riney misses. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Riney set at the chest, didn't take long to deliver there, and he gets a swinging strike, and the count is 1-2 now with 2 outs. Wind is definitely blowing in now. I mean, you can see the flag billowing in your screen. It's hard to tell earlier, but now it's very obvious that the wind is blowing in from right center. So the fact that Drew Larson was able to get a ball through that wind on his home run says a lot. Eric Hyatt made a long out to the left field wall, the warning track. We've seen some balls carrying a little bit. It's a hit by pitch. The umpire is coming out saying that that ball hit his foot. It looked like Sean Pokerock found that hard to believe just based on his body language. Nobody from Lynchburg's dugout coming out to protest, though. So they must be okay with the call. Hit by pitch gets Thornton to first. Larson is leading off at second now. Sean Pokerock will now go have a chat with Austin Riney. This will be the 11th batter that Riney has faced. On the season, a rundown on Riney's numbers again coming into this game anyway. Austin Riney was 1-1 in 8 appearances with 13 1/3 innings pitched and a 4.73 earned run average. Here comes Head coach Travis Beasley, so it will be a new pitcher. Riney will hand the ball off and will greet the new arm in just a moment here on LHSN.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
It's return of the Mac. Nathaniel Mack is on the mound for Lynchburg, pitching in a one-run game. Runners on first and second for the mighty Mack, who enters with a 4.26 earned run average. He's 1-0 in the season. This is appearance number 6 for Nathaniel Mack. Facing the substitute, Mike Carpenter, who's still in there. Carpenter's in the DH spot for Washington and Lee. Carpenter is a .318 hitter on the season. Struck out in his first at bat. That was against Austin Riney. Now hitting with a runner in scoring position and 2 on. 2 outs. Breaking ball from Nathaniel Mack. 0-2 count. Mack is a guy that really does a good job pitching with emotion, but he typically will reserve the emotion for after the inning is over. Could be a big strikeout right here. I guarantee you get something from Mack. There's a swing and a miss, and oh yeah, a big fist pump from the mighty Mack. He is pumped. Lynchburg still down 1, but a big punch out to leave 2 stranded as the Hornets come to hit in the bottom of the 6th inning.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
Quinn Madden will lead off and bunt that one foul. It's a quick 0-1 count as we get back to live action here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Nathaniel Mack with a big punch out to leave a couple general runners stranded on base. Knew we'd get some kind of display of emotion from the mighty Mack. Why wouldn't you be excited about that coming out of the bullpen to get a key strikeout for your squad? We'll see if Nathaniel Mack is back to the mound in the top of the 7th, and we'll see if Lynchburg can tie the game up or perhaps take their first lead of the game. Hornets have always trailed in this one or been tied. Washington and Lee put up a 4 spot in the top of the first. Lynchburg answered with 1. Lynchburg got another single run in the second inning, so 4-2 ball game for a while. Then it was 7-2 after a 3-run home run from Drew Larson for Washington and Lee. Lynchburg came up and scored 5 of their own in the bottom of the 4th to tie it up 7-7. And the Generals scored 1 in the 5th. And that's where we are right now. We're in the bottom of the 6th, actually, but it's an 8-7 ball game. Quinn Madden hitting with 2 strikes against Ben Sundell, who's still out there working effectively for Washington and Lee. He is the 4th pitcher that the Generals have used. 1-2 count on Quinn Madden. 2 hits in this game. Maybe another one coming here. This ball lifted into center field, now towards the gap. Jonathan French will move over to make that grab. So 2 for 4 now for Quinn Madden. It brings up Gavin Collins. Single, drove in a run in his last at bat. He struck out and flown out once in the day here. Gavin Collins has a 9-game hitting streak now, thanks to his single. Quinn Madden also the man that just got out with a current 9-game hitting streak, thanks to a couple base knocks in this game. It's a multi-hit game for Gavin Collins. He went after the first one and shot it through the infield for a single. Gavin Collins on first base for Logan Webster. Webster is 1 for 3 in this game. Logan Webster's numbers are starting to get better and better as the year goes on. Ben Sundell, this will be one time through the order for him. 9th hitter he has faced right here in the form of Logan Webster. Lynchburg down 1. Ryan Long is on deck for Lynchburg. He actually pinch hit and was the first batter to face Sundell. Ball 1 upstairs. Gavin Collins doesn't run a lot. In fact, no stolen bases on the year so far for Gavin Collins. Sundell set in that stance that I had a hard time describing, but it's a straight front leg, very straight front leg, tight angle there, and then some bend in the back leg. Here's a look at Sundell, set, checking on Collins, now delivers. Logan Webster got the bat off his shoulder, did not swing, but it's a called strike, and now the count is even at 1-1 with 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning at Fox Field. This one low and in. 2-1 for Logan Webster. Logan Webster, a junior from Chesapeake, Virginia, Grassfield High School. In his career, he's a .264 hitter. Logan Webster hit .248 in 37 games last year. Webster gets this one out front, catches it, he got enough of it, and it's gone. Logan Webster with a home run to give Lynchburg their first lead of the game. Dinger from Logan Webster. Gavin Collins got to first with a single, and then Logan Webster clears the wall. Home run number 1 on the season for Logan Webster. In his career now, 4 long balls. Lynchburg is on top 8-7. That's hit number 11 for Lynchburg as a team. And it brings up Ryan Long, who has a home run himself this season. Ryan Long has got power to spare. Strike 1 called from Ben Sundell, who's still out there for Washington and Lee. The Generals find themselves trailing for the first time today. 2-hit day for Logan Webster. I said he was coming alive. Looked like Ryan Long was looking for a long ball with that swing. Said Logan Webster was coming alive here as of late. Yeah, he is. He's up to double-digit hits now, Logan Webster. First home run of the season. Power and speed from Logan Webster. He's a guy with that classic baseball combo. Ryan Long will hit with an 0-2 count now, 1 out. Sean Pokerock is on deck. Then it's the top of the lineup again for Lynchburg. Seven, 8, 9 due up for Washington and Lee in what will be the top of the 7th inning. 1-2 count now for Ryan Long. Ryan Long, another Tidewater guy, Virginia Beach native, the senior, much like Logan Webster, who just left the yard. Webster from Chesapeake. Here comes the pitch to Ryan Long. In the air, it's going to be an infield pop-up. You got 4 players running for it, and it's down. That was an interesting play, to say the least. The third baseman came all the way over to get in the mix on that ball that the pitcher, first baseman, and second baseman were all vying for. I believe it was actually the first baseman, Drew Larson, that tried to catch it and missed it. In his defense, he was crowded by some of those other fielders. Not that they did the wrong thing by going after the ball, but at some point, somebody has to call it and take charge. We said it was a windy day here at Fox Field, and it's a tough sky, so those were certainly factors in that. Got to find out now whether that's a hit or an error, and got to find out if we have another pitcher coming in for Washington and Lee. This could just be a mound visit to settle things. If you're Coach Ted White, probably a good place to take one after a ball like that you feel like should be caught. Any pop-up in the infield, coaches will tell you, we got to have it. But it is a tough day. I can see a conversation at first base with Cameron Lane and Ryan Long. I think Cam Lane is discussing, hey, you got to run hard on that because you know any pop-up is going to be tough today. Looked to me like Long was pretty hard out of the box. But the conversation continues there at first base. Maybe Ryan Long and Cam Lane are talking about what's Ryan Long going to do if that happens on the defensive side. What are you going to do differently to make sure we catch the ball? Could be a good coaching moment right there. Sean Pokerock hitting off the same pitcher, Ben Sundell. 1 out. Strike 1. Sean Pokerock is 1 for 2. Double, walk, and a K looking in that order. A 1 count on Sean Pokerock. Now it's 0-2 as that one nips the inner edge of the strike zone. Ryan Long leading off at first base. Ryan Long on the season is 1 for 1 in the stolen base department. Sundell peering over the front shoulder. Tried to go to that same spot, low and in again, but this time it's a ball, and our count is 1-2. For Lynchburg, probably thinking Nick Matfield will get the ball to start game number 2 today, but you never know. This is another ODAC doubleheader day here at Fox Field. We hope you'll stick around after the break. There's another strikeout looking for Sean Pokerock. Inner black for out number 2. Quinn Madden flew out to center for the first out of the inning. Madden hit that ball fairly hard. Eric Hyatt hit the ball hard to end the 5th inning, but just lasered it right at the center fielder, Jonathan French. Brandon Garcia, 5th plate appearance. He's 1 for 1 with a walk and 2 hit by pitches. Strike 1 to Brandon Garcia. 0-1 count. It's a 9-8 ball game now. Lynchburg trailed by 2 coming into this half of the 6th inning. But a 2-run home run from Logan Webster changed that. Gavin Collins was out there with a single as well. Here's a single from Brandon Garcia, just looping it over the infield. Ryan Long took a big turn there, like the aggressive base running, had to shut it down and head back. Brandon Garcia, a 2-hit day for Hollywood. Brandon Garcia, that is his 9th multi-hit game of the season. And get this, talking about people that are coming alive, Brandon Garcia has multi-hit games in 7 of his last 8. 7 of his last 8 he's hit safely, and they've all been multi-hit games for Brandon Garcia. 2 for 2 today. He's been on 5 times. Classic leadoff stuff from Hollywood there. O'Kelly McWilliams wanted the first, fouled it into the catcher's mitt, and it's an 0-1 count. IV's got a multi-hit game working as well. 2 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout looking for O'Kelly McWilliams. He's got an 8-game hit streak going. A lot of hitting streaks now for Lynchburg, and they're active through this game. Quinn Madden has a 9-game hitting streak. Gavin Collins a 9-game hitting streak. O'Kelly McWilliams, it's 8 in a row that he has hit safely. So impressive. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Speed at second and first for Lynchburg. Strike 2 on O'Kelly McWilliams. Kind of pumps the arms a little bit, shakes it out, get the tension out there, and get in the batter's box and ready to work again for IV. Nice balanced stance. Does a lot of things that you would teach a young hitter to do. Hard to teach his speed, though. That one misses low and away, or low and in, rather, for ball 2. It's a 2-2 count. Yeah, Lynchburg just so sound fundamentally hitting-wise. Rhythm, balance, timing, all those things you would teach a young hitter. O'Kelly McWilliams had all that in play there, but this one is right at the left fielder. Squared it up, hit it hard, but John Turner was there to make the final out for Washington and Lee. But Lynchburg takes the lead back. Hornets on top, 9-8 through 6 complete at Fox Field.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
Nathaniel Mack still on the bump for Lynchburg, and now could be in line for a victory here as Lynchburg has the lead 9-8. For Lynchburg, it is 9 runs on 12 hits. Hornets have, by my count, left 11 on base, and Lynchburg has left 6 of those in scoring position. Washington and Lee has their 7 runs on 10 hits. Generals have left 7 on base. Only 2 of those in scoring position for Washington and Lee. Jonathan French is up. Infield is in, guarding against a potential base hit bunt. Breaking ball for strike 1 from Nathaniel Mack, who got a big punch out to end the 6th inning. Left a couple runners on there, including 1 in scoring position. There's another slurvy type of a breaking ball from Mack, and it is ball 1. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Great action on that breaking ball from Nathaniel Mack. It's 2:35. We said the first couple innings took a long time. First couple innings took like 45 minutes. Game is sped up a little bit. 2:35 right now in game 1 of a doubleheader that started, I think, bang on at noon. Foul ball from Jonathan French. It's a 1-2 count. French is 0 for 2 with a walk so far today. Shortstop Ethan Zaletta on deck for Washington and Lee. Mack set, fires, got another punch out. Back-to-back Ks for Nathaniel Mack. 12th time Washington and Lee has gone down on the strikeout so far in this game. Lynchburg as a staff with just great stuff. Washington Lee has banged some balls around, including the 3-run home run from Drew Larson. But Lynchburg, their stuff is so good. When you're talking about a pitcher's stuff, you know, you're talking about fastball velocity and the movement on the fastball as well. Movement and velocity on breaking balls, how tough it is to hit that stuff. You'll even hear that phrase, a guy could be a stuff guy. Brandon Garcia, I think, got the glove to that. It either bounced off his foot or the edge of the infield grass. It's going to be a base hit, though. That ball was hit pretty well from Ethan Zaletta. Second hit of the game for him. 11th hit of the game for Washington and Lee.
Now batting the left fielder, number 5, John Turner.
John Turner has a 2-hit game. 2 for 3 with a strikeout. Doubled in his last at bat. John Turner hitting with 1 out and a runner on first. Another breaking ball for a strike from Nathaniel Mack. This is the 4th hitter that Nathaniel Mack has faced. 3rd pitcher Lynchburg has used. Mack kind of set in a similar fashion to what we were talking about with Ben Sundell, to where the back leg is bent and the front leg is very straight out there for Nathaniel Mack. Good look at the lead at first by Ethan Zaletta, shortstop. Mack will throw over, and Zaletta has to scamper back to first on the dive. Ethan Zaletta, 6 for 6 stolen bases this year. 1-1 count with 1 out. John Turner, the center fielder's made some good plays defensively for Washington and Lee. And the 9-hole man has 2 hits so far this afternoon. Game 1 of 2 between these two teams. Games 19 and 20 on the season for these two squads. So both teams will be exactly midway through the year, the regular season anyway, when this afternoon is done here. Ball came in on 1 hop to Sean Pokerock. He picked it nicely. Runner could not advance. Washington and Lee 2-2 on the road this year. Lynchburg is 4-3 at home. Breaking ball strike for Nathaniel Mack. 2-2 count, with Mack spinning a lot of those breaking balls. Seems to be working for him. He struck out 2, surrendered 1 base hit. This is batter number 4 that Nathaniel Mack has faced. He'll jump spin and fire one across to first base. Umpire had to kind of get out of the way there, even though Ryan Long caught the ball. I guess you could argue if the umpire has to dodge that throw, maybe you shouldn't start there in the first place, perhaps, because Ryan Long caught the ball. It's not like it was a bad throw, but the umpire went running out of the way. It was a slightly high throw. This ball is down the line, but foul. Jonathan Turner could not quite keep it fair. That ball landed actually a full 3 or 4 feet foul, but when it came off, there was some doubt as to whether it would be fair or foul. 2-2 pitch coming up again here from Nathaniel Mack to John Turner. And those first base umpires, they do get really close there with a runner on first. And I get the concept. You want to be there to make a potential call. Mack went with the breaking ball again. This one lifted to the shortstop, Brandon Garcia. He's under it. Easy grab for out number 2. I guess as an ump, you got to try to find that balance there as far as how close can I get but still not be in danger on a bad throw, an overthrow. I guess you could argue that if the throw is so high that you have to run out of the way, then the runner won't be in any risk of getting out. That's one way to look at it if you're an umpire. He'll be headed to second, if anything. Left-handed hitting Paul Ramsauer in for Washington and Lee. Good pitch to hit the outer third there for strike 1 from Nathaniel Mack. Ramsauer's got a double. He's walked, he struck out 1 time and flown out to center. Plate appearance number 5 for Washington and Lee's leadoff man, sophomore Paul Ramsauer. Atlanta, Georgia. Young talent in this lineup, including this guy, and then a couple freshmen, Jonathan French, Andrew Thornton. Got some seniors in here, Jacob Jackson, Drew Larson. Jackson is on deck. Larson is in the hole. Larson had the big 3-run home run for Washington and Lee. There's the curveball again from Nathaniel Mack. Just came around the plate for ball 2. Larson hit that 3-run home run in the top of the 4th inning. 2 down here in the top of the 7th. Nathaniel Mack misses the zone with what looked to be a straighter pitch, a fastball that time. It's a 3-1 count. Generals got 4 in the 1st, 3 in the 4th. That was the 3-run homer inning. 1 in the 5th, and then zeros in 2, 3, and 6. Nathaniel Mack trying to throw up a 0 here in the top of the 7th. Here's his pitch. Ramsauer, ground ball right side. That's foul. So it'll be a full count with 2 outs. Ethan Zuleta singled in this inning. 11th hit of the game for Washington and Lee. He should be on the move on the pitch here because of the full count, 2-out situation. Mack looking in, ball in hand. Now he's set at the waist. Mack holds, delivers, breaking ball. Soft contact up the middle. Nearly got his leather on that, but it snuck by him and the middle infielders, Ben Jones and Brandon Garcia. And that is a seeing eye single from Paul Ramsauer. Got that off the end of the bat. You could see it and hear it. 2 hits on the day for Paul Ramsauer. And here's number 2, senior from Norfolk, Virginia, Jacob Jackson. Jackson's got 2 hits today. Doubled and singled in his first 2 at-bats. Then he struck out and grounded out to the third baseman.
The second baseman, number 2, Jacob Jackson.
Jacob Jackson hits .293 on the season coming into this game. 1 homer and now 6 doubles. Runners at first and third. Good job by Ethan Zuleta. He was moving on the pitch. That made it a little bit easier for him to go first and third on that, but I would argue still pretty good base running, really. 1-0 count. As Nathaniel Mack, tried a breaking ball again and missed. Another slurve. That one swung on and fouled away. Paul Ramsauer, 2 for 3 stolen base attempts this year. Could be on the move at first in a 1-run game, potentially, maybe. At the 2-hole hitter up, though, might make that less likely. You kind of want to put your hopes on these guys, the middle of your order. They're hitting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in your lineup for a reason. So sometimes the general thought is let's just let them swing the bat, see what they can do. 2-1 count for Jacob Jackson. Nathaniel Mack is set and ready with 2 outs. Here's the pitch, another curve ball that missed. 3-1. Dangerous Drew Larson waits on deck. Drew Larson has 3 hits, including the 3-run home run. It's a big pitch right here from Nathaniel Mack. Set and ready to roll here. Breaking ball, sent into the left center gap. Logan Webster's got a beat on it, and he will make the grab. That is a big out right there for Lynchburg. 2 left stranded for Washington and Lee, and the Hornets hold on to the 1-run advantage. 9-8 heading to the bottom of the 7th.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Washington and Lee leaves 2 stranded, 1 in scoring position in the top of the 7th. 2 base hits, but Nathaniel Mack makes a big pitch to get Jacob Jackson to fly out to left. Lynchburg lead intact at 9-8. Here's Ben Jones. He's walked his last 2 times up. No hits of the day yet for Benny Bombs. This is his 2nd time facing Ben Sundell. Ben Sundell has faced 14 hitters and really has been pretty effective. Lynchburg did score 2 last inning. 2-run home run for Logan Webster. Gavin Collins was out there with a previous single, and Logan Webster clears the left field wall to give Lynchburg their first lead of the game at 9-8. Hornets tied it up in the 4th inning. A 5 spot in the 4th inning tied our game at 7-7. Washington and Lee went up with 1 run in the 5th. And now it's a 9-8 Lynchburg lead. Ben Jones slashes at 1. Backhand play by the second baseman. Benny Bombs nearly beat that. He was motoring down the first base line, but it is an out, our first out of the inning. 4-3 in the books, and it brings up Eric Hyatt. Hyatt has an RBI walk. That was with the bases loaded. A single in his first at bat. Flew out to the warning track and left. And he really smoked the ball to center with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th inning. Eric Hyatt, I think, is seeing it well, swinging it well. This is after missing a couple games with a little minor injury. Did not play in Game 2 against Roanoke last weekend, 1 week ago. And he did not play on the road at Virginia Wesleyan in that 19-10 Lynchburg win. And Lynchburg pounded out 16 hits against the Marlins, 6 doubles, 3 homers, 4 stolen bases in there as well. Eric Hyatt, a little bit out in front on this one. Chopper to third base, plenty of time. And there's the 2nd out of the inning. Quinn Madden drove in 5 against Virginia Wesleyan in the 19-10 win. Jones and Garcia each drove in 3. Here's Quinn Madden, who has a 2-hit day. Quinn Madden with a 9-game hitting streak now, and it's multiple hits in 7 of his last 8. Extra base hits in 6 of his last 7 for Quinn Madden. Jam job, got that off the tape. Still could be a tough play, but the second baseman with a smooth little running throw, Jacob Jackson, making it look easy out there. That's a quick inning for Lynchburg. 3 up, 3 down for the first time today. Ben Sundell pitching it well for Washington and Lee. Generals trail by 1 through 7 complete.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
New pitcher for Lynchburg to begin the 8th inning will be Colin McGuire, number 28, freshman C-Mac from Cross Junction, Virginia. He has been outstanding this season. Colin McGuire currently with the best earned run average for an individual in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Got to have a minimum number of innings to qualify. So we've seen people like Bob Burr pitch in this game for Washington and Lee with a 0 earned run average. Ben Sundell has a sub-1 earned run average. Colin McGuire is at 1.93, but he meets the innings requirement at 18 2/3 innings so far this season. Colin McGuire has struck out 21, walked just 6. He's 2-0 with a save this season. Best earned run average in the ODAC. He's got the second best batting average against. He is up there on that leaderboard with Wesley Arrington as far as strikeouts looking as well. I believe he is 4th in conference in Ks looking, the backward K. 1-0 count on the very talented Drew Larson. Larson put a good move on that one, but it's high and catchable for O'Kelly McWilliams. He had to battle the wind and the sun out there in center field, but makes the grab for out number 1. So Colin McGuire in what could end up being a 2-inning save situation. Or, of course, Lynchburg has other options to potentially consider. Feels like it might be McGuire's ball here in this in 8 and 9, but you never know. There's a hard 2-seam fastball for strike 1. The hitter is Campbell Charneco. 1 for 3 with a hit by pitch. He struck out looking. Swing and a miss from the catcher from Clifton, Virginia. 0-2 count. Charneco is going to dump this one over Ben Jones. No, did he catch it? What a grab. My goodness. Take flight, number 21, Ben Jones. Oh, I just knew that ball had gotten over his head. Ben Jones climbing the ladder to make an incredible grab. And it could end up being a very key play in this game. Got to put an exclamation point or something in your scorebook behind that to remember what a great play that was from Ben Jones. He timed that up perfectly. That's the one I always talk about. It's so tough for an infielder. 0-2 count. McGuire, he doesn't make it easy to talk about the last play. He is attacking hitters. Andrew Thornton has himself an 0-2 count pretty quickly. Thornton has reached base twice, but no hits yet. He'll have to wait on his first hit as well. Punch out for Colin McGuire. Great inning for Lynchburg. They hold on to a 9-8 lead, looking for some insurance in the bottom of the 8th inning.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what. Like, they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all.
Well, you had an outstanding play defensively from Ben Jones, taking flight to rob a hit from Campbell Charneco. You had a big strikeout from Colin McGuire. It's actually a 3-up, 3-down inning for both squads in the 8th. So you get all this offense. It's a 9-8 game. The teams have combined for 24 hits. And then somehow through all that in the 8th inning, both teams go 3-up, 3-down. It's the only time that's happened today. Actually, Washington Lee went 3-up, 3-down in their half of the 3rd inning. Gavin Collins. He'll spray one to right field. Paul Ramsauer is there to make the grab, first out of the inning. 5 retired consecutively for Ben Sundell, who's still out there working for Washington and Lee. Tell you something interesting now for Sundell. This will be 2 times through the order. Let me count this up here for Ben Sundell. This is hitter number 18 that he has faced. The starter, Evan Blair, faced 20 Lynchburg hitters. So Ben Sundell has nearly been out there as long as the starter. He's the fourth pitcher that Washington and Lee has used. Here's Logan Webster, who cleared the left field wall in his last at bat to give Lynchburg their only lead. That's the lead that they have right now, 9-8. First time Lynchburg led in this ball game was when that ball left Logan Webster's bat and then landed somewhere in the woods beyond the left field fence. Ryan Long on deck for Lynchburg. Logan Webster hitting with a 2-1 count. He hit that homer off Ben Sundell. He's out in front and on top of this one. Play at third base. That ball is caught by the first baseman, but he was off the bag. Drew Larson could not hold the bag. I think our official score is calling that one an error. I think that's going to be E5 on the throw. Washington and Lee's infield defense and defense in general has been very solid today, but that is an error. They did have that little pop-up that Ryan Long hit, actually, in his last at-bat that they couldn't field. But again, overall, I think the thought is valid about the Generals' defense. Sundell will throw over on Logan Webster. Ryan Long is 1 for 2. If you call that little pop-up a base hit, which I think our official score did give it a base hit. Ryan Long with a good meaty swing at that one, but couldn't sink the knife in, and it's just an 0-1 count. 9-8 ball game, Lynchburg by 1. Colin McGuire did not throw many pitches in the top of the 8th. I would assume we'll see him back out for the 9th. Strike 2, this one looking a called strike, and now it's an 0-2 count with 1 out. Sean Pokerock on deck. Pokey is 1 for 3 with a double, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. Here comes the pitch to Ryan Long. No, not yet. It's a pickoff move from Ben Sundell. For Sundell, Logan Webster's home run was the first one he had surrendered this season. Washington and Lee's only given up 7 dingers on the year. Generals, for reference, have hit 14. On the Lynchburg side, Lynchburg has hit 21 home runs now. They've given up 13. So both teams on the good side of that category. Here's a base hit, sharp single through the middle for Ryan Long. Logan Webster trying to take third base. He'll slide in feet first. He gets there. Long wants the extra bag. Tried to swim around a tag at second, could not do so, and he is out. That will be a single for Ryan Long, but thrown out trying to advance. Good defensive work by Washington and Lee. They were really ready for both plays. And the throw from the third baseman to the second baseman was in time there for the second out of the inning. So Ryan Long out trying to advance. You can't hate the hustle. First off, let me say that. You cannot dislike the hustle. And there is a lot to be said for getting another runner in scoring position for this guy, Sean Pokerock. Pokey will take a ball down and in. Runner at third is Logan Webster. Now, by doing that, you then lose the chance for Sean Pokerock to hit a sacrifice fly. So that'll go into the reasons of why you shouldn't do that. Could be runners on first and third with just 1 out. And it's one that the coaches will talk about, and I'm sure some of those things are being said right now in the dugout. A lot of coaches will prefer to wait till after the game to talk to Ryan Long about that. 2-0 count for Sean Pokerock. Pokey couldn't sink his teeth into that one, and he'll take it for strike 1. 2-1. And it's one of those plays where if it works, if Ryan Long's safe at second, then you love the hustle. You're not talking about any of this stuff. 2-1 delivery from Sundell. Off the plate, wide for ball 3. Brandon Garcia on deck. This will be Brandon Garcia, if he gets there, his 6th plate appearance of the game. 9-8 ball game. Teams have combined for 25 hits now. Base on balls for Sean Pokerok. 2nd time he's done that today. For Lynchburg, that's walk number 7 that they have drawn. Just the second one that Paul Sundell has issued. The day may be done for Sundell. He faced 20 hitters, the exact same number as Evan Blair. Might be time for a new arm for Coach Ted White. 2 outs with the leadoff hitter Brandon Garcia up with runners on 1st and 3rd. Maybe this is just a conversation for Coach Ted White and his defense. Coach Ted White in his 6th season in Lexington and Washington and Lee. He was an assistant up there for 2 years in 2016 and 2017 for none other than Lucas Jones. Lucas Jones was the head coach at Washington and Lee. Coach Jones won an ODAC Coach of the Year award there at WNL. And Coach Lucas Jones is the only coach to win that award at multiple schools, Lynchburg and Washington and Lee. Another fun fact about Coach Lucas Jones, he's the only player to win an ODAC Player of the Year and an ODAC Coach of the Year award. So far, anyway. Obviously, that could be done again at some point. But pretty impressive resume for the former head coach of the University of Lynchburg, now the associate head coach. 2 strikes, 2 outs, not 2 strikes. Get it together, Kyle. Now there's 1 strike, though. 0-1 count here for Brandon Garcia. And this will be the 21st hitter that Ben Sundell has faced. 2 outs, 0-1 pitch coming up to Hollywood. Brandon Garcia has not been retired yet. Pokerok was running. Brandon Garcia flares this one to left. That'll be the first out that he has made swinging the bat today. Lynchburg looking to close down a 1-run lead. We move to the top of the 9th here. Big finish coming in game 1 at Fox Field. Lynchburg leading 9-8. We have reached the top of the 9th inning. Hornets didn't grab their first lead of this game until the bottom of the 6th. It was a 2-run home run from Logan Webster. 13 hits total in the game for Lynchburg. 2 doubles, 1 homer in there. Hornets have walked 7 times. They have been hit 2 times. Actually, both of those, Brandon Garcia has taken it. And we believe we have a pinch hitter here for Washington and Lee. It looks like number 36, Nathan DeWitt. Nathan DeWitt, this will be at bat number 2 on the season for Nathan DeWitt. He is facing Colin McGuire, who's looking to finish out a 2-inning save. For McGuire, this would be save number 2 on the season. You could see more changes from Washington and Lee, potentially. Could see more changes from Lynchburg, potentially. As DeWitt will foul this one away. 0-2 count. Hey, you gotta love how Colin McGuire attacks hitters, don't you? He does not fall behind very often. He is right at you. Could be the fastball, could be the off speed, but he seems to control both equally as well. Wide target, setup pitch coming. That was in the dirt also for ball number 1. Jonathan French is on deck. Hitless on the day. Jonathan French is very talented, former ODAC Player of the Week this year. He has been on base in every game this season, including a walk in this one. So Lynchburg, 13 hits total. I mentioned the 7 walks, 2 hit batters. What's that, 27 base runners total? Also an error in there from Washington and Lee. Logan Webster will camp under this fly ball to left field for the first out of the 9th inning. Yeah, Lynchburg did reach on 1 error as well. That was last inning where Logan Webster hit that ball to the third baseman. This will be Jonathan French. 5th at bat for French. He's actually faced all 4 of the different pitchers for Lynchburg. Wesley Arrington started. Austin Riney came on in relief. Great work from Nathaniel Mack. And then it's Colin McGuire, who started the 8th inning, still working in the top of the 9th. Strike 1. Again, McGuire getting ahead. Strikes early and often from the right arm of Colin McGuire. Sharp breaking ball, got a check swing, but Jonathan French did not offer, in the opinion of the first base umpire. Here's the 1-1 from McGuire, fouled off, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out. Senior shortstop Ethan Zuleta due up next for Washington and Lee. He's 2 for 4. Lynchburg left 13 on base, but when you get all those base runners, again, you're going to. How about that? McGuire pulling the strings, snapping one off for a punch out. His 2nd strikeout of the game, 14th time Washington and Lee has struck out. Lynchburg's defensive work has been solid as well. Remember, a leaping grab from Ben Jones in the top of the 8th to keep the bases clear. 2 outs now. First pitch swinging here from Ethan Zuleta. Didn't get enough of it. Logan Webster's there, and it's a victory. Win number 13 of the season for Lynchburg. They beat Washington and Lee 9-8. Logan Webster with the 2-run homer. Lynchburg got great pitching, including a 2-inning save from Colin McGuire. Nathaniel Mack and Austin Riney were outstanding in the middle of the game as well. Multiple hits from Quinn Madden, multiple hits from Gavin Collins, and Lynchburg gets win number 13 on the season. They move to 4-2 in conference play. Washington and Lee is now 10-9 and 4-5 in ODAC action. And we'll pause for about 45 minutes and then come back for game number 2 from Fox Field. It is on the way next. You can see it all live on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Okay, baseball fans, we're back getting set for Game 2 of our doubleheader between Washington and Lee, the Generals, and the host Hornets. Lynchburg wins Game 1, 9-8. Kind of a wild ball game. Lynchburg trailed for most of it, and then a 2-run home run from Logan Webster in the bottom of the 6th gave Lynchburg a lead they would not relinquish. In fact, neither team scored innings 7, 8, and 9. It was 6 consecutive batters shut down by Colin McGuire in what was a 6 up, 6 down, 2 innings save. It'll be McGuire's second save of the season. I believe Nathaniel Mack got the win. I'm going to double check on that. Yes, I'm getting confirmation. Nathaniel Mack, the mighty Mack, gets the win. And it was for Nathaniel Mack, that's going to be win number 2 on the season. He's undefeated at 2-0. Lynchburg is 13-6 as a team now. 5-3 in conference play. They have won 6 of their last 7. The home record moves to 5-3 for Lynchburg. Washington and Lee with the loss, 10-9, 4-5 in conference play. And now the Generals have lost 4 out of their last 6. They're really playing pretty good baseball. If you look at Washington and Lee's last 3 losses, it's a 1-run loss here to Lynchburg in Game 1. They lost to Shenandoah by 2 in 11 innings and lost Wednesday to EMU by 3 in a 13-10 game. So Washington and Lee is scoring runs. They're playing well. Just can't quite get over the hump lately. Generals look to get a doubleheader split here. Lynchburg looking to get the home double dip sweep. A few more interesting notes from Game 1 as Paul Ramsauer leads it off for Washington and Lee. The sophomore hit in this spot in Game 1. He was 2 for 4. But the Generals had 12 hits, 4 extra base hits. That was 3 doubles and 1 home run. Washington and Lee takes just 3 walks, and they struck out 14 times swinging the bat. Compare that to Lynchburg, as Ramsauer is going to lead off this game with a sharp single over the head of shortstop Brandon Garcia. But compare that to Lynchburg offensively. The Hornets had 13 hits. Lynchburg had just 1 more hit, but they walked 7 times, and Lynchburg only struck out 6 times. So Lynchburg was putting the ball in play, and that's important quite a bit. Lynchburg ran the bases well, although in saying that, the Hornets did lose a couple runners on the bases. Brandon Garcia got caught stealing, and then Ryan Long tried to turn a single into a double and got thrown out. Well, we will revisit Game 1, of course, but let's talk about Game 2. It's senior Nick Matfield, number 33. Nick Matfield on the bump to start it for Lynchburg. Defensively, his battery mate is Riley O'Donovan. Catching in Game 2, Sean Pokerot caught Game 1. At first base, you're going to have Ryan Long for Lynchburg. He subbed into that spot for Josh Jorman in Game 1, but it's Ryan Long, and then the rest of the infield is the same. Ben Jones at second, Brandon Garcia at short, Gavin Collins at third. The outfield is the same for Lynchburg. It's Logan Webster, who had the big 2-run homer in Game 1 to give Lynchburg the 9-8 lead. Logan Webster, they got to pick off here at first. Ramsauer was moving to second. Long going to run it over there. Brandon Garcia on the tag. They got him, and that's the first out of the inning. Just back to that outfield real quick. Let me reset it for you. Didn't do a great job as we got caught in the middle of the action there. But Logan Webster in left. O'Kelly McWilliams, the fourth in center. Quinn Madden in right. Same outfield configuration for Lynchburg. We'll talk about the batting order when they come up. For Washington and Lee, the first 5 hitters are the same. Then there's some changes. There's a strikeout there as Lynchburg actually has 2 pretty quick outs, despite a leadoff single from Ramsauer, who led off. That was Jacob Jackson, the second baseman, who struck out. This is Drew Larson, 3 for 5 in Game 1 with a homer. Campbell Charnecko, the catcher, cleans up. Freshman Andrew Thornton, the third baseman, hitting 5th. And then the changes. It's the shortstop, Ethan Zuleta. Nathan DeWitt is the designated hitter in this game, batting 7th. He pinch hit in Game 1. John Turner, the left fielder, bats 8th, and then freshman center fielder Jonathan French rounding out the order for Washington and Lee. The live stats are available at lynchburgsports.com, and we invite you to follow along. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to make sense and keep track of everything. 2-0 count here for Drew Larson. Nick Matfield is the starter for Lynchburg. Let's run down Matt Field's numbers here. If we have a chance, a 3-0 count. Drew Larson might have the green light. Did leave the yard in game 1. But for Nick Matfield, the junior is 1-1 with a 5.75 earned run average. He struck out 18 and walked just 8. He threw 4 innings against Roanoke last weekend, gave up 7 hits, didn't walk any, struck out 5, but gave up 6 earned runs. He'll be looking for a slightly better start today. It's an offense from Washington and Lee that can be very dangerous. Generals came into the doubleheader day hitting .303 as a team. Washington and Lee now with 14 home runs as a team. Talked about the Generals team ERA coming into the day was the best in the ODAC at 4.14. Lynchburg puts up 9 runs. And they made that pitching staff for Washington and Lee look kind of pedestrian in the first game. And we'll see if Lynchburg can stay hot with the bats. Lynchburg lately has been really swinging it, averaging over 13 runs in their last 7 games now, and they're hitting over .360 in that stretch. Lynchburg 6-1 in their last 7. Here's Campbell Charnecko. Catcher was 1 for 4 with a hit by pitch in game 1. Running at first is Drew Larson, who took the walk. 2 outs, thanks to the pickoff and then the strikeout, which came pretty quickly after that. 1-0 count, now 2-0 as Nick Matfield has missed the zone. Lynchburg used 4 pitchers last game. Wesley Arrington started it, handed off to Austin Riney, who was pretty effective. Nathaniel Mack actually got credit for the win. Mack gave up a couple hits, but he struck out 2 in the 6 batters that he faced. And then Colin McGuire came in to close it down. He only faced 6 up, 6 down in innings 8 and 9. Matfield has hit Campbell Charnecko. Charnecko gave him a real long look there, but I'm sure Matfield wouldn't want to hit him intentionally with 2 outs and already a runner on first. Now there's a runner in scoring position after a walk and a hit by pitch. Just some frustration there, I'm sure, from Charnecko. This will bring up the freshman, Andrew Thornton. Andrew Thornton was 0 for 3 with a walk and a hit by pitch in game 1. Breaking ball from the low 3/4 arm slot will be strike 1 for Nick Matfield. If you don't know, Nick Matfield was the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Rookie of the Year a couple years ago in 2022. He was 9-1 that season with 64 punch-outs to just 14 free passes. Hitters could just muster up a measly .219 batting average against Nick Matfield a couple years ago in 2022. Matfield got a 1-1 count here on Andrew Thornton with 2 outs. Strike there on a ball that O'Donovan missed. That might have been a cross-up there. I'm not sure O'Donovan and Matfield were on the same page. Sometimes you'll see a quick mound visit after that, but instead O'Donovan's just going to get the baseball, rather. Almost said basketball. It is March Madness, but it's a baseball here. Matfield will send it back, or O'Donovan will send it back to Matfield, rather. 1-2 count with 2 outs. Swing and a miss, and they'll leave a couple runners stranded as Washington and Lee gets 2 on, but can't get anything closer than second base. And we move to the bottom of the first inning in game number 2 on this baseball Sunday at Fox Field and on LHSN.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
There you go. It's the leadoff coming up for Lynchburg here in the bottom of the first inning. Brandon Garcia, O'Kelly McWilliams, Ben Jones. They will be followed up by Eric Hyatt, Quinn Madden, Gavin Collins. So the first 6 are the same for Lynchburg. Then here comes the changes for the Hornets from game 1. It'll be Riley O'Donovan catching and batting 7th. Logan Webster hits 8th. And then Ryan Long rounding out the batting order playing first base. They will be facing John Benner, numbered 19 for Washington and Lee, a junior from McLean, Virginia. This will be start number 6 for Benner. He and Evan Blair, the game 1 starter, have both now started 6 for Washington and Lee. So they appear to be the weekend aces, rather, for the Generals, who are now 10-9 on the season. John Benner is 1-2 this year, sporting a 5.73 earned run average. He's pitched 22 innings, struck out 18 in that span, given up 27 hits. So John Benner will be, I'm going to say, looking to get his season back on track, but be looking to pick up a big win here over the University of Lynchburg, the reigning national champs. Probably we've put that phrase to bed pretty quickly just because it is a new season. You don't want to live in the past. If you're an elite competitor, like most of these Lynchburg Hornet players and coaches are, you tend to try to stay one game at a time in your thought process. You tend to not think about last year too much. But maybe as a broadcaster, we could still be saying that a bit more. Lynchburg is the defending national champs. Brandon Garcia is aboard with a 4-pitch walk. That was pretty easy for Hollywood. And here's O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. IV was 2 for 4 with a walk in game number 1. Another ball from Benner. He is yet to find the strike zone here in game 2 of this doubleheader. Lynchburg's 13-6, 5-3 now in conference play. Washington and Lee 10-9, 4-5 in the ODAC. And as mentioned, after today, both these teams will be smack dab 20 games into the middle of a 40-game regular season. Lynchburg is back in action, non-conference affair, hosting Methodist Tuesday. We hope you'll join us at the ballpark or on LHSN. And then Lynchburg will travel to Hampton-Sydney to take on the Tigers Wednesday. Washington and Lee hosting Bridgewater on Tuesday. And then it'll be a non-conference game for the Generals on Wednesday against Mary Baldwin. So they've actually got the reverse going from Lynchburg, but both teams are in action Tuesday and Wednesday. Still no strikes yet for Benner. Campbell Charnecko, the catcher, took a mound visit there to try to settle his battery mate. We'll see if anything fruitful results from that visit. There's a hard fastball for a strike from Benner. You knew he was going to find it eventually. And it's a 2-1 count for O'Kelly McWilliams, who now has a 8-game hitting streak. Benner will throw over on Brandon Garcia. But O'Kelly McWilliams has reached base now in 18 of 19 ball games, and it's 18 straight. The only game this season that IV did not reach the bases was that opener against East Texas Baptist. Garcia, no run, just hopping off with the secondary lead as IV swings through a good hard fastball. So Lynchburg Tuesday and Wednesday, home Tuesday, on the road at Hampton-Sydney Wednesday, and then a week from yesterday, it'll be an ODAC double dip at EMU. Breaking ball was high from John Benner, and now the count is full at 3-2. Nobody out, Ben Jones on deck. Benner gets the sign, now looks over at Garcia, comes set at the chin, ready to deliver a fastball that O'Kelly McWilliams will send towards Wake Fieldhouse. The crowd has been pretty good today, not our biggest crowd of the season. O'Kelly McWilliams is actually going to go back to the dugout and maybe get a new bat. Umpire sort of walking over with him here. Yeah, I think O'Kelly McWilliams will need a new tool from the box here. Maybe broke that one or something just broke off. I'm hearing that the knob came off of the bat on the swing. And as usual, Ivy's got a big smile on his face. Great camera shot there. He seems unbothered by having to get a new piece of equipment. So we'll try the full count delivery again with a new bat in hand for O'Kelly McWilliams. Benner, long hold, movement from Garcia, but he'll stay put, and it's another walk. Not a 4-pitch walk like Brandon Garcia took, but a free pass nonetheless, back-to-back to begin the game for Washington and Lee. And just for reference, back to that first game, General pitchers walked 7 and hit 2. Compare that to Lynchburg pitchers who, as a unit, walked 3 and hit 2. So 5 freebies offered up by Lynchburg pitchers to 9 free base runners given by the General pitchers. Runners on first and second. First baseman is playing in front of the runner. Maybe not a great idea with Ben Jones, but he's popped up. This could be an infield fly rule situation. Even though the ball is in the outfield, umpires can still call that, and they did. So that's an out automatically, but the catch was made anyway by the shortstop, Ethan Zuleta. Yeah, and that's one that can fool baseball fans. That infield fly rule can be applied even when the ball is not in the infield. Famously happened to the Atlanta Braves in a playoff game on what looked to be a kind of a deep fly ball into left field. I think the left fielder actually made the catch, and the umpires applied the infield fly rule. Here's Eric Hyatt, ball 1. Hyatt was 1 for 4 with a walk that actually got him an RBI in game 1. He drove in 2 total. Eric Hyatt hitting with runners on first and second and 1 out. Weather now, we're getting 52 degrees. Feels like 50 with the wind. It's still a pretty strong wind out there. We saw that breeze play some tricks on the fielders. We saw that breeze affect some balls in the air quite a bit. Benner is set, looking at Garcia at second. That ball bounces into home plate. No chance for Campbell Charneco. And the runners will advance on what I think was a wild pitch. Umpire will call time. 2 in scoring position now for a proven run producer, Eric Hyatt. He's driven in 20 this season. Hyatt last year hit .374, second best average on the team in the regular season. Eric Hyatt drove in 10 in the Hornets' trip to the national championship. That was 10 runs driven in Cedar Rapids there for Eric Hyatt. Seemed to enjoy his hitting in the Hawkeye State. And he'll take a ball there. It's 3-1 for the junior from Woodbridge, Virginia, Eric Hyatt. Speed at both bags as well. And there's another walk. 3 walks in the inning for John Benner. Junior seems to have a hard time finding the zone at the moment. Activity in the Washington and Lee bullpen. There are, looks to be 4 or 5 separate players running down to the bullpen. One of those might actually be a coach, but maybe 2 pitchers and 2 catchers heading to the bullpen to get busy for Washington and Lee. 1 out in the first inning. Quinn Madden just absolutely smashes the ball in the right center gap. 1 run is in easily. O'Kelly McWilliams will score easily. Eric Hyatt on the move around third. We could have a play at the plate. No, he's in as well. A bases clearing double for Quinn Madden. His hot streak continues. Call it a 10-game hitting streak now for Quinn Madden, and it's a double. So now he has extra base hits in 7 of his last 8 games. Quinn Madden is ripping the cover off the ball, and Lynchburg leads 3-0.
Now running your third baseman, number 15, Gavin Collins.
First hit of the ball game for Lynchburg, but they have made Washington and Lee pay for those 3 walks. And the threat is still on here with Gavin Collins hitting with a speedster in scoring position. Breaking ball misses from John Benner, and it's a 1-0 count. Gavin Collins was 2 for 5 in the first game. Quinn Madden was 2 for 5 in the first game. So now he's 3 for 6 on the day, and his tear continues. Madden bouncing off at second, looking to expand the lead. Collins pulls one down the line. That's fair, and Madden is going to come around third to score. Gavin Collins motoring into second base. He's there with a feet-first slide. Back-to-back doubles give Lynchburg a 4-0 advantage. Two base hits for Lynchburg. They're both doubles. They're both doubles that clear the bases. And it's become a trade places with him situation here. If Riley O'Donovan can bang out another double himself. O'Donovan did not hit in the first game. But as expected, Sean Pokerock gets one game behind the plate. O'Donovan will get the other. He comes into the game hitting .318 with 3 doubles and 3 home runs. There's a ball that's low from John Benner, another hitter that he has fallen behind. It's a 1-0 count. Riley O'Donovan, this is start number 14 for him. He's actually started more games than Sean Pokerock, but O'Donovan has DH'd a few games. And it does seem like Pokey's caught a little bit more here at home. So it just feels like we've seen Sean Pokerock a little bit more, when in reality, Riley O'Donovan actually has started more games and has more at-bats than Sean Pokerock. 2-0 count. Good cut there from Riley O'Donovan, but comes up empty, and it's strike one. 2-1 count. Runner on second is Gavin Collins. Gavin Collins is now 3 for 6 on the day, just like Quinn Madden, his counterpart, who was just taking a lead there before him moments ago. Fastball missed, 3-1 count coming up for Riley O'Donovan. Good hitters count again with a hot hitter waiting on deck, Logan Webster. The left fielder for Lynchburg had 2 hits in game 1, and one was the big fly, 2-run homer that gave Lynchburg the lead. They would not surrender. Another walk, 4th free pass of the inning here. Plate discipline continues to be elite for Lynchburg. They average over 5 1/4 walk per games. Could be the end of the road here for John Benner, and it's coming pretty quickly. I know his coaching staff has confidence in him, but it just looks like Benner might be struggling a bit too much for Coach Ted White right now to stomach. Coach White in his 6th season. He knows this Lynchburg team can hit. They've already gotten spotted to a 4-0 lead. And it will be a new arm already for Washington and Lee. Change coming up. We'll identify it for you here in just a second. Lynchburg on top early, 4-0 in the bottom of the first inning at Fox Field.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something. It becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you, and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you, and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here, you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Okay. We're good.
New pitcher for Washington and Lee will be Andrew Flood. This will be appearance number 5 of the season for Flood. The ERA is over 10. He's only pitched 5 1/3 innings, though. And Andrew Flood is thrust into the fire here with Lynchburg. Already a 4-0 lead. Runners on first and second. There's only one out, and you get to face a guy who homered in the last game, Logan Webster. Strike one from Andrew Flood. Good work there to get the first one across from Flood. And worth pointing out that Lynchburg fell behind 4-0 in game 1. So a 4-0 lead for Washington and Lee, or a 4-0 deficit from the Washington and Lee perspective, would not be insurmountable today. But you do have to play that much better when you spot a team 4 runs. Lynchburg 4 runs on 2 hits, but there's been 4 walks in here as well. And I'm sure that's part of the equation for Coach Ted White in wanting to make a change. Logan Webster couldn't get the barrel out front of an inside fastball, and now it's a 1-2 count on the junior from Chesapeake, Virginia, Logan Webster. Career home run number 4 there for Logan Webster. Another ball bounces into Campbell Charnecko. He tried to field it on the hop off the backstop, but all the runners were safely advancing. And now it's 2 in scoring position for Logan Webster with a 2-2 count, 1 out. Ryan Long, the 9-hole hitter on deck for Lynchburg, threatening to bat around here in the first inning. Lynchburg batted around once in game 1. That was in a 5-run fourth. That was a 5-run fourth inning for Lynchburg, where they actually tied the game up 7-7. Generals scored 1 in the 5th, and then Lynchburg got those 2 off the 2-run shot in the 6th. Webster pulls this one. Collins scrambling back to third. Throw across is off the mark, but the first baseman, Drew Larson, with a really good play to come off, tag Logan Webster. First to catch the ball was impressive, but then to get Webster on the tag as Logan Webster was trying to dodge it, but he could not do that. So that's the second out of the inning. This will bring up Ryan Long. Runners at second and third for number 4, Ryan Long, who likes the first, swipes it foul. Andrew Flood is a 6-foot junior from Manhasset, New York. We'll get into some career numbers from him if he's still out there in the second inning. Ryan Long under this one to the right side. Talked about the wind and the sun, a little bit tough today, but the catch is made by the second baseman, Jacob Jackson, to end the inning. 2 left in scoring position for Lynchburg, but they get 4 across. A great start for the Hornets offense. A bases clearing double from Quinn Madden, and then Gavin Collins doubles him home, and Lynchburg is leading by 4 through 1 complete in game 2 of our doubleheader at Fox Field. Top of the second inning, it'll be the shortstop, Ethan Zuleta, leading off for Washington and Lee. Generals trail by 4, but a long ball game. Washington and Lee went up by 4 in game 1. And Lynchburg came storming back to win it 9-8. High run scoring for Lynchburg continues. I mean, I don't know, maybe 9 really isn't even that much in college baseball. Always kind of look at that 10-run mark as sort of a baseline. Lynchburg on the season has gone into double-digit runs 7 times. So they got close last game with 9, but not quite there. Still 7 this season. 19 times last year, Lynchburg got to double-digit runs. Here's an interesting stat. Lynchburg this season has given up double-digit runs 4 times, but they've actually won 3 of those ball games. So Lynchburg, always talk about how they're great in the close games. Maybe we should be talking about how great Lynchburg is in the high-scoring games. Beat Virginia Wesleyan 19-10 on the road Wednesday in a high-scoring game. There's a hard ground ball that Ben Jones vacuums up and throws over to first for the initial out of the second inning. Hey, back to Lynchburg in those close games. How about Lynchburg this season is 3-2 in one-run games now, winning that one by 9-8. 3-2 in one-run games for Lynchburg, but they're 8-2 in games decided by 4 or less now. 8-2 in games decided by 1 swing of the bat, that 4-run or less criteria. Nick Matfield skips one in to Nathan DeWitt, who pinch hit in the first game. Nathan DeWitt is a freshman from Alexandria, Virginia, and counting that pinch hit appearance, he's 0 for 2 on the season. Nathan DeWitt, this is going to be start number 1 for Nathan DeWitt. So congratulations to the freshman for making his first career start in game 2 of a doubleheader. 2-1 count for the Frosh with 1 out. DeWitt taps this one back to Matfield. He'll bounce off. Field has to hurry the throw, but it is in time. Smooth grab by Ryan Long over there, and it's 2 outs in the second inning. Brings up John Turner, the left fielding sophomore from Marietta, Georgia, was 2 for 4 in game 1. John Turner struck out in his first at bat, singled, then doubled, and popped out to Brandon Garcia. This will be hitter number 8 in the order here for Washington and Lee. Jonathan French is on deck. French had the leading average coming in to the game. So that's kind of an interesting statistical note there, that your leading average man would be batting 9th in the order. We can't argue with a baseball guy like Ted White. Bouncing ball up the middle. Garcia fields at the belt and a strong throw across for the final out of the inning, and it's a 3-up, 3-down quick inning for Nick Matfield and the Lynchburg Hornets. They look to add to their lead in the bottom of the second inning. Game 2 of our Double Dip Sunday here at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Leadoff man Brandon Garcia leading off another inning here for Lynchburg. He walked to start the first inning, and he's leading off the second inning against Andrew Flood. Brandon Garcia, who was outstanding in game 1, setting the table for the Lynchburg offense. Brandon Garcia walked once, two singles rather, for Hollywood. 2 hits for Brandon Garcia, and he got hit 2 times. So he was on 5 of 6. And it's just typical Brandon Garcia stuff. I mean, he's incredible. His on-base percentage coming into the game. Brandon Garcia on base at 438 for Brandon Garcia. But now he's got another walk. So the on-base percentage is really going up. He might be over 500 now. I'm going to do the math in between innings because you saw what happened when I tried to do the math during the inning. While the pitches are flying, I screw it up. So we'll wait and figure out Brandon Garcia's current on-base percentage, but it's very good. Brandon Garcia also, by the way, now has 9 multi-hit games on the season, and 7 of his last 8 are multi-hit games. Wow, Brandon Garcia is really heating up. And he's on base for O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. Nobody out here in the top of the 2nd. Fastball for a strike, 1-1 count. Andrew Flood is still the pitcher for Washington and Lee. The starter, John Benner, faced 7, but was lifted. Flood then got the next 2 outs. McWilliams will drive this one to right field. Ramsauer on the move back. He got twisted around, but was able to make the catch just shy of the warning track for out number 1 of the inning. Hard hit ball there by O'Kelly McWilliams. But it is an out. It brings up Ben Jones. Ben Jones was 0 for 3 with 2 walks. Benny Bases might be the new nickname for a guy who continues to impress with his plate discipline and his eye. Coming in to the day, he was 2nd in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference in walks at 22. So he's up to 24 now. Flood will pick to first as he's coming set. And Ben Jones will just wait a little bit. No, Ben Jones would like to heat up swinging the bat. He has hits safely in 6 of his last 8. Did not get a hit last game. Ben Jones has been on base in 11 straight. One 0 count for Ben Jones. Garcia was leaning slightly, but able to slide back safely. Worth mentioning again, Brandon Garcia, definitely a running threat this season. He is 12 for 14 stolen base-wise. Brandon Garcia did get thrown out once in the last game. There's Ben Jones shooting one to the backside. So how about that? When you want to get back on track with a hitting streak, don't worry about the big double or the big homer. Just go with the pitch, fire that through the 5.5 hole, as Tony Gwynn called that. Tony Gwynn used to get a ton of hits in that direction. And some coaches just call it the 5 hole, but Tony Gwynn called it the 5.5 hole because it's in between 5 and 6 there. The third baseman is number 5 in the scorebook in the score-keeping method. And the shortstop is number 6. So actually pretty smart there by Tony Gwynn to call it that. Wild pitch that almost grazed the jersey of Eric Hyatt. But he'll dodge it and allow the runners to move up. So now it's 2nd and 3rd for Lynchburg. Ben Jones at 2nd. Brandon Garcia at 3rd for Eric Hyatt. Another run-producing chance for Eric Hyatt, who has 2 RBIs so far on the afternoon. He walked in his first plate appearance here in Game 2. Charneco has to slide out to the other batter's box to catch that one. Eric Hyatt on the season has 5 sacrifice flies. Impressive. Next closest is Sean Pokerock and Logan Webster with 2 apiece. Hyatt went for that one, but sprays it foul, and now the count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 1 out. Lynchburg leading 4-0, but looking for more here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Andrew Flood in his 5 batters has walked 1 and given up a hit. Check swing from Hyatt, but he held up on a ball in the dirt, and now the count is full. Quinn Madden's on deck. Quinn Madden is on an absolute heater. 10-game hitting streak. He's got extra base hits in 7 of his last 8, including a double in this game to drive in 3. That was not close. It actually knocked the mitt off of Campbell Charnecko. Brandon Garcia will come home. That's a run. Andrew Flood has to pick up the catcher's mitt and hand it back to him. It's never a great feeling. And Ben Jones will move up a bag as well. So in this case, it's actually not an RBI for Eric Hyatt. But that's walk number 5 in the game. And that might prompt Ted White to make another change. Andrew Flood came in the bottom of the first and got the first 2 batters out to end the inning, but he has run into some trouble here in inning number 2. A run is scored. Lynchburg leads 5-0, and we'll greet another General Arm in just a moment on LHSN.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
All right, the new pitcher for Washington and Lee will be Raleigh Kraft. Raleigh Kraft comes in with good numbers. A 1.42 earned run average. That's in 4 appearances. 6 1/3 innings pitched. Raleigh Kraft has only surrendered 1 earned run. He struck out 4 and walked 2. Batters hitting just .222 off Raleigh Kraft. He'll be the 3rd pitcher that Washington and Lee has used in this game. Generals used 4 in game number 1, and Washington and Lee, as a pitching staff, gave up 13 hits. They walked 7 and hit 2. In this game so far, and remember, we're only in the bottom of the 2nd inning, but in this game so far, Washington and Lee pitchers have only given up 3 hits, but they've walked 5, and Lynchburg really did take advantage of those walks. Took advantage of those walks. And this guy right here might be public enemy number 1 for that. Quinn Madden came up with the bases loaded in the 1st inning and hit a 3-run double to the backside gap. All 3 of those runners he drove in reached via the walk. Runners on 1st and 3rd this time for Quinn Madden, who's swinging it as good as anyone. And he's swinging it better than most everyone right now. Swings through a lively fastball from Raleigh Kraft. Kraft set at the belt. Now kicks and fires. Madden will send one to the right center gap again. This is going to take the right fielder back. It's not going to be a hit for Quinn Madden, but it will be an RBI as Ben Jones will just cruise into home on impulse power for the 6th run of the ball game for Lynchburg. They lead 6-0. So a sac fly from Quinn Madden. Good job to know the assignment. I think the way he's swinging it, he wanted more, but he will settle for the sacrifice fly. Madden has driven in 4 now. 2 away with a runner on first. That's Eric Hyatt at first. Fastball, outer half for strike 1 to Gavin Collins, who's 1 for 1 with a double in this game. The senior from Clifton, Virginia, was 2 for 5 in game 1 with a double. Collins taking a low pitch to center field. Jonathan French is there, tracking it well, pulling it in with 2 hands, but it's another multi-run inning for Lynchburg. 2 runs come across, and right now the Hornets on top, 6-0 in game 2 over Washington and Lee. top 3 here at Lynchburg. Second of 2 today. Sun shining and the temperature is increasing. When we got to the ballpark early today, it was still chilly. It was still in the 30s when I got out of the car this morning. It might have even been some frost on the field. And with the rain yesterday, a little bit of extra preparation was needed, but the field is in great shape, playing well. Very green deck to play on as well. Green grass. I'm kind of surprised with the weather that we've had that we haven't seen more green on the trees, but I bet you when we're back here in a couple weekends, you'll get that as well. And it is still plenty of good home games coming up for Lynchburg. You'll have a chance to see the Hornets at home. If you're a Washington and Lee fan, they've got home games as well. It's an exciting baseball season that, as said, will be halfway through the regular season play after today. So that tells you that March is going to be very busy. Still a few games in, or April is going to be busy, but still a few games in March for both these squads. 1-2 count. Nick Matfield tried to spin one by the 9-hole hitter Jonathan French. And that's ball 2. Infield was drawn in with less than 2 strikes, guarding against the base hit bunt, but now they're back. Outfield is slightly more shallow than what you might call medium depth for Lynchburg's outfielders. Here's the 2-2 from Matfield. Missed again with that same breaking ball. And now it's a full count on Jonathan French. Freshman from Atlanta was 0 for 4, but did reach with a walk in game 1. So that means that French has been on base every single game this season. Swing and a miss. Got him there with something nasty. Don't know if it was a changeup that really ran in on French or maybe just a plain old two-seam fastball. But that was a good one from Nick Matfield. That was unhittable for Jonathan French. Punch out number 3 for Nick Matfield. It's back to the top of the order here. And Paul Ramsauer, the right fielder, is 1 for 1. He got picked off on his trip to the bases, but he is 1 for 1, 2 for 4 in game 1 for this sophomore. He's been playing a pretty good right field as well. 1-0 count. Ball in the dirt low from Nick Matfield. Lynchburg hitting .292 as a team coming in to this one. And that's way up. They're right around .220 through the first 9 games of the season. But that doesn't quite tell the entire story because the competition through those first 9 games for Lynchburg was elite. If you remember, 5 of the first 6 teams that Lynchburg played were ranked this season. Ramsauer is just going to ram one into center field. Second hit of the game for him. 4th of the day. That'll be the second hit that Nick Matfield has surrendered, both to the same guy. Jacob Jackson struck out in his first at-bat against Nick Matfield. Jackson was 2 for 5 with a double in game number 1. Off speed from Matfield. Jackson takes it. In his career, this is going to be start number 55 for Jacob Jackson. He's a career .326 hitter. Hit .336 last year in 32 starts. That came with 1 double, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. So there's an interesting statistical oddity that I know Brady Moore would love. When you can have 42 hits in a season, only have 1 double, and actually have more triples and home runs than you have doubles, that is interesting. That is noteworthy. So let me tell you again, fans. It was 32 games played last year, 32 starts also for Jacob Jackson. He hit .336. That includes 42 base hits, but 1 double, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. So that's just extremely rare that you would have more triples and homers than you would have doubles. But maybe on those triples, he could have stayed at second, but he just hustled his way into a double. And with the homers, we'll just assume he didn't have those options, although you could have an inside-the-park home run. But anyway, Jacob Jackson's a good hitter. That's the moral of the story there, if there ever was one. 2-2 count on Jacob Jackson. Matfield set. That one is well wide. Good sprawl and save there from Riley O'Donovan. And now the count is full. 3-2 with Drew Larson waiting on deck. Senior hit the 3-run home run in game number 1. 1 homer apiece from each squad in game 1. On the season now for Lynchburg, it gets them up to 21 home runs as a team. Madden has 6 for the Hornets. Collins and O'Donovan have 3 apiece. Jones and Pokerock have 2. And then you have several players with 1 as Jacob Jackson fouls off another one. Logan Webster now has 1. Ryan Long has 1 home run. O'Kelly McWilliams has 1 home run. Bryce Demery has 1 home run. And Eric Hyatt has 1 home run. So we'll get another full count delivery from Nick Matfield. Breaking ball. That's down the line. That's fair. That was right over the third base bag. It'll turn into a double. Logan Webster scrambles to it and sends it in. But that's a double, hit number 3 of the game for Washington and Lee. Now it's runners on second and third for the dangerous Drew Larson. Larson 3 hits in game 1, including the 3-run home run. So for Lynchburg, just back to their homers really briefly, and then we'll start talking about something else. It's 21 home runs spread amongst 10 players. 10 have homered for Lynchburg. It's pretty great. Strike 1 for Nick Matfield. Drew Larson hitting with an 0-1 count, 1 out, runners on second and third. Drew Larson now has 2 home runs on the season, including the one he lifted over the right field fence in this one. Good slide and stop from Riley O'Donovan there. That was tough to handle. O'Donovan wanted it off the plate away. It actually came in and was low. O'Donovan gobbled that up before it could get too far away. 1-1 count. Infield back for Lynchburg. They lead 6-0. Larson out in front of this, pulls it foul. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. And if you're Nick Matfield, the scoreboard and the situation should help you. No pitcher ever wants to give up a run, but you know you don't have to be too perfect here since your offense has spotted you to a 6-0 lead. Got that one in on the hands of Larson. He's able to knock it away for another foul ball. 1-2 count. Campbell Charnecko on deck. He was hit by a pitch in his first time facing Nick Matfield. Matfield has the sign set and ready. Looks in, holds, now fires. Same spot. Really doing a nice job getting it right under the hands of Drew Larson, who does seem to crowd the plate, standing on the inside part of the batter's box. Matfield, I think, is getting it where he wants it. Larson just able to get a piece, stay alive. See if Matfield goes back there again. O'Donovan set up away this time, might slide back in. This one is ripped through the hole between first baseman and second base. Larson will drive in 1. Second runner will hold. Ryan Long cuts off the throw coming in. So it's just an RBI single for Drew Larson, but Washington and Lee is on the board. 6-1 ball game at the moment. Pretty good piece of hitting there from Drew Larson. Fouled off a couple really tough ones from Nick Matfield and was able to get something that he could handle a little bit easier. And he yanks it through the hole. 4th hit of the day for Drew Larson. When you combine the 3 that he had in game number 1, and now Larson is 1 for 1 in this game. Swinging it well right now for the Washington and Lee Generals, who are 10-9 after game 1. Another great stop from Riley O'Donovan. I think Lynchburg's catching has been excellent today. We said that several times with Pokerock. doing a great job to slide around back there, block and recover. And Riley O'Donovan really doing the same. Off speed from Matt Field. That Charnecko yanks foul. Campbell Charnecko is the catcher for Washington and Lee. He's put together a really good career. He's had multiple hits. He had multiple hits in his last 3 straight games, but that's been snapped. He only had 1 hit last game, but still, Charnecko's hit safely in 8 of his last 10. This one is pounded to left field. Let's see if this stays in the yard. Nope, Logan Webster ran out of room. That is a 3-run home run for Campbell Charnecko. And just like that, Washington and Lee is right back in this ball game. Generals fell down 6-0, but with their offense, they're never too far gone, and now it's a 6-4 ball game. 3 straight hits. No, scratch that. It's 4 straight hits that Nick Matfield has given up. He actually struck out Jonathan French to begin this 3rd inning. And Matfield at that point had sat down 5 straight, but now it's 4 consecutive base hits for Washington and Lee. So I said, if you're Nick Matfield, the scoreboard and the situation is your friend. Well, all that has changed. Now it is just a 2-run lead for Lynchburg. On top, 6-4. And this is actually a pinch hitter for Washington and Lee. Snuck him in there on us. That is Julian Dominich, a senior infielder from New York, New York. These little town blues are melting away here with Julian Dominich. Check swing, didn't offer. 1-2 count with 1 out. Comes in place of Andrew Thornton. Freshman was 0 for 4 on the day, including a strikeout in this game. Tapper to the left side. That's foul, though. Julian is a senior on the season this year. 2 for 10 for a 200 batting average. He has driven in a couple. And there's a double in those 2 hits as well for Julian Dominich. Matfield set, ready to pitch, swing and a miss. O'Donovan did make the grab. He'll fire down to 3rd as the infield throws it around. 2nd strikeout of the inning for Nick Matfield. In fact, the only outs of the inning have been with the K. 4 in the game, and that stops a 4-hit streak for Washington and Lee as a team. The last one was the big one, Campbell Charnecko with a 3-run home run. Ethan Zuleta grounded out to Ben Jones, the second baseman, in his first at bat. The senior shortstop will take strike 1. Nick Matfield still pitching with a 2-run lead. But Lynchburg has leaked 4 runs here in the top of the 3rd inning. As we're closing in on the 5 o'clock hour. Doubleheader days are always long. And think about the teams and the coaches. They're getting here well before most of the fans and the broadcasters. It can easily turn into a 13 or a 14-hour day out there, depending on how much field prep you need to do. 1-2 count. Nick Matfield went away again. Good slide and block from Riley O'Donovan. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs in a 2-run ball game, but we're in the top of the 3rd. Matfield looks in for the sign. Ready to roll here, picks up and fires. Ground ball, foul. Lynchburg's going to have Riley O'Donovan, the catcher, due up to begin the bottom of the 3rd inning. 7, 8, 9 in the batting order. Here's a pitch from Matfield. Breaking ball, knocked away by Ethan Zuleta. Lynchburg, we always talk about that with their hitting, about how They can foul pitches off and make you work, make you throw more pitches. Part of the reason why there's so many walks for Lynchburg. This one yanked past the diving Brandon Garcia. Gave a valiant effort but couldn't get there. Zuletta's on. 2 hits in game 1. 1 for 2 now in our second of 2 today. And it brings up the freshman Nathan DeWitt. Nathan DeWitt is 0 for 1 in this game. Bounced back to Nick Matfield in his first at bat. So 6 hits in the game now for Washington and Lee, 5 in the inning. It has been a very long inning for Nick Matfield. And that's troublesome for your starting pitcher when you want him to pitch deep in a game. To have one long inning, it really becomes more difficult. Because think about, I've made this argument before, but it's easy to throw 100 pitches if you throw 10, 11, 12 in an inning. It's not that difficult. But if you have an inning where you throw 40 or 50 pitches, well, you're probably not getting to 100. It's just too much work. It's like any other athletic endeavor, really. If you did 10 sets of 10 push-ups, you could probably knock out 100 in a day, especially if you had a break in between, like a pitcher does in between innings when their team is hitting. But it's really hard to do 50 push-ups and then come back and do 50 more, if not impossible for anybody but a bodybuilder, or maybe Ed Smith, director of strength and conditioning here at the University of Lynchburg. I'm sure Coach Smith can do 2 sets of 50 and knock out his 100 push-ups that way. But the rest of us need to do 10 sets of 10. And so pitching's a lot like that as well. When you have one really long inning, it just becomes difficult to bounce back from that. That's why you'll see catchers and coaches take the mound visit if you can break up that long inning and give your guy some rest out there. That can be helpful. With the pitch clock, it really does force the pitcher to be a bit more athletic. They have to get that ball back and get ready to work. Ball 3 there from Nick Matfield. He's fallen behind Nathan DeWitt. And the term, again, that the NCAA prefers is action clock, because any action from the pitcher, like a pickoff attempt, would reset that clock. Whereas in the big leagues, they just call it a pitch clock, even though the same rule applies there. That one's low for ball 4. Second walk Nick Matfield has issued in the game. And this is the 9th batter that Washington and Lee has sent to the plate here in the 3rd inning. This is John Turner. This is assistant coach Michael Solbach, so that leads you to believe that Nick Matfield's probably staying in. The assistant coach could theoretically still enact a pitching change, but I think Coach Solbach's just going to try to settle down Nick Matfield and give him that break that we were talking about. Get the heart rate back down. Let your pitcher relax just a little bit. And then Nick Matfield will try to get back to work here against John Turner, who grounded out to the shortstop in his first at bat. Turner was 2 for 4 in game 1. 73 pitches in the game for Nick Matfield. And you got to think he went 3 up, 3 down against Washington and Lee in inning number 2. So I would estimate that over 40 of those pitches have come in this 3rd inning for Nick Matfield. And that's obviously not what you want if you're a Lynchburg fan or Nick Matfield. Set, ready to go here. Runners on 1st and 2nd with 2 outs. Matfield's first breaking ball is out of the zone, and our count is now 1 ball, no strikes. 2 options freshening in the Lynchburg bullpen. Trying to get an eye on them, but we'll just figure out who it is if and when they enter the game. Matfield does hit the zone that time with strike 1. 1-1 count. Ryan Long playing behind the runner at first base. Gavin Collins is deep at 3rd. Outfield straight away, medium depth. Another breaking ball from Matfield. That was close. That was a better miss, but still ball 2. This will be pitch number 74 here for Matfield. It's 4 runs on 6 hits for Washington and Lee. Lynchburg's got 6 runs on 3 hits, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Hornets have again used the walks. Swinging bunt, tapper to Gavin Collins on the run, throws, he's safe at first. Collins did his best. You won't find many better at that throw on the run than Gavin Collins, but even he couldn't make that one. That's an infield single for John Turner. 6 hits in the inning for Washington and Lee. And they've batted around. Jonathan French began this inning by striking out. He made the first out of this inning. It's been 4 runs since then. Jonathan French is going to take an offensive timeout. He'll run down and talk to his third base coach. Don't know if this is just to maybe break Matt Field's rhythm a bit here. I guess you could then debate whether that's a good idea when you've already got the pitcher on the ropes. But French ran down there to chat with the coach. I don't think it was anything about a potential play because there's 2 outs. You wouldn't really have a squeeze play or anything like that on, although French is a threat to bunt. Maybe that's what he was asking his coach. Hey, base hit bunt on here or not? Corners are in for Lynchburg because of that, even though there's 2 outs. Even Ben Jones is in a little bit tighter. His defensive coverage is closer out of respect for the speed of Jonathan French. Strike 1. 0-1 count with 2 outs, bases loaded. French will pull this one, and it's foul. It is just foul. Well, that would have at least tied the game. Might have scored the runner from first there. 6-4, Lynchburg leads by 2. It's a 4-run inning, though, for Washington and Lee. Generals have sent 10 to the plate now. French's second at bat in the inning. Matfield set, ready to work with an 0-2 count. O'Donovan slides away. Matfield got it there. Ball 1. Matfield perhaps setting up something inside. Maybe he'll go away again. See what the pitching plan is here for Nick Matfield. Went outside again. Ball 2. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs in a 2-run game. Had this situation before. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. It's game 2, though, so we got another one there. Here's a pitch from Matfield. Caught the edge for strike 3, and that's a big punch out. Matfield will walk back to the dugout. His team still leads. It's been cut into. Lynchburg on top, 6-4 over Washington and Lee.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
Brody Paseka is on the mound for Washington and Lee in what has become a 2-run ball game now. Brody Paseka is the closer for the Generals. He's got 3 saves this season in 6 appearances, also 1-0 with a sub-1 earned run average, 0.71. He's allowed 1 earned run in 12 2/3 innings of work. How about this stat coming for you? Brody Paseka has struck out 10 and walked 1. He has allowed 11 base hits, including 1 home run, but Brody Paseka has been great for Washington and Lee. And he's in the ball game here in the third inning, bottom of the third inning. But sometimes with those closers, it's use it or lose it. And I think that's what Coach Ted White's probably thinking right now. Hey, if we don't use Brody Paseka now, we may never even get a shot to use our talented closer. Comes at Riley O'Donovan with what looked to be a curveball, but it's ball one. O'Donovan is 0 for 0 with a walk so far in this game. Paseka, max effort thrower. You can hear the grunt out there. Chunks one in for strike one. Count is even at 1-1. Brody Paseka, sophomore from Cream Ridge, New Jersey. On the season, the ERA is under 1. Last year, only had 2 appearances. Was 0-1. Did have a start. It seems like he is the guy out of the back end of the bullpen now for Washington and Lee. Fly ball, center field. Easy out. Catch made by Jonathan French. Lynchburg's been really good traditionally at responding to the other team's run-scoring innings. We actually saw that in game 1. Washington and Lee put up their 4th spot in the first inning. Lynchburg came back with 1. So, again, they don't always answer you run for run. But they did come back with 1 in the first. And then when Washington and Lee got a 3-run homer in the 4th, well, Lynchburg answered with a 5 spot in the bottom of the frame. So the Hornets typically last year, this year, years past, have been really good about that. Let's see if Lynchburg can do it again here in the top of the third. Excuse me, we're in the bottom of the third inning. Lynchburg is the home team. In the red tops, the black helmets and hats, white pants. See if Lynchburg can do that again. 1-2 count on Logan Webster. Logan Webster was actually the first hitter that Andrew Flood faced. So Webster's faced 2 different pitchers, and neither of them have been the starter. Webster will foul one away. Ryan Long's on deck. 2 for 3 in game 1 for Lynchburg. That was off the bench, replacing Josh Jorman as the first baseman. Brody Paseka will step off. I mean, if you've got 3 saves and a win for your team, and remember, your team has only got 10 wins total. That means he's factored into 4 of them on the mound. Once again, if you don't know anything else about him, if you don't have a scouting report, you know that he is a key guy for this team, just by virtue of that. 2-2 count on Logan Webster. Here's the pitch. Webster rips a ball down the left field line. Rip and run time for Logan Webster. Yeah, he'll turn around first. This is a double. Actually thought about maybe stretching there, as the left fielder John Turner had a tough time coming up with the ball initially. But a double for Logan Webster. His nice day continues. 4th hit of the game for Lynchburg. It's Webster's 3rd hit of the day, including the 2-run home run that put the Hornets up 9-8 last game. Here's Ryan Long stepping to the plate. Colin McGuire is about the closest thing you can find for Lynchburg. McGuire has 2 saves and 2 wins. And Lynchburg has 13 victories. So not quite to the level that Brody Paseka is at with the 3 saves and 1 win in their 10 victories overall. But pretty close. Ryan Long will take a ball high and tight. 1-1 count with 1 out. Leadoff man Brandon Garcia waiting on deck. Garcia could have 3 plate appearances in 3 innings. Barring a double play right here, he will. Here's a pitch to Ryan Long off the end of the bat to center. Webster's going to tag. He'll just bluff the run to third base and stay at second. 2 outs, and it will be Brandon Garcia. Still looking for a hit in this game, but he's been on base both times. 2 walks. Brandon Garcia had 1 walk in game 1, 2 base hits, and he was hit by 2 pitches. Brandon Garcia has multiple hits in 7 of his last 8 games. He was held hitless in that other game, but man, Brandon Garcia really heating up. See if he can stay hot. Maybe Lynchburg can push across run number 7 of the ball game. Great speed at second base with Logan Webster. O'Kelly McWilliams on deck for Lynchburg. It'll be the top of the order for Washington and Lee in their half of the 4th inning. Breaking ball from Paseka for a strike. Batters hitting just .224 off Brody Paseka. 1-1 count for Brandon Garcia. Garcia wiggling the bat, waiting. Here's the pitch, low for ball 2. As a hitter, you want some action, you want some rhythm with the hands. Golf equivalent would be the waggle before the swing. But you don't want too much movement up there. It's back to that balance. You need that in hitting. You need that in all areas of life. There's a breaking ball. Garcia will take it. And now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Lynchburg leads by 2. Paseka wants a different sign. You can see the gesture with the hand there. Didn't like the first one. Does like this. He'll come set. Eyes on Logan Webster at second, who leads off. Got there with the double. Here's the pitch to Brandon Garcia. Flares it into center field. Long run for Jonathan French. Not going to get there. He did get there. What a grab by French. And they got the out call. Interesting because the umpire down the first base line kind of came in and told the field umpire closer to second, hey, I got this, and he's out. That'll be a nice grab for French, and it will end the inning. Lynchburg on top, 6-4 through 3 complete in game number 2 at Fox Field.
Private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Six to 4, Lynchburg on top through 3 complete in game 2 of our double dip. Washington and Lee looking to avoid the sweep. Lynchburg looking to get to the broom closet here and complete it. Logan Tapman is on the mound for Lynchburg. Tapman has been very good this season. Logan Tapman on the year, 1-1, 1 save. That's a 3.57 earned run average for Logan Tapman. Logan Tapman batting average against is .254. He struck out 13 and walked 5. He gets the top of the lineup here with Paul Ramsauer, who was 2 for 2 with 2 singles in this game. Ramsauer had 2 hits in the first one. There was a double in the mix there in our opening game today. Logan Tapman from Berlin, Maryland. Watch out. This ball ripped into left center field. It's down for a base hit. McWilliams will pick it up. Ramsauer will cruise into second base with his 3rd hit of the game. 2nd double of the day. Not the start Logan Tapman was looking for, but we'll see if the sophomore can leave Ramsauer stranded at second. Jacob Jackson is up. He has a double in this game. 1 for 2. Struck out in his first at bat against Nick Matfield. So Matfield goes 3 complete. Gives up 4 runs on 7 hits. Did strike out 5. Matfield walked 2. Think it was the pitch count more than anything as far as ineffectiveness might go. 82 pitches for Nick Matfield. And it was just a lot. I mean, half of those were in that 3rd inning. And as I said, it's just so hard to bounce back from that. Tapman looks at the runner, now pitches off speed, strike 1. And it's a 1-1 count with nobody out. Drew Larson on deck. Larson has been seeing it and swinging it well today. And so is Jacob Jackson. Double in this game, a double in game 1. It's a 3-hit day total as Tapman goes up high for ball 2. 4 runs on 8 hits now for Washington and Lee. Lynchburg has 6 runs on 4 hits, but the Hornets have taken 5 walks. And there's, again, a big difference. Washington and Lee, only 2 base on balls. 2-2 count now on Jacob Jackson from Norfolk, Virginia. Tapman is set, looking at the base runner, now ready to pitch. Here it comes. Just missed. The count is full. Number 24, Logan Tapman, was 3-0 in 13 appearances last year, did make 1 start. He pitched a scoreless 6th inning in Game 3 of the National Championship Series against Johns Hopkins. This one flared to right and foul. And the former Lynchburg Hornet great, Grayson Thurman, who wore this jersey, number 24, he said he was a big fan of Logan Tapman wearing it. He said, I'm glad it's somebody like him that is ultra talented, a hard worker, good guy. Kind of the same body frame as well. They were both about 6'3". Well put together. Bouncing ball, left side. Collins will cut in front of Garcia, take that, and rifle it across the diamond for out number 1. Good play there by Gavin Collins. Runner was crossing in front as well, so that added to the degree of difficulty. But that is a sharp play. It's going to be a really tough throw for Brandon Garcia to wing that across his body, whereas Gavin Collins, the third baseman's got momentum in that direction. And that's a tough one for the young kids, too, because there's no calling it or waiting to see who's going to get it. The third baseman just has to run that track on a straight line almost to second base. And if he can get to it, he should get to it, and Gavin Collins did. 0-1 count as Logan Tapman gets the first one across to Drew Larson. The first baseman is 1 for 1 with an RBI single and a walk. Larson's out in front and on top of that, bouncing it foul, and it's an 0-2 count. Let's see how Tapman chooses to attack Drew Larson. And I think it will still be an attack, really, from Tapman. See if it's a typical setup pitch, maybe fastball away, fastball up potentially. Maybe they'll go right after Drew Larson. Ground ball back to Tapman, checks the runner. Now he'll throw, and O'Donovan's not going to have a play at third or first. The runner was about a third of the way down the line between third and home. Tapman checked him and went immediately to home. Tapman might have been better served to possibly run at the base runner and make him commit one direction or the other. Again, I'm saying that with the benefit of hindsight. When you're in the moment there, in the heat of the action, that decision-making is typically quite a bit tougher. Runner reaches first. I don't know. I guess it's the fielder's choice. Tapman chose to throw home there as opposed to throwing to first. And he would have been able to get Drew Larson at first. But now it's runners at first and third with 1 out. Curveball for a strike from Logan Tapman. Campbell Charnecko homered in his last at bat. Was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. So he's 1 for 1 with a 3-run dinger in this game. 1 for 4 in the first game. Ground ball back to Tapman again. He's going to start the double play. Garcia catches, throws across, and Lynchburg is out of the inning without surrendering a run. How about that? It's a nice way to bounce back if you're Logan Tapman. Off the mound, Fields throwing to Brandon Garcia, and Hollywood fires across to complete the 1-6-3 double play and keep the 6-4 lead intact for the Hornets.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
We're set for the bottom of the 4th inning. O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th, will lead it off for Lynchburg. They get a double play to escape some danger in the 4th. A double from Ramsauer. He's stranded. Logan Tapman fielded one comebacker and didn't get an out, and then got another one right back to him from Campbell Charnecko. Flips it to second base. Brandon Garcia is there. He completes the double play at first for a scoreless inning from Logan Tapman. Expect to see more from Tapman in the 5th. Lynchburg hoping to get more runs here in the bottom of the 4th. 4 in the first for the Hornets, 2 in the second, and then none last inning. They did leave a man stranded in scoring position last inning. Lynchburg has 6 runs on 4 hits. They've left 4 on base. Washington and Lee, 4 runs on 8 hits. And they have left just 3 on. Looping line drive from O'Kelly McWilliams that's caught in left field for the first out of the inning.
Now batting your second baseman, number 21, Ben Jones.
This is the second baseman, Ben Jones, who's 1 for 2 in this game. He was 0 for 3 in the first game with 2 walks and did have an RBI walk in there as well. Ben Jones will take the first pitch for strike 1 from Brody Paseka, who started the last inning. So now it's an inning and a third here for Brody Paseka. And based on the amount of innings to appearances for Brody Paseka, wonder how long we'll see him go. Ben Jones into shallow right center field, and the center fielder Jonathan French will come on strong with the sprint catch. And now there's 2 outs in the inning. Eric Hyatt 0 for 0 in this game with 2 walks. Lynchburg has walked 5 times in the game. Hyatt with 2. Walked once in game 1. Did have a single there for Eric Hyatt. Lynchburg had some runs with 2 outs last game. We'll see if Lynchburg can get a 2-out rally going here. It'll be 5, 6, 7 due up for Washington and Lee in their half of the 5th inning. Fastball inside to Hyatt, 2-0 count. Sure, Eric Hyatt's just begging for better pitches to see, but he'll take the walks. He is one that exemplifies that patient, disciplined approach at the plate. Rare to get Eric Hyatt swinging at a pitch that's out of the zone. Strike one. 2-1 count with 2 outs. Wind is laying down a bit and more sunshine, so it actually feels pretty nice outside right now. That one is wide right from our perspective, wide left out of the hand of Brody Paseka. 3-1 count for Eric Hyatt. Very dangerous Quinn Madden's on deck. If you're Washington and Lee, you don't want him hitting with runners on base, but he will. 3 straight free passes for Eric Hyatt. At this rate, he might catch Ben Jones for the team lead. Not quite, but Hyatt's got, he's got 4 on the day. He's up to 16 on the season. Here's a stat for Eric Hyatt. Double the amount of walks to strikeouts. Most players are just happy with a 1-to-1 ratio. Just give me as many walks as I have strikeouts. Power hitters, you'll settle for a bunch of strikeouts to not as many walks. Quinn Madden drills this one into deep right center field. What a run and catch by Jonathan French. All Quinn Madden does is hit the baseball hard. It's not always resulting in a hit, but man, he is right on it. Just absolutely smoking the baseball right now. But Lynchburg will leave one stranded in a scoreless 4th inning. Hornets lead 6-4 in Game 2 at Fox Field.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Top 5 here in Game 2 at Fox Field. Lynchburg looking for the doubleheader sweep. It would be win number 14 on the season for Lynchburg. And it would get them to 6-3 in conference if they can complete this sweep. Logan Tapman getting ahead quickly. And it's an 0-2 count on Julian Dominecci, who subbed into this spot for Andrew Thornton. Fouls one away. Ethan Zuletta's on deck for Washington and Lee. He is 1 for 2 in this game to go with 2 hits in game number 1. This pitch from Tapman is too high, and the count is now 1-2. Lynchburg will have 6, 7, 8 due up in their half of the 5th inning. That will feature Gavin Collins leading off. Tapman tried to paint there. The umpire did not oblige that brush stroke, and it's a 2-2 count with nobody out in the top of the 5th inning. That one spiked into Riley O'Donovan. He did well just to keep it in front, but it's the third ball. Julian Domenech from New York City, New York. In the career, he has 31 games played now, a career .217 hitter. Here's the pitch. Off the hands into the glove of shortstop Brandon Garcia. And that's out number one. So this is the shortstop Ethan Zuleta, a senior from Weddington, North Carolina. Ethan Zuleta on the career. Let's get some career numbers for this senior, who will take strike one. He has now started 85 in his career, Ethan Zuleta, hitting .359 coming into the day. He's a career .314 hitter. There's a hard hit that got under the glove of Logan Tapman and just outside the diving glove of Ben Jones. So base hit, 2 in this game for Ethan Zuleta to go along with 2 in game 1. And he's had a nice day for himself. Looks like hit number 9 in the game for Washington and Lee. And this brings up Nathan DeWitt. Nathan DeWitt is 0 for 1 with a walk in this one. Did pinch hit and went 0 for 1 in game number 1. Lynchburg has done a nice job shutting down the Washington and Lee running game. I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that the Generals like to run. 55 stolen bases coming in to today. Zuleta is 6 for 6 stolen base wise this season. But I really think Lynchburg's done a pretty good job limiting that. Picked off a runner in this game. That was Nick Matfield earlier. In fact, it was the first base runner of the game. 2-0 count. Tapman looks over the shoulder. Zuleta fakes the run, not going. Didn't fool Riley O'Donovan as he stays down to receive and frame strike 1. Gavin Collins is even with the bag at third, but away from the line. Closer to second base than you would call normal positioning for the third baseman, with the lefty, Nathan DeWitt, up. Ball 3. Interesting alignment here for Lynchburg, actually. The infield has DeWitt played to pull, but the outfield has him shaded the opposite way. You can see in your screen there, O'Kelly McWilliams in that left center gap, like you'd play a power-hitting right-hander. Well, DeWitt does go the opposite way, slaps it by Brandon Garcia, and that's the 10th hit of the ball game for Washington and Lee. We knew the Generals could swing it over 300 as a team coming into the day. 10 hits through 5 innings is pretty darn good. 4 runs to show for it. And if you think back, Washington and Lee got 6 of their hits in the 3rd inning. That was the 4-run 3rd inning. 6 hits there, but 10 total. Ain't shabby against quality pitching as well. Nick Matfield started this one for Lynchburg. It's Logan Tapman on in relief right now. Lynchburg used 4 pitchers in the first game. They all did pretty well in their own way. I know Wesley Arrington would have wanted a little bit more from his start, but Arrington did nicely to keep the team in check there. Keep Washington and Lee in check, that is. And then Austin Riney in the middle for Lynchburg. Nathaniel Mack got a big strikeout to end an inning, and then he got Lynchburg to the 8th, where they handed off to Colin McGuire. McGuire, all he did was sit down 6 straight to get save number 2 on the season. 2 innings save for Colin McGuire, and it became win number 13 for Lynchburg. They're holding on to a 2-run lead in game 2 as John Turner fouls a ball away. The count is now 1-2 with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Collins is even with the bag at third again. First baseman Ryan Long behind the runner at first. This one tapped to Ben Jones. There's one for Lynchburg. How about another double play? Yes, they get it. Tic-tac-toe around the diamond again for Lynchburg. Back-to-back twin killings to end innings, and Lynchburg has the 2-run lead intact. Hornets on top, 6-4.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
Well, Lynchburg defensively has turned 2 double plays in this one in 2 really key spots. That was a specialty of Lynchburg last season. Lynchburg led the nation in double plays last year, 51 in 56 games. The per game number, I believe, was 15th in the country last year. Of course, Lynchburg did get quite a few extra games, 56 games played, because of the long postseason run, but still very impressive and still a big part of their success was turning those double plays. Lynchburg is at it again, back-to-back double plays to pitch around some trouble. It was 2 hits in the inning for Washington and Lee, but they get none across thanks to the stellar defensive work. This time it was Ben Jones to high school teammate Brandon Garcia, who then threw it to first to complete the double play. Big hack from Gavin Collins. He comes up empty. It was interesting, too, talking to Garcia and Jones' parents last year. They actually said they actually did not play that much second and short together. Only like one season did they play together because Ben Jones was playing quite a bit of third base in high school. And sometimes on the travel ball squads, Ben Jones would be DHing or playing third base. Brandon Garcia actually played some second base on one of their travel ball squads. So really, they didn't have that much time as a double play combo. And you got to think, too, your high school seasons aren't nearly as long as a college year. You might only get 20, 25 games in a high school season. So in reality, they didn't have that many games under their belt as a double play combo, but you would certainly not know that when you watch them operate these last 2 years at the University of Lynchburg. Gavin Collins with a good tight eyeball there to let that one go. 2-2 count with nobody out. That was awfully close from the pitcher Brody Paseka, who's the third arm that Washington and Lee has used in this game. Collins will foul another one off. Nice long at bat working here. I would say both teams, transitioning now from that defensive conversation to pitching, both teams have really used their bullpens pretty effectively. You got to think it's a high-scoring day, 9-8 in game 1. We're 6-4 through 4.5 innings in this game. And really, the teams haven't used that many pitchers. Washington and Lee has used 3 in this one. Lynchburg has used 2. And in game 1, the squads both used 4 pitchers. So I think that's pretty good. And in a day where we've seen 27 runs scored total, and we're not done yet. Gavin Collins will pull one foul. He continues to stay in the batter's box. And there's the umpire getting more baseballs. That's the sign of a long at bat. When the ump has to go get more balls, because the hitter has fouled that many off. Full count. Paseca's going to try it again here. Paseca, excuse me. Collins will foul another one off. Great stuff. These are the at-bats that you love right here. The long battle between pitcher and hitter, which is really the essence of our game anyway, isn't it? How do you get that hitter out? Collins got under this one. It is in foul territory, but might be in catching range. Tough play, and it's down. It is a foul ball. Shortstop and third baseman converged over there near the Lynchburg dugout. And back to just enough wind and a tough sky today makes no foul ball easy. We have seen Washington and Lee struggle with a few of those. Not to pick on them or be critical, but we have seen some foul pops drop when the Generals are on defense. Let's see what Gavin Collins can do with an extra chance. Knowing the way this at-bat's going, he'll foul off like 3 more pitches. Well, this is airborne again. Another pop-up. Another risky proposition. This is an easier grab, though, for the second baseman, Jacob Jackson. He really didn't have to move much at all, and it will finally be an out recorded. Give Gavin Collins credit for a nice long at-bat. It won't show up in the scorebook, but I think he did good work there. It's Riley O'Donovan, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Riley O'Donovan is the first guy to see our pitcher, Brody Paseca. So this will be now the second time through the lineup for the guy that we called the closer for Washington and Lee. I mean, he's got 3 saves and a win on the season. 3 saves and 10 wins. If that doesn't make you a closer, I don't know what does. So let's see what Riley O'Donovan can do with a second look against this talented right-hander for Washington and Lee. Generals have got 9-1-2 due up in their half of the 6th. And really, we've got an end in sight now on a long doubleheader day. The finish line is near. Can the Hornets get to that finish line with the lead? They're on top 6-4 at the moment. Still plenty of baseball remaining, though. Strike 1 to Riley O'Donovan. I like Brody Paseca's delivery up there. Watch how he kicks this front leg out. Really gets a lot out of that. We've seen some interesting setups and then deliveries today from the various pitchers. 1-1 is the count on Riley O'Donovan. Logan Webster's on deck. He doubled in his last at bat. Webster had the 2-run homer in game 1. Riley O'Donovan over 300 on the season coming into the game. Wow. Smoke show right there. That ball was blistered. Shortstop barely had time to react. That one was hit so hard from Riley O'Donovan. 1 for 2 now. As Riley rocks another one. That will be hit number 15 on the season for Riley O'Donovan. He's taken 5 walks this year. Here comes Logan Webster. Logan Webster picked up career home run number 4 in game 1. And Logan Webster now has career double number 13 in his pocket for Logan Webster, the junior. Ball 1 on Logan Webster. That gives him 16 extra base hits in his career. 13 doubles, 2 triples, 4 homers. Breaking ball. Webster saw that the whole way and didn't bite. 2 balls, no strikes with 1 out. Riley O'Donovan at first. Webster waiting on Paseca here. 2-0 pitch is a strike. The count's now 2-1. Ryan Long is on deck for Lynchburg. Ryan Long hitless in this game, 2 in the first game. 1 was under strange circumstances, back to a pop-up that Washington and Lee could not negotiate. Webster put a great move on that and fouls it straight back. Even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 down here in the bottom of the 5th. 5th hit of the ball game for the Hornets off the bat of Riley O'Donovan. Might want to check that bat for a dent there. I just think O'Donovan mushed that ball. This one's low, and now the count is full on Logan Webster. Good long at bat from Gavin Collins to start this inning. He got out, but don't underestimate that at bat, the value it provides to the team, pressure it might put on the pitcher. Webster got under that. Boy, left fielder was way to the line there. This ball's down. This ball is down. Riley O'Donovan slides in safely. You know, when I looked up, the left fielder was nowhere close. The left fielder, John Turner, was shaded Logan Webster completely to pull. I mean, he was in the corner by the foul pole. And it was such a long run for the center fielder, Jonathan French, that he couldn't get there. That's a base hit for Logan Webster. Second hit of the game, and now 4 in the afternoon for Logan Webster. That was not a high exit velocity single for him, but it doesn't matter. It's a base hit. And by the way, Logan Webster's got a hit streak going now, as Ryan Long will look at strike 1. How about this for Logan Webster? That's 4 straight games with multiple hits. And those are games only he's played in, not games that the team has played, but games that Logan Webster has played. He's got 4 straight games with 2 hits. And he's got an 8-game hitting streak now. He's another guy with an 8-game hitting streak now. Brandon Garcia's on a 9-game hitting streak. For Gavin Collins, it's 10 straight with hits. Quinn Madden has a 10-game hitting streak. I mean, Lynchburg, offensively, they are really heating up. You cannot deny that. Ryan Long gets under 1. Nothing is a sure thing today. Infield fly rule will make it an out, but even the shortstop, Ethan Zuleta, struggled to catch that. Does pull it in. And that's out number 2. Runners on first and second for the leadoff man, Brandon Garcia. Brandon Garcia doesn't have a long hitting streak, but what he does have is multiple hits in 7 of his last 8 games. Brandon Garcia is 0 for 1 in this game, though, with 2 walks. Third baseman has Brandon Garcia played in tight on the grass. Shortstop, he's holding on the runner at second, so Garcia's got a really big hole on the left side of the infield. Hard to really place it anymore in the game of baseball today, but if you could work with a late timing approach, maybe Brandon Garcia could shoot something through that massive hole there. Fastball, outer half, strike 2. 0-2 count pretty quickly on Brandon Garcia. First baseman stationed behind Logan Webster at first. Outfield, medium depth. Left fielder's probably in a little bit shallow. 6-4 ball game, Lynchburg by 2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. That ball's up and away, 4-1. Fourth plate appearance of the game for Brandon Garcia. The leadoff man is getting up and getting on. Very productive for Lynchburg. 1-2 count. Fly ball, right field. Ramsauer lines it up. He'll end up having to make a fairly long run himself as the wind kind of knocked that ball down. But it is the 3rd out of the inning. Lynchburg will leave 2 stranded. Hornets on top by 2. 6-4 through 5 complete at Fox Field.
Look what you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Looks like a pinch hitter coming up for Washington and Lee. It'll be number 34, Jack Belbit. We last saw him as the designated hitter starting game 1. In that game, Jack Belbit went 0 for 2. Excuse me, he went 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Belbit is a junior from Baltimore, Maryland. And he is pinch hitting for Jonathan French. Jonathan French coming into the game had the best batting average on the team at .395, but unfortunately for French today, he was 0 for 6, 2 strikeouts in this game. So not his day. Baseball will do that. Baseball will humble you and knock you off any pedestal that you might have been stationed on. And it was that kind of a day for Jonathan French. So the head coach, Ted White, opting to make a change and put Jack Belbit back in there. French was playing a mean center field, though. He was really active out there, and you know with Lynchburg hitters, they're going to keep the outfield very active. Belbit swings at the first. Garcia calling, waving the arms. He'll make the grab for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning for Logan Tapman, who continues to work effectively for Lynchburg. He had the benefit of 2 double plays to end the last 2 innings and leave a couple runners stranded, 1 in each inning. But now you got to remember Logan Tapman had a hand in starting the double play in the 4th inning. So he should get some credit there for his defense. Paul Ramsauer is 3 for 3 with a double in this game. He was 2 for 4 in the first game. Sophomore from Atlanta, Georgia. On the double header weekends, you do only 1 location in a season. I'm kind of butchering my phrasing on that, but what I'm trying to say is Lynchburg went to Washington and Lee for a doubleheader on this weekend last year. Washington and Lee coming to Lynchburg. And how about Ramsauer with his 4th hit of the game, 6th of the day? The point is, Paul Ramsauer seems to enjoy his hitting at Fox Field. No problem with the hitting background. No problem against the Lynchburg hitters. 4 hits in this game, 6 in the day for Paul Ramsauer, and he is on board again. So with the midweeks, like Lynchburg will be going to Hampton-Sydney this Wednesday. With the midweeks, Hampton-Sydney will then return the favor and come to Lynchburg later on in the season. Midweek games, you got to do the home and away to get 2 conference games against each squad. That's how the rotation works. Play everybody twice. Basketball, they had the interesting rotation where you play everybody once and then you play some teams twice, and that's supposed to be a random draw. But then it always ends up that one team will end up having to play all the great squads in the conference, and then another team will sort of get a pass at some of them. But baseball is just an even 2 games against everybody until you get into tournament play. 0-2 count on Jacob Jackson. He's 1 for 3 with a strikeout and a double. Tapman will take a look over to first base. I guess some of your other sports, your soccers and lacrosses, it's 1 game apiece against everybody, and you won't play anybody twice again until you get to an ODAC tournament situation. I think last year, if you remember, between the ODAC tournament and then the Super Regional, Lynchburg ended up getting 6 games against Shenandoah, and the Hornets from Lynchburg were 5-1 against the Hornets from Winchester last year. And that was big. It gave Lynchburg some confidence. I mean, it also got Lynchburg into the National Championship Series as well. This one's sent into right field. Quinn Madden on the jog and making the catch. O'Kelly McWilliams was going to back him up. That's out number 2 of the inning. But yeah, Lynchburg ended up playing 5 against Bridgewater with that opening ODAC weekend series. It's Drew Larson hitting now for Washington and Lee with a runner at first and 2 outs. Well, let's see. Lynchburg also played Randolph-Macon. No, you know what? Did Lynchburg play Shenandoah 2 times in the ODAC Conference tournament? Got to go back and look now. 2 times in the Super Regional. But they beat Shenandoah twice in the conference Final Four situation there at the University of Richmond last year. 2-0 count. Larson's out in front on this. Tough play for Brandon Garcia. Whew, Hollywood made that look easy, though. On the move, gloving it, throwing it across. 1 runner left stranded for Washington and Lee. They do get 1 on. Still the 6-4 advantage through 5.5 in Game 2 at Fox Field.
Living the dream. USA, Mexico. That was so exciting.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind.
Number 27, O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th, leading off for Lynchburg. He is 0 for 2 in the game, did walk 1 time. That'll keep his on-base streak alive there for IV. Ben Jones is on deck. Ben Jones is 1 for 3 this game. But O'Kelly McWilliams now has reached base in 19 straight for Lynchburg. Only game he has not been on the bags was that opener against East Texas Baptist. O'Kelly McWilliams had a hit streak going. Still has a hit streak going. In fact, 8 games for O'Kelly McWilliams. That factors in a 2 for 4 performance in Game 1. So let's see if Ivy can keep it going. 0-2's the count. He'll have to do it under tough conditions, although some batters don't mind hitting with 2 strikes. That's a long debate as well. McWilliams way out in front, hits this one off the cap and over foul. 2 of the great hitters of all time, Tony Gwynn and Barry Bonds, they said they did not change anything with 2 strikes. We've brought up this conversation before. Tony Gwynn said, why would I change what I'm great at just because of the count? That would just be helping the pitcher out. So there is a lot to be said for that. 0-2 pitch. McWilliams will lay off a ball in the dirt. Good stop by Charneco. And now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. But the old school thought with 2 strikes, the really old school, was shorten up, choke and poke, just put it in play. Teams started moving away from that. Just more of a use your same swing, but change your zone that you're covering. Maybe even change your timing. As O'Kelly McWilliams will fly out with 2 strikes. And actually now the trend in Major League Baseball is you don't expand the zone with 2 strikes. You actually might shrink it. Balls on the corners, on the edges, you might just take those and just take strike 3. Because the thought is that stuff that the Major League pitchers have is so good that you wouldn't be able to hit that nasty pitch on the corner anyway, so why even offer at it? So there's a lot of schools of thought, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. Some of the old school fans don't like the strikeouts, and the new school analytics people will tell you that all outs are created equal, even though that It's probably not true. Strike one to Ben Jones. 1-1 count. Benny Bombs is a guy who's tough to strike out. Swing and a miss. Comes up empty on a big hack that time. Ben Jones on the season has 24 walks to just 12 strikeouts. So he's another guy like Eric Hyatt. I mean, he's 2 for 1 walk to K ratio as a hitter. It's just nuts. 1-2 count. Didn't strike out, didn't keep it in play though, as Ben Jones will bang one very long but foul. Ben Jones will gather himself and step back in the batter's box. Ben Jones has been on base in 12 straight now, factoring in the 2 games today. 1-2 delivery, forthcoming. Breaking ball again. Jones got under it. Stationed in center field, making the grab for out number 2. Here's Eric Hyatt. He was the original one that we said with the outstanding walk to strikeout ratio from the hitter perspective. And he has walked 3 times today. Eric Hyatt does not have an at-bat yet in this game. He has plate appearances, but officially he does not have an at-bat. 0 for 0 with 3 walks. Hyatt was 1 for 4 with a walk in the first game. He'll take strike 1, looking. Quinn Madden is on deck. Quinn Madden has been ripping the laces off the baseball in this game and really his past about 7 or 8 games. This ball will drop in. Long run for the center fielder. Not Eric Hyatt's hardest ball he's ever hit, but he is aboard for the 4th time today. Hyatt is 1 for 1 in this game. On the day for Eric Hyatt between the 2 games, that makes him 2 for 5 with 4 walks. Hit number 7 for Lynchburg. 6 runs on 7 hits. Hornets have left 7 runners on base. They've left 4 of those in scoring position. Here's Quinn Madden, ultra dangerous right now. 10-game hitting streak. He has extra base hits in 7 of his last 8. Quinn Madden. He'll hit with an 0-1 count, a runner on first. 2 outs. Gavin Collins is on deck, also swinging a really good bat right now. Hard up the middle from Madden. Base knock. It's another multi-hit game for Quinn Madden. He doubled in his first at bat, cleared the bases, drove in 3 there. Quinn Madden had 2 hits in the first game, so now we got another stat update for you. Quinn Madden has multiple hits in 8 of his last 9 games. It's just nuts. He was already hitting over 500. I'm going to get you an update on what Quinn Madden has done average-wise here in a second. Might have to wait till in between innings because Gavin Collins, he'll stop you in your tracks with a big swing. Hitting with 2 on, and there it is right there. Gavin Collins get enough of that or not? It's deep to left field, and it is gone. A 3-run dinger for Gavin Collins. First pitch, sees it, launches it, and drives in 3, including himself. Gavin Collins putting some distance between the Hornets and the Generals with a 3-run homer. Gavin Collins now, how about 15th homer of his career here at Lynchburg? 15 long balls for Gavin Collins. And it's a multi-hit day now for Gavin Collins, a multi-hit game. Gavin Collins has a 10-game hitting streak. He doubled and drove in Quinn Madden earlier in this one. Yeah, he drove in Quinn Madden again, this time with a 3-run homer. Second home run of the day for Lynchburg. Logan Webster went yard in basically the same spot in game 1 to give the Hornets a 9-8 lead. Riley O'Donovan, I think, was looking for back-to-back right there. Took a good pass at that high fastball and fouled it away. 0-1 count, and that is a 2-out 3-run rally right there for Lynchburg. Eric Hyatt with a soft single, Quinn Madden with a hard single, and then Gavin Collins with the bomb that did major damage right there. A 3-run homer. Lynchburg up 9-4. Not out of the woods yet against a talented General squad, but the breathing room should feel very nice. 1-1 count here on Riley O'Donovan. Hitting with the bases clear. That fastball hits the lower portion of the strike zone. And now it's a 1-2 count. Washington and Lee still out hitting Lynchburg, but the Hornets have made the most of their opportunities. Here's the pitch to O'Donovan, fouled away. Logan Webster, speaking of homers, is on deck. And Logan Webster is 2 for 3 in this game. This is a fun Lynchburg offense because they can beat you in so many ways. Again, they can beat you with so many different players, too. O'Donovan ready for a 2-strike delivery. This is hammered to center field. This is going to be a long run. Tough play, but the grab is made to end the inning. 3-run homer for Gavin Collins puts Lynchburg up 9-4 through 6 complete in Game 2 at Fox. Logan Tapman still pitching for Lynchburg. Getting set to face 4, 5, 6 in the Washington and Lee batting lineup. It'll be Campbell Charnecko. Charnecko's got a home run himself. Gavin Collins, the most recent home run in the game. A 3-run dinger in the bottom of the 6th to give the Hornets some breathing room. 9-4, 5-run advantage right now for Lynchburg. This will be batter number 13 that Logan Tapman has faced. Breaking ball low and away. Thought Riley O'Donovan hit the ball hard in his at-bat there. And don't leave out Quinn Madden, who had another hard base knock. And I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Quinn Madden, even when he gets out, it is hard and loud. I mean, he is right on it, hitting everything. Just drilling balls up there. 2-0 count to Campbell Charnecko. Fastball for a strike. Quinn Madden now should be, just totaling up some numbers for you here, fans. Quinn Madden is 2 for 3 in this game. Quinn Madden's got a sac fly as well. Quinn Madden has driven in 4, and he's scored twice. The only out he's made was a fly out to deep center field. But Quinn Madden now, by my stats, as Quinn Madden will have to play some defense. He does that too. Nice little running grab to get Campbell Charnecko out for the first out of the 7th inning. But by my count, unofficial stats, I've got Quinn Madden as being 21 for his last 39. That's good for a 538 batting average. And that dates back about 10 games now for Quinn Madden. 538 his last 10. So he's human. I mean, he's been getting out, but like I said, even the outs he's making, the defense is just pressed into service and forced to field a tough, hard ball that he's hit in play. Strike one there from Logan Webster. It's a 1-1 count to the substitute. Andrew Thornton originally had this spot, and now the hitter is Julian Dominique, who is 0 for 2 so far. Scratch that, he's 0 for 1, I believe. That's why my stats are unofficial. 1-2 count. Lynchburg will send up 8-9-1 to hit in their half of the 7th inning. Hornets will be looking for more runs. They did win game 1, 9-8. Hornets will be looking to break the double-digit mark again. Swing and a miss there. Good pitch from Tapman. Believe it or not, that's actually Tapman's first strikeout. I say believe it or not because he's got great stuff and really does gobble up a lot of strikeouts typically, but that tells you a little bit about this Washington and Lee Ball Club and their hitting. 6th strikeout for the Generals this game. Nick Matfield started for Lynchburg, struck out 5 in his 3 innings of work. Tapman started the 4th with a clean sheet, gave up a double. He's actually surrendered 3 base hits since then. 2 timely double plays have allowed Tapman to not surrender any runs. He's attacking the zone there. Even Riley O'Donovan asking where that one was, but it's ball 1. Logan Tapman on the season has 14 punch-outs, and Logan Tapman has only walked 5. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Ethan Zuleta with 2 hits in this game, 2 for 3. He was 2 for 5 in game 1. Pretty good afternoon of work for the shortstop for Washington and Lee. 1-2 count. Tapman working from the windup. One of the rare pitchers for Lynchburg that does use a windup. Kicks and fires. This one flared to right and foul. Nathan DeWitt is on deck. DeWitt is the DH. He's 1 for 2 with a walk in this game. Tapman's ready to work again with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Another foul ball from Zuleta, staying alive there. Quinn Madden on the season over 360 now, according to my numbers. And in the last 10, he's 21 for 39, 538 on the year for Quinn Madden. Here's the pitch from Tapman. Just missed up high, I think. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Hornets scored 4 in the first, 2 in the second, nothing in 3, 4, and 5. And then a 3 spot last inning thanks to the Gavin Collins 3-run home run. Hard ground ball to Brandon Garcia. Kind of side saddled it, but no problem as he flips it across to Ryan Long for the 3rd out of the inning. Lynchburg leading 9-4 and coming to bat in the bottom of the 7th.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
Logan Webster to lead off the bottom of the 7th for Lynchburg. He'll face a new pitcher. Jimmy Horvath will be the 4th arm that Washington Lee has used in this game. 8th pitcher of the day, Jimmy Horvath, another New York guy. Harrison, New York. For Jimmy Horvath. He comes from an athletic family, just reading the bio here at the Washington and Lee website. Jimmy Horvath will face an athletic guy. Logan Webster is 2 for 3 in this game, 2 hits. And now it's an 8-game hit streak for Logan Webster, and he's got 2 hits in the last 4 in a row. Logan Webster really starting to heat up for Lynchburg. Another guy for the Hornets that had kind of a slow start to the first month or so of the season. Stayed patient, stayed with the process, kept working, kept getting after it. Results have now followed for Logan Webster. Jimmy Horvath on the season is 0-1 in just 2 appearances. Those are starts. Swing and a miss there from Logan Webster. ERA is a little elevated for Jimmy Horvath. Last year, he had an 8.22 earned run average in 7 appearances. Started 3. Started 4 his freshman year back in 2022. And it was also 7 appearances a couple seasons ago for this junior from Harrison, New York. 1-2 count on Logan Webster. He's the leadoff man here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 3 up, 3 down inning for Lynchburg defensively. That's the 2nd time this game that the Hornets have retired the Generals in perfect order. Logan Webster, my goodness, that was spicy. That had some heat going up the middle. Webster's got a 3-hit day down. Logan Webster just continues to crush it. It is 10 hits now for Lynchburg. Hornets have also used 6 walks in this game. Actually have to, I think, go back a ways to find that last walk, though. Yeah, Eric Hyatt has taken 3 of the 6, by the way. Ryan Long's looking for his first hit in this game. He did have 2 in the first contest today. See if Ryan Long can get hot, get busy. Could theoretically be a sacrifice bunt situation, even up 9-4. Coaches would know the value of an insurance run in the college game especially. Maybe that's in play here, maybe not. 1-1 count to Ryan Long with Logan Webster at first. Webster a threat to steal. Here's the pitch, tailing 2-seam fastball for a strike from Jimmy Horvath. Defense double play depth in the infield. Third baseman snug to that line over there. Tight to the third base line. Lynchburg has hit some balls down that line today. Can't say I blame him for that configuration and defensive alignment. Outfield's pretty much straight away. Horvath set and delivers to Ryan Long. It is a ball down that line, but it's foul. It's almost like the third baseman knew what was going to happen. But foul. And we'll try a 1-2 delivery again here in just a moment. The schedule, Lynchburg back in action Tuesday. Pretty quick turnaround as the Hornets host the Methodist Monarchs in non-conference play. Ryan Long fouls another one away. Then for Lynchburg, they'll hit the road for an ODAC single-game matchup Wednesday against Hampton-Sydney. Tigers always tough. Got a lot of talent back this year, too. Lynchburg on the road against EMU next Saturday. So that's the next week for you. Ryan Long's going to take a strikeout looking. That's an EMU team that beat Washington and Lee 13-10 on Wednesday, by the way. Not a ball club to be taken lightly. The Royals from EMU always play Lynchburg tough as well. Everybody plays everybody tough in the ODAC. But Lynchburg, just because of who they are and the name and the success lately, you're going to get everybody's best punch. Nobody's staying out late the night before they play Lynchburg. Everybody's getting to bed early, and they're drinking the extra protein shakes, and they're reading the scouting reports. So you're going to automatically get everybody's best shot when you're the national champion. Ground ball right side. This could be 2 for EMU. Brandon Garcia with speed. Ball came out on the transfer, so Logan Webster's out at second. So it's just a fielder's choice for Brandon Garcia. Looks like his little multi-hit deal that he was building is in jeopardy here for Brandon Garcia. Second baseman fielded through to the shortstop. They got the out at second, and then the ball came out on the turn. But Lynchburg just continuing the thought about how good they've been. I mean, 3 straight regional appearances for Lynchburg. It's not like last year was a fluke or a flash in the pan. I mean, this is a Hornet team that had been getting better and better every year since this coaching staff has been in place. And the standard is now set very high. So that's the other thing. You're going to get everybody's best shot because of the standard that you have set. And then sometimes you're a prisoner of your own standard. If you don't get as many wins as you think you should, all of a sudden it feels like something's wrong. But you're playing tough teams, playing tough competition. Lynchburg's 13-6. That's pretty good by any standard. Fly ball right side for O'Kelly McWilliams. That's going to bring this conversation and this inning to an end. Lynchburg blanked in the 7th. They lead 9-4 over the Generals from Washington and Lee.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a teaching and learning resources conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
A defensive change for Lynchburg in the top of the 8th inning. Ethan Morotsky will go into left field. Logan Webster had been out there not only in this game, but all day actually for Lynchburg. But now it's Ethan Morotsky taking over. Logan Tapman still on the mound. It's 4 shutout innings so far for Logan Tapman. He's pitched around a little bit of trouble. 2 timely double plays for Tapman. And he's got his ball club in position here in the top of the 8th inning. Nathan DeWitt leading off for Washington and Lee. A hit in his last at bat that was against Logan Tapman. This is his second time seeing Tapman. And Nathan DeWitt has also walked in this one as well. 9-4, Lynchburg on top. Hornets won the first game 9-8. If you're joining us late, that was a 2-run home run from Logan Webster in the bottom of the 6th inning for Lynchburg. Hornets got a great pitching performance from Nathaniel Mack. And then it was Colin McGuire. 2 scoreless innings to close out a 2-inning save for Lynchburg in game number 1, win 13 of the season, 5-3 in ODAC play. There's a line drive single from Nathan DeWitt. He's got back-to-back base hits. 12 in the game for Washington and Lee. Generals have only stranded 5, 3 of those in scoring position. But back to those double plays, they just changed things so dramatically for a team. And Washington and Lee's gotten all their runs in a big 3rd inning. That was a 4-run, 6-hit 3rd inning. There was a walk in there as well. That was an inning where Washington and Lee sent 10 to the plate. Big swing from John Turner. Is Ethan Morotsky going to have room to catch this? No, he's not. 2-run homer. And here we go. Washington and Lee might be back in business in the top of the 8th inning. The wind seems to be carrying balls that direction a bit, and certainly carrying them a bit more than they are to right. John Turner with a 2-run homer. Base is clear with nobody out for another pinch hitter coming up. for Washington and Lee. This is going to be number 23, Mason Satterfield. Mason Satterfield has actually played in 15 so far this season. He's 1 for 22 on the year. Chance to jumpstart things potentially for Mason Satterfield. And his ball club only trails by 3 now. So it was scoreless innings in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th for Washington and Lee. But now they're on the board with back-to-back hits, and one being the big fly from John Turner.
Now batting the center fielder, number 23, Mason Satterfield.
Washington and Lee now 2 home runs in the game. Charneco had a 3-run homer earlier. Drew Larson had a 3-run home run in game 1. For John Turner, that's his first homer of the season. Gavin Collins has a 3-run home run in this game for Lynchburg, his 4th of the year. Logan Webster hit his first of the season in game 1. So you're up to date on the home run numbers. And have we seen the last one today? Question mark. 9-6 ball game, still a 3-run lead for Logan Tapman. That's 3 straight singles, though. The pinch hitter, Mason Satterfield, picking up his 2nd hit of the season. And now you bring up a guy who has a 4-for-4 game working, Paul Ramsauer. Number 15, the sophomore, has been blistering the baseball. He had 2 hits in game 1. Ramsauer 6 for 8 with a walk on the day. Lynchburg's got some players that have some pretty impressive stat lines, but for Ramsauer, his might be the best of all right now. If it comes in a losing effort, he probably won't be completely happy, though. Tapman will spin and keep an eye on Satterfield there. 3 straight singles, and this is what happened in Washington and Lee's big inning in the 3rd. Nick Matfield was pitching for Lynchburg. He had a 6-run lead going into the inning. Probably felt pretty comfortable, but he gave up 4 straight hits, including a 3-run home run. This is 3 straight hits right now for Logan Tapman. And sometimes it gets back to teams get used to seeing you. They get a better look. They see the shape of the breaking ball. They see the velocity. Sometimes a pitcher does tire out. All kinds of reasons. Some things are just random as well. But if you're Lynchburg, this is why you keep all those bullpen arms busy. And you keep them ready for situations like this. I think we are going to see a move to the bullpen as Travis Beasley comes out of the dugout. We'll pause and identify the new arm in just a second. It's a 3-run Lynchburg lead, but Washington and Lee is threatening in the top of the 8th inning at Fox Field.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
The new pitcher for Lynchburg will be number 2, Josh Jorman. Jorman enters with no outs in the top of the 8th inning. There is one on. It's been 3 straight base hits for Washington and Lee. For Josh Jorman, this is going to be appearance number 6 of the season. He has started 4 of those. So just 1 relief appearance up to this point. Jorman actually started Wednesday's game on the road against Virginia Wesleyan. But Jorman is ready in the top of the 8th here, and he gets the baseball, at least to face Paul Ramsauer anyway. Could be one and done, could be a left-on-left matchup, or could be Jorman's ball for a while in this one. We'll see. It's a 3-run Lynchburg lead at the moment. 9-6, Hornets on top. Outfield is deep and actually played slightly the opposite way. Infield's at double play depth here with a runner on first and nobody out. Jorman's first delivery is off the plate, wide for ball 1. Gavin Collins is even with the bag, but off the line at third base, closer to that 5.5 hole. Ramsauer, 4 for 4 in this game with a double. Actually got a leadoff single and then got picked off to start this game. Lynchburg has done a nice job holding runners all day. Then it goes back to the 9-8 victory in game 1. 2-0 count for Ramsauer. Watch out here. Pitch coming from Jorman. Nice spot. Well, that's tough to hit. At the knees, outer third. Really good. 2-1. Lynchburg's turned 2 double plays in this game. 2 very timely double plays that helped throw up zeros in innings 4 through 7. But Washington and Lee is on the board in this one with a 2-run home run and still threatening with a runner at first and nobody out. 3 balls, 1 strike is the count to Ramsauer. 6 for 8 on the day so far. Jorman's pitch, another good spot. That one was higher than that strike 1 pitch, but a great location. Just on the outer, maybe even more than a third. Maybe in the outer quarter of the plate. Maybe even just barely grazed the edge. Full count now. See if the runner goes at first. Maybe. Jorman might have been expecting it as he threw over to first. Good thought process there from the 5th-year man, Josh Jorman. From Oak Hill, Virginia, he's put together a healthy resume as a 2-way player here at Lynchburg. Full count delivery coming up. Ground ball, right side. There's one from Ryan Long. Lynchburg will have to tag at second. Did they get it? They hold on. They did not. Brandon Garcia is holding that glove hand. I think the strong feet-first slide there might have freed the ball up from Brandon Garcia's glove. That was Mason Satterfield hustling into second and sliding in hard, feet first. Again, I don't think any malice or ill intent there from Satterfield, just playing the game hard. He went straight into the bag with a feet-first slide, and as Garcia put the hand down to tag, I think the ball got kicked free, and Garcia lost a glove in the process. I'll go down as a fielder's choice there. Ground out to the first baseman. And Ryan Long's a great glove over there. He has spent time at, I believe, all 4 infield positions in his career for Lynchburg. It was a good play. He caught that quickly and made the transition and a really strong throw. So give Satterfield some credit for speed and hustle. That's out number 1 of the inning. First time Ramsauer's been retired in a long time. Here's Jacob Jackson. He has a double in game 2 to go along with a double. 3 hits on the day total for Jacob Jackson. He had a 2-hit game in the first contest. Strike 1, 0-1 count to Jacob Jackson. Drew Larson is on deck. Larson hit the 3-run homer in game 1. This ball swung on, hit to right field. Quinn Madden sees it, broke back, now moves in. Runner will take off, out recorded. Strong throw from Quinn Madden. And it's picked up by Gavin Collins. He'll hand it off to Josh Jorman, who was hustling to back up on the play. 2 outs in the inning now. And it will bring up dangerous Drew Larson. Larson's a senior from Glen Allen, Virginia. Campbell Charneco's on deck. He has a 3-run home run in this game. So it's a tough spot in the lineup here if you're a pitcher from Lynchburg. You do have bases open, but with Charnecko on deck, not sure you want more base runners on for him. Center fielder O'Kelly McWilliams slides over in the right center gap. Morotsky is moving to the left center gap. They're playing Larson to pull, 0-1 count. Breaking ball in there from Josh Jorman. Another one coming, maybe, yeah, it was. Larson out front, the ball squirted off his bat, foul down the left field line. 0-2 count. Infield is basically straight up. Ben Jones is actually in shallow right center field, though, on the power hitting lefty, Drew Larson. 0-2 count. Josh Jorman set, looks in. Holds, fires, ball nearly hit Larson. It was also nearly a strike. Believe we commented earlier on how Larson likes to get on the inside line of that batter's box. He really crowds you. And Lynchburg was doing a nice job with Nick Matfield getting balls in under his hands. Maybe a similar concept there. 1-2 delivery coming. This was a breaking ball away that time from Josh Jorman. And now it's a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Lynchburg leading by 3. Top of the 8th inning here at Fox Field. This one was down and in, but a ball. It's full now. Sun starting to go down, so the angle is a little bit tougher. The sunlight angle almost makes it tougher to see from up here. It actually should make the pop-ups and the fly balls easier to track now, though. Had some difficulty in that area, some players did. Larson turns on one, pulls it foul. And it'll be another full count pitch coming from Josh Jorman. Lynchburg has Ben Jones set to lead off in the bottom of the 8th. That's 3-4-5 in the lineup. Lynchburg's got some hot hitters coming up there, including Eric Hyatt and Quinn Madden right behind Ben Jones. Here comes another full count payoff pitch. Swung on and tapped foul by Drew Larson. Charnecko on deck has now, Charnecko's closing in on 100 career hits. I think he's got 98 in his career now. Waits on deck while Drew Larson hits with a full count. Wow, nice spot there from Lynchburg and Josh Jorman. About half the defense was heading to the dugout. Lynchburg thought they hit that spot for strike 3. It is just a walk, though. And now there are runners at the quarters for the 98 hit man, Campbell Charnecko. He's a career .375 hitter. 9 home runs in his career. That factors in a 3-run homer earlier in this game. He did bounce into one of those double plays earlier. Lynchburg doesn't need a double play here with 2 outs. Just one will do fine. They lead 9-6. Washington and Lee has 6 runs on 14 hits. They have stranded 5. Lynchburg hoping they can strand 2 more general runners. Ball 1. Three walks this game for Washington and Lee. Lynchburg's pitching has been really solid. They've been around the plate. They've pitched to contact. It's cost them in some ways. I think you love the fact that Lynchburg pitchers aren't giving up too many free passes. 1-1 count. Jorman got that one inside. Bouncing ball up the middle. And that will sneak its way through. O'Kelly will throw to third. Gavin Collins had that one get by him, but Josh Jorman there on a textbook backup. Nice job to do the little things, hit the basics, the fundamentals. Jorman moving over to back up the bag, but that's a base knock, and it's actually the 4th hit of the inning. If you go back to the start of the inning, Nathan DeWitt singled. John Turner hit a 3-run home run, and now it looks like that's all for Josh Jorman, as we'll get a 3rd pitcher in the inning for Lynchburg. Hornets still lead, But Washington and Lee cutting into it, 9-7. Lynchburg on top in game 2 at Foxy.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities, learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
There's Mason McDowell on Maximum Mason from Fishersville, Virginia. The sophomore ready to work for the 9th time this season. He now will share the team lead in appearances with Colin McGuire, who we saw pitch 2 innings in the first game. Mason McDowell pitched 2 innings on the road at Virginia Wesleyan earlier this week. So McDowell is on for the 2nd time this week. He threw a week ago against Roanoke in that doubleheader, but a lot of players that we've seen today played last week in that doubleheader. But here's McDowell, 2 outs, runners on 1st and 3rd in a 2-run ball game. Rock and fire for strike 1 there from Mason McDowell. Nice pitch to get things going. In the top of the 8th inning, Lynchburg leading by 2. They'll be looking for insurance in the bottom of the 8th. It's another good spot from McDowell, but that's off the plate. And now it's a 1-1 count. Hornets have 3-4-5 due up. Ben Jones, Eric Hyatt, Quinn Madden. That one a bit wider from Mason McDowell for ball 2. Outfield played the opposite way. Infield's pretty much straight up here with 2 on and 2 outs. It's runners at the corners for Washington and Lee. That one also missed. And now a 3-1 count on number 21. Julian Dominich. He is currently 0 for 2, subbed into this game for Andrew Thornton. Swing and a miss, and now it's a full count. Runner at first will be on the go here. That's Campbell Charnecko. This is a 4-hit inning for Washington and Lee. They have 15 base knocks in the game. Ryan Long played behind Charnecko at first. McDowell missed the zone. Inside, now the bases are loaded. Lynchburg has walked 2 out of the last 3. I mentioned they were doing pretty well about limiting the free passes, and they still have. Just 3 Generals walked in game number 1. Here's the shortstop, Ethan Zaletta, in a big spot. Tying run is on second base. Go-ahead run on first. In a 2-run ball game, the bases are loaded. McDowell snaps off a breaking ball for strike number 1. Nathan DeWitt is on deck. He started this inning. This is the 9th player the Generals have sent to the plate. Lynchburg has used 3 pitchers in the inning. Tapman started. Josh Jorman faced 2. Now Mason McDowell's facing his 2nd hitter. 1-1 count. Runners everywhere for Washington and Lee. 2 outs. Fastball in, thigh-high strike, and now it's a 1-2 count on Ethan Zaletta. Outfield again, stationed the other way. Lynchburg taking away the right center gap. Ethan Morotsky, the left fielder, is split over or spread over in the left center gap. Breaking ball from McDowell. Did Zuleta go? He did not. 2-2 count. Lynchburg had half their team sprinting off on a good pitch from Josh Jorman to Drew Larson. But it was a ball, and Larson ended up walking. That was a good hold from Zuleta. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. McDowell got him that time. Swing and a miss. Bases left loaded. Generals do get 2 across, and now it's a 2-run ball game here. As Lynchburg will look for insurance in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
When creating a sustainable future, you're
All right, it was a 3-run inning for Washington and Lee. I misspoke. Again, baseball fans. 3 runs in the inning for Washington and Lee. They did get the 2-run home run from John Turner, but then General scratched off another run after that. A 4-hit inning. Washington and Lee ends up leaving 3 on base. Big punch out there from Mason McDowell to end the inning. Ben Jones will shoot one to the shortstop. Zuleta, who made that last out, will catch this one and fire quickly to first base for the initial out of the inning. Here's Eric Hyatt, 1 for 1, 3 walks in the game.
Now batting your first baseman, number 5, Eric Hyatt.
Lynchburg is currently 13-6 on the year. Looking for win number 14 at the halfway point. This is game 20 for both squads. Game 20 here for Lynchburg and Washington and Lee. Both teams are in action. And I was wrong. Lynchburg is 4-2 in the conference. Are they 5-2 now? I think they're 5-2 now. Man, one of these days I'm going to get all this stuff together here. Let's see. Lynchburg beat Washington and Lee in game 1 today. Eric Hyatt's going to take his 4th walk of the game. 5th of the day for Eric Hyatt. I believe he now might have the team lead. No, he still doesn't have as many as Ben Jones. Here comes Quentin Madden. Pinch runner first. Ethan Smith will be the pinch runner. Great to see Ethan Smith again. Here's a guy that we just love watching play. Yeah, so for Lynchburg, doubleheader split the opening weekend with Bridgewater. Split with Roanoke, so 2-2 at that point. 3-2 after the win against Virginia Wesleyan. 4-2 after this game today. So 4-2 in ODAC play. So just add that to my mistake list today, which is actually a bit shorter, believe it or not, as we're getting into midseason. I'm rounding in to midseason form. 1 out here with Quinn Madden hitting. He'll spray one backwards foul right in our direction, and it's an 0-1 count. Ethan Smith running at first. Eric Hyatt, what a day. 1 for 1 in this game with 4 walks. He was 1 for 4 with 1 walk in the first game. Just another hard hit ball for Quinn Madden. I mean, you could set your watch by that. He is just going to blister a baseball every time he comes up. He might not get a base hit. He might hit it at somebody, but you know he is just going to hit the screws right out of a baseball. Seam-busting Quinn Madden. I'll tell you the numbers again. Quinn Madden is working on a 10-game hitting streak. He has 3 hits and a sac fly in this game. And now Madden has multiple hits in 7 of his last 9. No, it's multiple hits in 8 of his last 9. He's got extra base hits in 7 of his last 8. There's so many stats you can throw out, they get confusing. Bottom line is he is ripping the ball. Over 550 now in his last 10 games or so. Gavin Collins will foul one away. Remember, the last time Gavin Collins was up, he went yard for his 4th dinger of the season. He's moved into sole possession of second place. Quinn Madden leads the team with 6. Collins 4. O'Donovan with 3. 1-1 count here with 1 out for Gavin Collins. Runners at first and second. Great location for a fastball from Jimmy Horvath, who's still out. And the count is now 1-2 with 1 out. Gavin Collins swung at a first pitch in that last at bat to drive the 3-run homer over the left field fence. He could do it with 2 strikes, though. Here's the pitch. Collins will fight that one off, sending it back for another foul ball. Eric Hyatt on the season, back to his walk total. Yeah, he's not up in Ben Jones territory, but now Eric Hyatt has 17 walks on the year to just 8 strikeouts. Ben Jones has 24 walks on the season. Swing and a miss from Gavin Collins. Nice pitch from Jimmy Horvath. Looked like he just went straight heater there. With the low light shining over a right-handed hitter, the hitting light might actually not be as good. I said the light was easier to catch the pop-ups and the fly balls now. Might make hitting just slightly tougher, particularly for a right-handed hitter maybe. Riley O'Donovan is up 1 for 3 with a walk in this game. Riley wants the first into the sky. Let's see if Washington and Lee can catch this one. I said the light was better for it. They do not. Wow. Another pop-up that Washington and Lee can't come up with. And most teams will work on pop-ups on a fairly regular basis. I have a feeling that Coach Ted White will have that on the practice plan tomorrow. And I hope I'm not, again, sounding critical, but Washington and Lee has missed some opportunities with the pop-ups. Might not burn them here if they can get Riley O'Donovan out. Check swing on a high fastball. Did not go. Runner at second is the speedy Ethan Smith for Lynchburg. And Quinn Madden, good wheels at first as well. Lynchburg on top by 2 in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch to O'Donovan. That's upstairs for ball 2. Ethan Morotsky would be on deck unless you get a pinch hitting situation for Lynchburg. We'll see. Morotsky subbed into left field for Logan Webster, who's had an outstanding day. Fouled straight back from Riley O'Donovan. Putting good work in here. 2-2 count with 2 outs. Mason McDowell came on to face 2 hitters in the top of the 8th for Lynchburg. Walked one, struck out the other to leave the bases loaded. Generals did have a 3 spot there in the 8th to go along with 4 in the 3rd. O'Donovan will foul another one away. Another one of these long at-bats where the umpire is going to be calling for more baseballs here in just a second. 2-2. Seven, 8, 9 coming up for Washington and Lee in what's going to end up being their last shot in the top of the 9th. Just a question of how much they're down by based on the results of this Riley O'Donovan at bat. The great speed at second base means pretty much any single should score Ethan Smith, barring just an absolute line shot base hit to an outfielder, or perhaps an infield single. I guess Ethan Smith might be forced to hold at third. Full count delivery. Bouncing ball up the middle. This is going to be tough any way they go. Did he step on the bag at second? Yeah. The second baseman almost sold the call there for the umpire, who did not make the out call initially, but then they will give him the out there on a force out at second base. Quinn Madden was hustling but couldn't beat it out. And so there you go. That's the end of the 8th inning. Lynchburg's got 3 more outs to get to see if they can complete their first ODAC sweep of the season. Don't miss the conclusion coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about
Mason McDowell on the top of the 9th, looking for save number 3 of the season. Colin McGuire picked up his 2nd save in a 1-run game in our first affair today, and now it's a 9-7 ball game. Lynchburg on top by 2. Another close game. Hornets typically so good in these scenarios. This season, Lynchburg is 8-2 in games decided by 4 or less. 8-2 in the one swing of the bat games. They were 27-7 in games decided by 4 or less last year. Lynchburg was 8-2 in 1-run games last year. Interestingly enough, this year they're just 3-2. This is a 2-run ball game. It's a 1-2 count. Oh, electric breaking ball from Mason McDowell. Good hold by Nathan DeWitt. DeWitt is 2 for 3 in this game, and he's got singles in his last 2 at bats. He's walked 1 time as well. 2-2 count to DeWitt. He'll foul another one away. This is where the trouble began last inning for Lynchburg. DeWitt singled. John Turner hit a 2-run home run. And then another single followed. It was actually a 4-hit inning for Washington and Lee in the 8th. They scored 3 runs. They left 3 on. Generals in the game have 7 runs on 15 hits. And by my count, Washington and Lee has left 8 on base, 4 in scoring position. 5 in scoring position, actually. 2-2 count. Nobody out here for Nathan DeWitt. None on. Swing and a miss. McDowell got him on a breaking ball. The way that broke, it really ended up almost under the elbows on the swing of Nathan DeWitt. Big punch out there from Mason McDowell. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mason McDowell.
John Turner.
He can really rack them up with his electric stuff. High velocity, great bite on the breaking ball. There's the curveball / slider, whatever you want to call it, across the plate for strike 1 looking. Mason McDowell's now struck out 20 on the season with back-to-back here. 1 out in the top of the 9th. Mason McDowell was 1-1 with 2 saves coming into the ball game. That breaking ball missed, and now it should be a 2-1 count. The hitter is John Turner, who hit the 2-run home run in the 8th inning. Turner's got 2 hits in the game, 4 on the day now. This snapper misses downstairs, and now it's a 3-1 count. See if McDowell maybe just goes hard right down the middle this time. Sean Pokerot catching, by the way. Don't know if we noted that defensive adjustment for Lynchburg, and obviously the battery mate would be a very important one for any pitcher. Walk there. So McDowell in 4 batters has struck out 2 and walked 2.
Number 23, Mason Satterfield.
And that's obviously not uncommon with the high strikeout pitchers. Some walks do come as a byproduct of that. Effectively wild, question mark, maybe a 1 count as Mason McDowell's gotten ahead of Satterfield, who's 1 for 1 with a single. Pinch hit in this 9-hole spot. Third player that's occupied this spot. Has not faced Mason McDowell, though. Swings through a breaking ball for strike 2. Let's see what the pitch of choice is for Mason McDowell and Sean Pokerot. Looked like a breaking ball that was off the plate intentionally. Now the count is 1-2. Ryan Long holding the runner on at first base. This is the tying run in the batter's box right here in a 9-7 ball game. Lynchburg is the home team. Same pitch, and Satterfield takes it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Outfield fairly deep. The key is to keep the batter runner off of second base in this situation. Don't let that tying run get into scoring position. There's definitely, here's a chance right here. Morotsky coming on. This will drop in front. Clean single there. And now the tying run is on first. The go-ahead run will step into the batter's box. And it's the very, very good Paul Ramsauer. Satterfield 2 for 2 in a pinch hitting role. Might have just got himself some more PT right there. Nice job by Mason Satterfield. Mason McDowell surrenders his first hit. That was hit number 16 of the game for Washington and Lee. There is 1 out with runners on first and second. And you got the top of the lineup up if you're Washington and Lee. I mean, this is all you want here as a coach, or all you can ask for maybe. To get some runners on in a close game with your bread and butter up, with the guys you really believe in, top of the lineup. Ramsauer, who's 4 for 5 in this game. He has a 6-hit day working. Jacob Jackson coming up next. He's got 1 hit in this game, but 3 on the day. And then you get to Drew Larson, who has 1 hit in this game, but hit a 3-run home run in
number 15,
the first game. So Ramsauer's up there, the sophomore. Came into the game just hitting .290, but man, based on his performance today, you'd think he was like a 500 hitter. 4 hits in this game. He'll take ball 1. The light is fading. And you wonder if Washington and Lee ties the game up or even takes a lead, how good is the light going to be for Lynchburg to hit in the bottom of the 9th? We have reached the 7 o'clock hour. 7 hours of baseball here in a doubleheader that started at noon. That doesn't factor in the break in between, but we'll say conservatively about 6 hours worth of baseball. 2-0 count. McDowell got to come to Ramsauer here. He does. Fastball, outer half, strike 1. 2-1 count with 1 out, 2 runners on base. How big would a Lynchburg double play be here? Well, it would just end the game. It would just win the game for the Hornets. They've turned 2 in this game. That was in the 5th and 6th innings. 2 really great double plays as well. McDowell checks the runner, fires, high heater that Ramsauer can't catch up with. 2-2 count. Jacob Jackson on deck. Lynchburg, if needed, will have 8-9-1 due up in the bottom of the 9th. Two coming from Mason McDowell. Struck out DeWitt for the first out this inning. looking for the second and perhaps the third. Here it comes. Off the plate for ball 3. Count full. 1 out. Lynchburg double play depth. Ryan Long behind the runner at first. Gavin Collins is very deep at third. Both benches coming alive. You can hear the volume increase in this situation. Fastball missed. McDowell has now walked 3. That's walk 6 in the game for Washington and Lee. Jacob Jackson is due up. Jacob Jackson is waiting, actually, on the home plate dirt circle. Tying runs at second base now for Washington and Lee. Even better scenario. Looks like Coach Ted White wants to make a change, possibly some more wheels coming on base here. Better speed, I think, is the adjustment. I believe he's already made the change. I think somebody went in for Ramsauer there at first base. Yeah, that is going to be number 14, Zach Senders. Zach Senders is on. And Zach Senders, in 13 games played, is 5 for 5 stolen base-wise. So just a stat that doesn't tell you everything, but pretty much tells you why Ted White has made the change.
Second baseman, number 2, Jacob Jackson.
All right, senior second baseman, Jacob Jackson, in there hitting with 1 out and the base is loaded in a 2-run deficit for Washington and Lee. This one bounces in. Pokerock smothers, keeps it right behind the point at home plate. 1-0 count. McDowell got a mound visit from assistant coach Michael Solbach. See if McDowell can straighten himself out. He has walked 3. Struck out 2. Surrendered 1 base hit. There's 1 out. In the top of the 9th, Lynchburg leading by 2. Strike 1 there from Mason McDowell. If you're Lynchburg, this is the old 1's a must, 2's a plus scenario. You got to make sure that first out. Must get an out somewhere if you're an infielder or an outfielder for that matter. This one fouled back into the mask of Sean Pokerock. Didn't seem to phase him much as it caroms off. And now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes rather. Here in the top of the 9th. Pressure cooker situation for Lynchburg. Leading by 2. So good in these tight game situations, but that doesn't mean it comes easy. Nothing comes easy in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. You got to work for everything. McDowell misses that one. Pokerock can't backhand it. And there you go. The 8th run comes across for Washington and Lee. It's a 1-run ball game now. As Mason McDowell walks back to the mound. He's got runners on second and third. So you lose your force out at any base situation. Lynchburg is going to pull the infield in. Corners are in anyway. Middle is sort of at that modified infield in, where they still have some movement laterally left to right. Not all the way in on the grass for Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones in the middle. Outfield shaded the opposite way. It's a 9-8 ball game. McDowell gets a tapper. Gavin Collins will check the runner. Throwing across. Got him there. All right, Lynchburg's got 2 outs with runners at second and third and a 1-run lead. Good play by Gavin Collins. Drew Larson up to bat with a base open, but you have Campbell Charnecko, who you could argue is just as dangerous, waiting behind him on deck. Runners on second and third. 2 down here in the top of the 9th. It's a 1-run ball game. Save situation for Mason McDowell. He is set and ready to roll. Here's the pitch. Ball 1. Drew Larson. He is a senior. He has 1 hit in this game. He's walked twice. 3 hits in game 1, including a 3-run home run. Drew Larson came into the day hitting .352. Here's the pitch from McDowell. Also a ball. McDowell with some footing issues there. We actually saw that a week ago when McDowell pitched against Roanoke. Just couldn't quite get the footwork right. Doesn't seem to be a problem today outside of that one that we just saw. Hitters count here for Larson. 9-8 ball game. Here's the pitch from McDowell. Strike there. Looked like it might have been a straight take from Larson. He did not look to have any twitch or emphasis on possibly swinging the bat on that pitch. 2-1 count. McDowell looks in, picks up the leg, twisting a breaking ball that just misses. And now the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. Outfield playing Larson to pull. So really they're in the same spot that they were with those righties that they were playing the opposite way. 3-1 delivery coming from the sophomore Mason McDowell. Misses. Ball. 4th walk McDowell has issued. 7th of the game for Lynchburg pitching-wise. So Washington and Lee, 8 runs on 16 hits. And they've now taken 7 walks. There's 1 hit batter in there as well. No Lynchburg errors. Bases are loaded again. That's a positive in that situation for Lynchburg. You now have a force at any bag. Campbell Charnecko, 2 for 4 with a home run in this game. Breaking ball, strike 1 for McDowell. Charnecko homered in that 4-run 3rd inning. He had 1 hit in the first game. 0-1 count. Away target from Sean Pokerock. McDowell got it there. Nice spot. Now it's an 0-2 count. 1 more big pitch from Mason McDowell would do it. He struck out 2. Doesn't have to be a strikeout here for Lynchburg. They can lean on their defense, which has been outstanding all day. 0-2 pitch coming up. McDowell got it right where they wanted it. It's off the plate for ball 1. Dugout came alive, but I think Sean Pokerock knew that was a ball. 1-2 count. That was the setup pitch. Or does McDowell go 2 off of that? In a 1-run ball game, every pitch feels massive. This might be the biggest of them all right here. McDowell broke off the breaking ball, but Charnecko held. Count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded in the top of the 9th inning. Everything you want in a ball game right here. And it all ends up right here, maybe. Here's the pitch from McDowell. Ball 3. Now the count is full and the runners will be on the move. So you may not be able to go to any base now on most batted balls. Maybe something really hard, you might have a chance to step on a base. Full count, 2 outs, top of the 9th. 1-run game again. Lynchburg won the first one 9-8. It's 9-8 right now. Line drive into right center. That ball's down. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. A 3rd general run is going to come across. Charnecko into second base. The junior has done it in a massive spot for his ball club. A bases clearing double. Lynchburg has lost the lead, and now they're on the ropes. Charnecko has driven in 7, I think, in this game. I think it's 7 runners driven in for Campbell Charnecko. Coach Travis Beasley is going to make a change, and that, again, is the essence of our game right there. It comes down to 1 pitch. If Charnecko gets out, the game is over, and Lynchburg wins. Now, all of a sudden, the Hornets are down by 2. Lynchburg is the home team. They'll have to try to snatch this lead back in the dying light of a Sunday afternoon here in March. Dominic Rowlands is on in relief of Mason McDowell. This will be appearance number 9 for Rowlands, so he's now tied with McDowell and McGuire for the team lead in that category. One of those key options out of the bullpen. Dominic Rowlands enters in a losing scenario right now, his ball club trailing 11-9. But that's it right there. I mean, that's why you have Campbell Charnecko batting cleanup for your squad. You just hope that a guy like that comes up with the bases loaded and the game on the line. He's not always going to deliver, but you hang your hat, you rest your hopes on guys like that, and Campbell Charnecko delivers. He had a 3-run home run in the 4th inning. I believe he had an RBI single back in the 3-run 8th inning, and now a 3-run double for Campbell Charnecko. So if you're a general fan and you're looking for a player of the game, look no further than the guy standing at second base. Not to mention that he's caught 17 innings so far today in a doubleheader. There's some numbers there for Dominic Rollins, who's been pretty good this season. It's another guy for Lynchburg that the ERA is a bit higher than you would want, but Rollins is 2-0 on the year. Appearance number 9. He struck out 7 and walked just 2. Dominic Rollins has been effective. A guy that has been patient. He has been productive in his work in the bullpen, off-season work as well, and Dominic Rollins has made himself into a very viable option for Lynchburg out of the bullpen.
Now batting number 21, Julian Dominic.
2 outs, runner on second. If you're Lynchburg, best you could do now is limit the damage, hustle back in the dugout, and try and hit while you got some light. Charneco's going to take off. It's almost like he wants to commit the out intentionally to end the inning so his pitcher can get back out there, and then they'll have some light. So that's how the inning is going to end under very strange circumstances. Dominic Rollins had to be careful not to balk right there, but he did not, and that'll be the 3rd out. Strange way to get a caught stealing, but that's what it's going to be. Or maybe it's just a pickoff. I don't know. But let's pause and catch our breath and see if Lynchburg can erase a 2-run deficit. 8-9-1, due up for the Hornets in their half of the 9th inning.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS.
For the Hornets,
Joe Munitz will lead off for Lynchburg. Pinch hitter comes into the 8th spot in the order. Logan Webster began in this position and it went 3 for 4. Ethan Morotsky came in to play left field, and now it's Joe Munitz hitting with no outs and nobody on base. 11-9. Campbell Charneco had the bases clearing triple, or double rather, double. Charneco doubled in the right center gap. That drove in 3. That flipped the script, and Washington and Lee went down 9-8 to leading 11-9. How about Joe Munitz just using the entire field and dropping a ball on the paint line down the left field line there. Impressive from Joe Munitz. That's a single, a long single. And smart not to risk an out at second base there for Joe Munitz. Pinch runner coming maybe for Lynchburg. Let's wait and see, but the hitter now will not be Ryan Long.
Pinch hitter number 20, Eddie Gimble.
Pinch hitter Eddie Gimble. Eddie Gimble's factored into some memorable moments this season for Lynchburg. Eddie Gimble hitting in the bottom of the 9th. His team down by 2. Eddie Gimble represents the tying run. So, yeah, just going back to the Charneco play, he wanted to make the out intentionally to give his squad time to hit, or time to pitch, rather, and hopefully secure a victory here, a road win for Washington and Lee. Eddie Gimble swings and misses at a 2-0 delivery. Number 20 is in there with Joe Munitz leading off at first base and nobody out. Top of the order on deck. So Washington and Lee got what they wanted with their great hitters in a tight spot, top of the 9th, down, and they made that work for them. Lynchburg will have a similar scenario coming up here. Brandon Garcia, Ben O'Kelly McWilliams, and Ben Jones. Fastball up and away for ball 3. Full count to Eddie Gimble. Nobody out. Short lead from Munitz at first. Eddie Gimble lifts one to left. Hard to see in the light. It's a foul ball. It actually would have been gone if it was fair. That would have been a heck of a way to tie the game up. But instead, it's just a long foul ball. Jimmy Horvath still the pitcher for Washington and Lee. Horvath started the 7th inning for the Generals. He's pitched pretty good. Gimbel will foul one back into the catcher's mitt for another foul ball. Still a full count with nobody out. Yeah, Horvath has surrendered 2 singles. That was Webster and Quinn Madden. He's walked 1, but he's pitched around that trouble. Fastball upstairs. Now Horvath has walked 2, and here comes the top of the lineup. So it's almost an exact role reversal. Washington and Lee was down by 2 going into the 9th inning. They get 4 across, including the 3-run double from Campbell Charnecko. Now Lynchburg's got the same situation. They're down 2 in the 9th inning. Garcia, base hit in the left center gap. Munitz will take the turn around third. They'll throw in his direction, but he's going to slide in safely. The other runners stay put at first and second. RBI single for Brandon Garcia. So really, it really is an exact role reversal because Washington and Lee down by 2. They scored 1, made it a 9-8 ball game. Now it's an 11-10 ball game. Do the Generals regret making the intentional out there at second base? Jimmy Horvath pitching to some real talent here with nobody out. O'Kelly McWilliams is going to show the bunt, pops it up. Charnecko on the move. He couldn't get there in time, and it's a foul ball. Brandon Garcia at first represents the winning run. Eddie Gimbel at second, who walked, is the tying run. So the sacrifice bunt is the play here. Get the tying run 90 feet away, get the winning run in scoring position. Plus, O'Kelly McWilliams can run too, so this is going to be a tough play in itself. McWilliams racing down to first. He's safe, and the bases are now loaded. Nobody out. So the real key was to move the runners up, but loading the bases is big for Lynchburg as well because now you can't pitch around Ben Jones. There's nowhere to put Ben Jones. A walk or hit by pitch ties this game. Ben Jones can break a tie with one swing of the bat. We know how explosive Benny Bombs can be. Infield coming in for Washington and Lee. They have to. Even a double play doesn't work right here. You have to go home and try to get Eddie Gimbel out. Horvath delivers to Ben Jones, who swings through an off-speed pitch. It's an 0-1 count. Outfield should really be coming in here too if you're Washington and Lee, because if you field the ball where you're at right now, you're probably not going to be able to throw out Eddie Gimbel on a sacrifice fly. Really, your outfield has to be shallow depth right here. But it is a 1-run lead for Washington and Lee. It is a 1-run lead. So the Generals could surrender 1 run and we're still tied. 11-10, 0-2 count here on Ben Jones. Good job by Horvath to go right at him. The base is loaded too. All right, here we go. Fly ball to left field. This is shallow. This is going to drop. Gimbel's got to go. He's going to score. We're tied. We are knotted at 11. A soft single from Ben Jones, who kind of throws the hands up to say, oops, did I do that? And he did. A flare in front of the outfielder. 3 straight hits for Lynchburg. They have not made an out here in the bottom of the 9th. It's 5 straight that have reached. 4 hits in the inning for the Hornets. 4 hits in the inning. And it's Joe Gordon. Joe Gordon famously came on and got a base hit in that Bridgewater game last year in the opening round of the ODAC tournament. Joe Gordon, a big spot here with nowhere to put him. Tie ball game, 11-11. Jimmy Horvath pitching to the pinch hitter, Joe Gordon. Went after the first one, took a good swipe, but it was high, and strike 1. Runners at first and second don't really matter at this point. The only one that does matter is Brandon Garcia at third base. Watch Garcia. He's got speed and great instincts on the base paths. He could score on a pass ball or maybe even just a ball that kicks away from the catcher Charnecko enough. 1-1 count as Gordon takes a breaking ball inside. It all comes down to this again. We said that in the top of the 9th inning. It's happening again. Gordon lays off a fastball upstairs. 2-1 count. Again, nowhere to put him. A walk or a hit by pitch wins the game for Lynchburg. Base hit wins it. Infield drawn in again for Washington and Lee. They have to go home. Gordon got the bat off his shoulder on an inside fastball, but didn't swing. And now it's a 2-2 count. Quinn Madden is on deck. And how about, is there anybody else you'd rather have on deck than Quinn Madden right now? Here comes the pitch to Horvath. Gordon lays off that, and it really does all come down to this pitch right here. Full count, base hit, ball 4, hit by pitch, all win it for Lynchburg. Horvath got to dig deep, but you got to try to find a way to stay loose in this tight situation. Same thing for Joe Gordon. Here it comes. Breaking ball in the dirt, and Lynchburg is going to walk it off with a Joe Gordon walk. Brandon Garcia will score the winning run, and Washington and Lee loses 12-9. Lynchburg, 2 one-run wins. Strange circumstances to end this one, but it is a walk-off victory for Lynchburg. Joe Gordon taking the bases-loaded walk for an RBI. Lynchburg moves to 14-6 in the season. Hornets are now 5-2 in conference play. Washington and Lee will go down to 10-10. They move to 4-6 in the ODAC. It'll be Dominic Rollins with the win on the bump here in this one. Colin McGuire got a big 2-inning save in game 1. A multitude of heroes. We could sit here all night and recap this one, but we'll try to close it down in a wild game. High scoring there. Lynchburg wins it 12-11. They took game 1 9-8 over Washington and Lee. How about this? We'll recap it on Tuesday when the Methodist Monarchs come to town. We hope you can join us at the ballpark or on LHSN. We had a great crew today working both these games, and we're so glad you turned in. This was great. This was an awesome day for Lynchburg. It's actually their first ODAC sweep of the season. They hold serve at home. Hornets are now 6-3 at Fox, and they'll try to improve on that Tuesday when they host Methodist in a non-conference game. We'll say so long for tonight. Yes, it is nighttime now, so we are running out of light. Lynchburg wins it 12-11. Walk off in game 2. They took game 1 9-8 over Washington and Lee. Thanks for watching, baseball fans. We'll talk to you soon.